Audio Jungle.
Tanya High Pavilion, Ingluo Peak. Wow, he's coming with a gift. This is the real truth, rain or shine, and the name of Sage of Love is truly deserved. Yes, for such an infatuated man, why doesn't Senior Sister Lu agree? Today is the 99th time that I confessed my love on time, right on time. He is also very handsome. If it were me, I would be the first one to go with him. The entire Ingluo Peak was filled with chirping female disciples, all looking at the familiar Li Dan who had been coming down the mountain for 3 consecutive months. Li Dan looked at the people pointing and looking at each other on the mountain, disapprovingly, then skillfully put down the white wreath made overnight, picked up the trumpet and put it to his mouth, and loudly confessed his love towards Ingluo Peak. Lu Shiyao, you know, all this time, I thought I only had defense towers and crystals in my eyes, but after seeing you, I only have you in my eyes. Ding, congratulations to the host for confessing his love on time, the emotional skill attribute +1. Sure, if there are 10,000 people in this world who love you, then there must be me. If there is only one person in this world who loves you, it must be me. If no one in this world loves you, then I must be dead. Ding, congratulations to the host for confessing his love on time, the emotional skill attribute is +3. Yao Yao, I don't care about anything. I'm a bad person, but my bottom line is you. Ding, congratulations to the host for confessing his love on time, the emotional skill attribute is +5. There is no one else I can see in this life. You are everywhere. I see all living beings as grass and trees, but I only see you as the green mountain. At the same moment, a very beautiful woman, who looked like Manhwa at first glance, was pulled out by the smiling senior sisters among them. Look at how infatuated she is with you. She has been confessing to you for 99 days in a row. Even if your heart is just a stone, it's time to warm up, right? Yes, Junior Sister Lu. In all these years, there has never been such an infatuated young man in the 18 peaks of Tanya Hage. 99 words of love every day, but there are still no repeat words after such a long time. What's even more rare is his persistence. Even I was moved. It's a pity that I'm not as beautiful as you, otherwise I would have gone down, even if others say that I am an old cow eating young grass. Lu Shiyao looked at Li Dan below, with mixed feelings in her heart. To be honest, she was pursued by many people, not only Tanya High Pavilion, but also young talents from other sects, all of whom were declined by her. She didn't want to think about this matter now, but more than 3 months ago, she was ordered by her teacher to go to Taihua Peak to pick up something. This person named Li Dan noticed her, and rushed to the peak the next day to confess her love. The whole Tanya Hague knows how difficult it is to pursue him. It's just admiration, so just let him go. But she didn't expect that he would come every day. In the end, because of his unique words of love, he captured all the other women in Ingluo Peak, and they all became her support group. Nowadays, the daily confessions of love Saint Li Dan have become the most beautiful scenery in the entire Ingluo Peak. On the contrary, she was labeled by everyone as cold-blooded, pretentious, selfish, high-minded, etc. What to do? On the top of the mountain not far from Lu Shiyao, there was a middle-aged woman and a middle-aged man sitting opposite each other, looking down the mountain. I said, your apprentice is a little too much. Isn't he just a little prettier? For 99 days, you can even coax my idiot. The other peaks are all laughing at us now. Tianjin, the master of Taihua Peak, sighed and said to the master of Ingluo Peak, Zhu Yuyun, who was also Lu Shiyao's master. Zhu Yuyun was also full of bitterness. You blame me? Who knew that your little disciple would persist for so long? Everyone knows that he is a boring gourd, but this opening is simply shocking. But that girl from Shiyao also has a stubborn character, so I will go and talk about it, so as not to hurt the harmony between the two peaks. Zhu Yuyun moved her feet and appeared in front of Lu Shiyao and others. Seeing this, Many women quickly saluted. "I have met Master." Just as Zhu Yujun was about to speak, something exploded below. Li Dan took the tin trumpet and shouted the last words of love. "Lu Shiyao, I will support you." I don't know what kind of magic power these words have, and the female disciples of Sanqian Luo Peak almost cried, and then they all clapped their hands and started to support the mountain. Together with Ding, congratulations to the host for persisting for 99 days and confessing his love to the goddess recognized by everyone in 99 sentences every day. The self-discipline task is completed. Ding, mission reward, 1 marrow cleansing pill, 10 strengthening pills, and a bunch of Bingxin jade. Self-discipline is a habit, but also an attitude. This also improves the host's shortcomings of being unsociable. The next self-discipline task will start in 24 hours. The overwhelming shouts of together echoed throughout Luo Peak, but Li Dan had no intention of listening. He just quickly checked the storage bracelet. Sure enough, there were 2 more vials and a string of ice blue bracelets. Li Dan was immediately moved to tears. Is it easy for me? After staying up all night and working overtime, I time traveled here in a daze, but I was tired of the stressful life of that era, so it was good to come here. What's even more exciting is that he has a self-discipline system, and every time he completes a self-discipline task issued by the system, he can get unimaginable benefits. The first task he received was to confess his love to this Fenghua for 99 days, saying 99 words of love every day. Speaking of this, I have to talk about the person with the same name and surname who has taken possession of his body. He is a boring gourd. He rarely speaks on weekdays and almost no one communicates with him. Perhaps it was because of this that he suffered from depression, and then on a dark and stormy night, he saw impermanence, and he successfully took over. Perhaps it was because of this that the system issued such a task to train his eloquence and character. Lu Shiyao is indeed beautiful, but she is obviously not Li Dan's cup of tea. Such a long-term confession is purely to complete the task and get a reward. And this reward is indeed good. Not to mention anything else, the marrow cleansing pill, according to memory, was a good thing that was only awarded to the first place in the previous peak competitions. After taking it, your cultivation level will break through at least 2 levels, so happy. The strengthening pill can stabilize restless spiritual power after a breakthrough, strengthening the foundation and cultivating the body. There is also the Ice Heart Jade bracelet to prevent unstable mood. Gee, these 3 things are a perfect match for breakthroughs. I really hope the next mission comes soon and the rewards will be better. Why did I see Junior Brotherly crying? I saw it too. He returned without success again. Look at him and he smiled again. That's a bitter smile. If it continues like this, it won't break your mental state, right? It's possible. I heard that Junior Brotherly has always been a boring gourd. He sometimes couldn't even ask his master a few words. This time, for the goddess he likes, he has already broken through himself by changing himself like this. It's a pity. Humph, he's too hard-hearted. He's just prettier. Can't you come forward to encourage him? This is just the first ignorance of a young man's love, but his life has been strangled in the cradle. That's it. Is it wrong to love someone? If you don't like to reject him directly, why bother holding him up and giving him hope, only to destroy him again and again? I think this is purely to show her self-superiority. Listening to the comments from people around her, Lu Shiyao bit her lip lightly. Shiyao Master Zhu Yuyun said. Lu Shiyao bowed to the master. Master, don't worry, I understand. Tomorrow is the 100th time he has come. I will give you a satisfactory answer. If you have anything else to do, please leave first. Seeing Lu Shiyao leaving, Zhu Yuyun was helpless, and then glanced towards the mountain peak. Tianjin over there nodded and left quietly. Li Dan left. Although everyone was more sympathetic and indignant, they quickly sorted out today's 99 love words, and everyone was overjoyed. A booklet of love words by the Love Saint Li Dan now contains more than 9,700 sentences and is extremely popular. I heard that not only Tianya High Pavilion, but also other surrounding sects couldn't put it down. How many straight men directly regard Li Dan, who they have never seen before, as a patriarch-like existence? Once you don't open your mouth, you will become a saint when you open your mouth. Senior Sister Lu looked down on her, and there were countless young and beautiful girls from other sects who wanted to have an in-depth exchange with Li Dan. Li Dan happily ran towards Taihua Peak, where he was located, thinking about swallowing the system reward as soon as possible, but a figure fell from the sky. "I've met Master." Li Dan immediately lowered his expression and saluted. Tianjin looked at Li Dan with mixed feelings. He couldn't hold back a word for 10 years, but once he said it, it shattered his confidence like this. This child is suffering. Fortunately, I used my connections to tell Junior Sister Zhu that as long as he goes tomorrow, Shiyao's kid can go on a date with him. No one will laugh at his stupid behavior anymore. Failed again? It doesn't matter. Sincerity is the only thing that matters. Gold and stone are the same. Do you know how the peaks evaluate me now? Tianjin said with his hands behind his back. Li Dan looked embarrassed and saluted again. "I have brought shame on Master." No, 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 on the contrary, everyone unanimously and highly praises me and you. Your loving words, your persistence, your indifference, and even the pressure from other love rivals have never made you give in. On the contrary, you have become more frustrated. Yu Yong, this is something that many cultivators want but cannot get. Everyone praises me for being discerning and having a good disciple like you. Master is proud of you. Go your own way and let others say it. Persevere. Maybe things will fall into place tomorrow. It doesn't matter if you get a beautiful woman. Master, if I had half your perseverance and shamelessness back then, now. As soon as Tianjin said this, he suddenly covered his mouth and then looked around with a horrified look. After realizing that no one was there, he let out a long sigh of relief. Seeing Li Dan's incredible look, he slapped him directly on the head. "What's your expression?" "Master, I am also a human being, and I also have youth, so don't tell your wife. 100 is a good number. Go back and have a good rest. Tomorrow, Master will take everyone from Taihua Peak to supervise your battle in person. You also need to change your clothes. You should look more handsome. You are not bad looking." Seeing Tianjin's concerned look, Li Dan felt warmer than ever before. According to previous memories, even if he had a poor foundation in cultivation, was slow to advance, and was not good at communicating, Master Tianjin had never given up on him in the slightest. There is a system and such a good master. Others are no longer extravagant. "Thank you, Master. I won't go tomorrow," Li Dan said. "Okay, I feel relieved with your words. I know that my disciples, Tianjin, are unyielding." "Wait, what did you say?" Tianjin suddenly looked shocked and grabbed Li Dan's shoulders. "I said, I'm not going. I want to have a good rest for 2 days," Li Dan said seriously. Seeing that Li Dan didn't look angry, Tianjin suddenly felt angry in his heart. "Ying Luofeng, I'm not done with you bitches." Seeing that Li Dan seemed to have really given up, Tianjin felt a twinge in his heart. He seemed to see the personality of Ming Hulu, and finally one day he met the woman who made his eyes light up and made him willing to speak. He is trying hard to change himself and racking his brains to write unique love words. Don't care about other people's eyes, the ridicule of others, suppression from others. He only does what he thinks is right. Day after day, month after month, what was once a mockery has turned into admiration. What was once a love story has become word of mouth, and what was once a fool has become a saint. This is the power of love. However, everyone ignored the other side, the heroine who never made a clear statement from beginning to end. All along, it was his own disciples who came every day with hope, and then went back alone with disappointment. 3 months and 9 days. 99 days of persistence. 99 nights of hard thinking. But in exchange for this situation, how desperate must he be to make such a big decision to give up on his persistence? Tianjin's heart really hurts, especially Li Dan's indifferent look on the surface. But he knew that after saying these words, his heart died. maybe I will never love again. This kind of injury is fatal to a young man who was once depressed and finally came out of it. Tianjin was scared, fearing that the apprentice who was hit by this would do something stupid in the future. He quickly showed a forced smile on his face, and his eyes were encouraging. What are you kidding? How could I, Tianjin's disciple, be the kind of person who gives up easily? Besides, he persisted 99 times. Well, maybe success will be next time. Li Dan is now only thinking about swallowing his marrow-cleansing pill, as well as the next self-discipline task and reward. Well, Master, I really gave up. Don't try to persuade me, it's not too early. I'm tired and hungry after a long morning, so I'm going back first. Disciple, please leave. After Li Dan finished saluting, he turned around and left. Looking at Li Dan's bleak and desperate back, Tianjin felt extremely uncomfortable, but I was worried, for fear that he would jump off a cliff into a lake or something like that. After all, this child has done such stupid things more than once before, and this time he suffered such a big blow. I followed quietly and found that he had really returned to his room. I breathed a sigh of relief and then angrily walked towards Yingluo Peak. Li Dan drank water, moistened his throat, changed his clothes, then closed the door happily, and then took out 2 jade bottles and a bracelet from his storage bag. First put the bracelet on your wrist, and your body and mind will immediately feel cool, and you won't be impatient. Nice one. Then he poured out the marrow-cleansing pill, smelled the green fragrance and refreshing sweetness, and swallowed it in one gulp. Suddenly, a pure and strange energy emitted from the body, flowing through the limbs and bones. Li Dan quickly closed his eyes to rest, and guided the energy to spread throughout his body. Until the next morning, Tianjin came over. Looking at the closed door, is this child really not going? No, I went all out and took the back door for you. Just as he was about to knock on the door, he smelled a foul smell wafting out from the crack of the door, which made Tianjin retching and almost vomited out his breakfast. He was about to rush in, but stopped in time. Hesitated. Although it stinks, it is accompanied by a refreshing fragrance. According to the custom of broken love, he must have drank a lot and vomited all over the floor, even the bed and the table. If I go in at this time, I will definitely embarrass him. Judging from his tone and state yesterday, he didn't want anyone to worry, but if he saw him in such a state of desolation and lost his last self-esteem, it would be the straw that broke the camel's back. No, I can't be so reckless. Let him have a good sleep. Maybe he will be motivated again after he wakes up. It's a shame. Feeling that the atmosphere in the house was still there, Tianjin shook his head and sighed, and then left gently, leaving only a quiet courtyard with blooming flowers. At the same time, the entire Yingluo Peak was crowded with people. This time there were not only local female disciples, but also people from more than a dozen peaks such as Baijian Peak, Xiang Peak, Qianchao Peak, and Hidden Sword Peak. They came to watch the fun, but they also came to celebrate the 100th anniversary of the Love Saint Li Dan's confession. I just don't know if a miracle can happen today. The early morning sun penetrates the light mist, shining on the entire mountain and reflecting on everyone's face. Someone talks about it. Someone made a bet. Someone is looking forward to it. Some people are envious and jealous. Not one but soon, everyone was shocked to discover something incredible, because Shiyao appeared. In the 99 days since Li Dan confessed his love, Shiyao had always chosen to escape. If the entire Yingluo Peak hadn't been full of enthusiastic spies, they would have thought she had gone on a mission. I'm a good boy. Breaking news. There's been a twist. Finally, there was a turning point. Is it possible that the beautiful girl from Tianya High Pavilion is going to be married today? Is that wilted boy Li Dan going to be single successfully? Is this the reward of perseverance or the touch of love? Woohoo! If I had known, I would have confessed my love, not to mention 3 months, 3 years would be fine. However, some people think that perhaps the heroine of today's incident appeared to refuse and end it once and for all. But it's a good start after all. At least Li Dan's persistence is effective. This operation made the entire mountain sect and people from the outer sect aware of the existence of Love Saint Li Dan. Have you made a lot of money? Shiyao looked at the crowds of people below, as if she had returned to the day of the 18 Peaks competition half a year ago. But at that time, it was a competition held by the sect, but now it is simply spontaneous. It is hard to imagine that Li Dan had such a great influence without knowing it. To be honest, she is not a heartless person, and she also has softness in her heart. She has indeed been touched by Li Dan's persistence for such a long time. I even heard that when he first confessed to her, he was ridiculed by many people as a lazy toad who wanted to eat swan meat. Some other Peak disciples who were also pursuing him secretly beat him up and advised him to give up this unrealistic idea as soon as possible. But he came the next day with a bruised nose and face. In the days to come, no matter it was windy or rainy, he would show up on time. On her desk, there are still more than 9,800 love words that have been compiled by everyone and written specifically for her. Each one is so unique, yet so lovable. It's spring again on the small street in the south of the city. There are only plum blossoms, but no people. People suffer from 3,000 illnesses, only lovesickness cannot cure them. Among them, this poem was the most unforgettable for her. How did a once unknown person become a different person overnight? Could it be that the power of love really gave him an epiphany? Today is the 100th day and she came out. Even if the master doesn't force her, she plans to give him and herself a choice after listening to today's 99 love words. Not to compromise, not to sympathize, not to agree or refuse, but to get to know him better. She was actually curious too. As time passed by, the tens of thousands of people who were originally chattering and noisy gradually became quiet. Because the time has come. The figure who was unshakable and unstoppable in all weathers in the past has not appeared until now. What happened? Everyone looked at each other. Have you given up? When they think of the word give up, everyone's heart is twitching, and they feel even more distressed. Could it be that after persisting for so long, everything was in vain? To be honest, cultivating immortals is boring, and the advancement of cultivation is based on years. The sect finally produced such an entertainment program, how could they not treat it as a chat after dinner? But as they talked, it slowly turned into admiration, respect, and in the end, it became their belief. A belief that perseveres. Many people who could not make alchemy succeeded because of Li Dan's persistence. Many people whose practice was too difficult finally achieved breakthroughs because of Li Dan's persistence. Many male disciples who didn't dare to confess their feelings because of Li Dan gave it a try. It turned out that it was Lang Yuqing who was also interested in his concubine, but they almost missed it. Many. Li Dan unknowingly became the pillar of faith for many people. Because of Li Dan's persistence, they had their persistence and motivation. But today, this motivation suddenly disappeared. A huge feeling of emptiness appeared in everyone's heart. Maybe it's late. No one left, everyone was waiting anxiously. Shiyao stood alone under a corridor pavilion halfway up the mountain, looking at the no man's land below. For some reason, a sense of loss arises. At this moment, Li Dan had a look of enjoyment on his face, because the marrow cleansing pill allowed him to remove a lot of dirt from his body. It feels clear at the moment. Originally, it was only the 3rd level of chi condensation, but it directly broke through to the 5th level. Perhaps it was because of his accumulated experience, or perhaps it was because he had taken 5 Guyuan pills that allowed him to reach the 6th level of chi condensation after Tianjin left in the morning. This kind of advancement speed would be impossible in 2 to 3 years on a normal day. But today, it's just one night. After collecting the remaining 5 Guyuan Dan and Bingxing jade bracelets, Li Dan quickly opened the door and ran towards the waterfall in the back mountain. After washing the dirt on his body, Li Dan felt refreshed. This is life. At this moment, while soaking in the water, he heard the system's new mission. Ding, food is the most important thing for the people. A man who can cook will not have a bad character. A man who can cook will integrate love into every aspect of his life. Firewood, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea are also a kind of self-discipline. Ding, if you insist on cooking 3 meals a day for a month, you will get different attribute bonuses each time. When the mission is completed, a mysterious talent will be given as a gift. When the sound of the mechanical system fell, Li Dan was stunned for a moment, and then he was surprised. He couldn't cook, but he longed for it. After all, men who can cook are so handsome. It's a pity that I have been busy with work. Sometimes I am so exhausted when I get home that I might as well order takeout. Of course, because I have already tasted the benefits, I know that the things provided by the system will not be too bad. I'm really looking forward to what this mysterious talent is. Just as I was thinking about it, suddenly, a huge amount of information crazily poured into my mind. Appearing in his consciousness was a stack of recipes that couldn't be seen from the top, which included 3 meals of various kinds for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Most of them were even signature dishes and exclusive secret recipes that could only be found in 5-star hotels in his previous life. However, every step, grams of seasonings, etc. are recorded in detail here. Li Dan stood up from the spring with excitement. This is simply an unimaginable treasure. Cook, start cooking today. Dandan, Daner, it turns out you are here and I am scared to death. At this moment, Tianjin fell from the sky again. Subconsciously taking a look at Li Dan's body, he was really white. But after seeing that everything was okay, I breathed a sigh of relief. Li Dan quickly put on his clothes and ran over with his face flushed with excitement. Master, I want to learn to cook and then feed my 4 senior brothers. Tianjin was stunned. Cook? Wait, has this kid not given up yet, but just changed his mind? The 18 peaks of Tianya High Pavilion all eat at Huozhou Peak. There is a special stove room there. But no matter what it is, it will become boring after a long time. Therefore, some peak leaders cook their own meals, and what he likes most is the food cooked by Rangier. It's old and fragrant, and you won't get tired of it no matter how you eat it. They say that to catch a man, you have to catch him by the stomach, but the reverse is also true. A man who can cook is the most attractive. It's a pity that a bunch of gentlemen don't have the time or effort to learn how to make these things. Hey, stupid. You worked so hard for that woman, I am so touched and heartbroken. Whose youth is not young, and whose youth is not crazy. Regardless of success or failure, as long as you try it, you will not regret it. In this regard, my teacher will always support you. Okay, we have a kitchen in Taihua Peak, let your wife teach you, but cooking is cooking, not practicing. When Tianjin just said this, his eyes suddenly widened. Because Li Dan, who had not broken through for long, still had unstable fluctuations in his spiritual power. He clearly remembered that the child was only at the 3rd level of chi condensation yesterday. How could he reach the 6th level in one night? Wait, is this the legendary enlightenment that sees through the world of mortals, the ultimate sublimation? Is it so mysterious? Tianjin left no trace and radiated detection spiritual power from his feet. He found that Li Dan's energy and blood were strong, and the spiritual power in his meridians was like a rushing river, without any trace of emptiness. It's true. Looking at the honest face of this child, Tianjin felt even more distressed. It's good to break things down and then build them up again. From the moment I noticed him drinking in the morning to the time he reached 3 levels in cultivation, maybe I only saw his nirvana and rebirth in front of me, but I couldn't understand how desperate he must have been at that time, and how worried he was. But despite this, he has not given up yet and has regained his original intention. It seems that he likes that girl, deep in his bones and in his soul. Very good, then Luo Peak. I won't go there. Master, please be busy first. I'm going to find my wife. After Li Dan finished speaking, he ran excitedly towards the mountain. Seeing Li Dan's happy smile, Tianjin let out a long sigh. Asking what love is in the world can teach you how to make love between life and death. One love, one money, how many heroes have been stumped? But it's good to distract yourself, at least not think about it. Even if the final result is still for that woman. Ingluo Peak. At this moment, everyone's heart was filled with despair. It turns out that no matter how affectionate a person is, if he persists for a long time, he will leave if he finds that he is not warm enough. Some people shook their heads and left with a sigh. Some people looked at Lu Shiyao's silent face above and laughed a little in their hearts. When you are ready to accept someone else, he gives up. Isn't it a slap in the face? Fortune plays tricks on people. If a person like this can break your heart this time, who will dare to pursue you, Lu Shiyao, in the future? You can only bring shame on yourself. This is true iceberg beauty. Everyone sighed and left one after another. From now on, there will be one less topic in Tianya Hage and one less lover. I will never hear those love words again. I guess the young men and women from other sects will be anxious. Zhu Yuyun, the master of Ingluo Peak, came from behind. Go back, he won't come. Lu Shiyao turned around and looked at her master. She had been looking forward to the day that Li Dan would give up for a long time. Only in this way could everything go back to the beginning. But when it really came, I felt a little disappointed and uncomfortable for no reason, especially since I had made a decision today. Your Uncle Tian said he gave up, Zhu Yuyun said. Lu Shiyao was silent. After 3 breaths, she raised her head with a smile on her face. It's good to give up. I won't have to bear the infamy in the future, and I won't have to bear any burden. Then, Master, I will go to practice. The bottleneck has been loosened recently. Okay, you must calm down. If you want to blame that kid for his lack of luck. Don't worry, Master. This little thing won't affect my state of mind in cultivation. I'll leave first. After Lu Shiyao finished speaking, she left. Zhu Yujun watched everyone leave and let out a long sigh. Next, Ingluo Peak's famousness has been established, and people from other sects may also inquire about it because of the discontinuation of love letters. What's even more irritating is that she actually heard someone calling her master Jie in private. The reason why Lu Shiyao didn't agree was that her master was instigating her behind the scenes. Isn't that annoying? It's none of my business. I'm very tolerant when it comes to men and women. Lao Mie, the head brother is looking for you. At this moment, someone sent a message through the air. Zhu Yujun suddenly became furious and stepped out. You also want to die, don't you? Li Dan soon arrived at the top of the mountain, where the scenery was charming and the palaces were exquisite. It is the residence of master and mistress. Those who were direct disciples like them lived halfway up the mountain. The other inner sects, outer sects, servants, etc. are at the foot of the mountain. In the distance, a very beautiful woman in palace clothes was looking at him with a smile. It is Xiao Wanrong, the master's wife, and the master likes to call her Renjir. To be honest, her skills are average. After all, the master wife used to be the minor official in the family and her cultivation came first. Who takes cooking seriously? But the master just likes her and will eat the rice even if it is burnt. I have to say, love. After eating 2 meals, the 5 brothers and sisters still felt that the food in the stove room was more edible. In order not to make the mistress sad, she told them that the men had big appetites and had to cook 3 meals a day. Once or twice is okay. If you do this every day, you won't be exhausted. Although master also goes to the stove room every few days to secretly improve the food. But no matter what, he is much better than a layman like him. At least that's what Tianjin thinks. That's why he was asked to come, and he just needed a good kitchen and a food trial partner. I've met the master's wife. Li Dan saluted. Xiao Wanrong waved with a gentle look on her face, and Li Dan approached. A pair of hands gently touched his head. At this moment, Li Dan's heart was surprisingly peaceful. Your master told me that it's not a big deal. Life is like this, people love and hate it. As long as we make progress every day, it's not a waste. You used to be a boring gourd and didn't like to talk. Even if we were to ask you a few words, we couldn't tell you how happy you are since you confessed your love to others in front of so many people for the first time. Chasing girls, it's not that easy. It's actually good to be more reserved. Just like today, it's good to change your mind and start cooking. Don't worry, I have my wife here. I'll make a plan for how long you plan to study. Xiao Wanrong said seriously. Li Dan felt warm in his heart. Although he was misunderstood, he was still full of emotion. I plan to study for a month. The system allows him to discipline himself for a month, unlike the last mission which lasted for 3 months. 1 month? It's a little short, but it's okay for boys. I promise to teach you 2 special dishes in 1 month. I guarantee they'll be cooked and not unpalatable. Let's go. Xiao Wanrong looked confident, and just as Li Dan was about to follow her in, a figure from behind climbed up panting. This is a man who looks to be in his mid-20s, with thick eyebrows, big eyes, well-defined facial features, and honey-colored skin, which makes him look healthy and wild. He is Tianjin's 3rd disciple Chen Hai. A smile appeared on Li Dan's face, and he greeted loudly, 3rd senior brother. Chen Hai's wide lips suddenly burst out into a smile. I've met my junior wife, my junior brother. Why is your head so sweaty? Xiao Wanrong asked with concern. The master and his wife had no children. In fact, they were raising the 5 of them as their own sons. At this moment, seeing the sweat on Chen Hai's face, he was a little reproachful. Chen Hai hurried forward with excitement on his face. Big event, big event. There are beautiful girls at Yingluo Peak looking for Xiao Wu. They are all waiting at the bottom of the mountain. Xiao Wanrong's eyes suddenly lit up. Is Lu Shiyao here? Chen Hai shook his head. She didn't come, but more than 30 other girls came, and their appearance is not bad at all. Xiao Wu, you are so good at playing hard to get today. How can you say that you have become enlightened as soon as you get started? When will you teach me? Teach me. They all think I'm a bad guy. No one is chasing me. Xiao Wanrong quickly pushed Li Dan away. Quickly, go take a look with your 3rd senior brother. This is really a blessing in disguise. Li Dan was confused at this moment. No, what happened? Xiao Wu was stunned to see him. It was a blessing in disguise. He lost a tree but gained an entire forest. When the two came to the foot of the mountain, more than 30 beauties from Yingluo Peak were talking in a sweet voice, and each of them was holding many gifts in their hands. After seeing Li Dan appear, they quickly surrounded him. Junior brother Li, don't be too sad. I, Yingluofeng, did this improperly. I apologize to you. A beautiful senior sister handed Li Dan a large bottle of flower dew. This thing is very expensive. I heard that if you put a drop of it in the bath, it will be fragrant for several days. Junior sister Shiyao did go too far this time. She was too selfish. She never put herself in your shoes and thought about the problem. It's okay. There are still a lot of girls in Yingluo Peak for you to choose from. Another beautiful senior sister sent her the true story of Li Dan's love story that she had compiled. Brother Dandan, your giving up makes me, senior sister, feel empty. In fact, if you confess your love to me, I can promise you in 1 day how beautiful it is to have a handsome Taoist couple who can talk about love. Please consider me. Senior sister's song, don't forget that junior brother Li is 40 years older. How dare you say this? I'm 30 years older and I'm still standing here. What nonsense are you talking about? I think this is because Lu Shiyao is too arrogant. She has made Brother Dandan pay so much for nothing. She can't just lose out like this. I have a picture album here. It is a sketch of Shiyao's self from eating, sleeping to bathing every night. I wasted a lot of sleep. You see, I have pimples on my face. I gave it to you to vent my anger. And I. Chen Hai on the side was full of envy, but as the protagonist, Li Dan was stunned. I'll be a good boy. Before he said anything, Chen Hai had already taken over for Li Dan. Thank you all Yingluo Peak sisters. Your fight for my junior brother has shown that not all Yingluo Peaks are cold-blooded animals. Don't worry, our 2 peaks will not harm the harmony because of this matter. Chen Hai hugged the big and small bags and said with a smile. Li Dan was speechless for a while and quickly returned the gift. Dear sisters, thank you very much for your concern. I accept your thoughts. I have used the 99 confessions to prove that I love her, and the 100th time to give her freedom and choice. Besides, strong melons are not sweet. Don't worry, I have completely let go. I will apologize to Master Zhu for the trouble I have caused to Yingluo Peak in the past 3 months. By the way, it is getting late. Sisters, you should go back early. I still have to learn to cook. After Li Dan finished speaking, he was thinking about today's mission, and after declining to refuse the gift, he hurried up the mountain. The master's wife is still waiting for him. Watching Li Dan hurried up the mountain, many beautiful senior sisters were puzzled. After all, in this world, it is rare for men to cook, and their goals are often kings and beauties. Why did he remember to cook? Chen Hai shrugged and glanced at the flower dew. Not only does it smell good, I heard it can also turn it white. When the senior sister named Zhao saw this, she rolled her eyes and directly handed it over. Chen Hai immediately took it with an embarrassed look on his face. I just heard what my master said today. I saw him and his wife outside the kitchen just now. According to my inference, most likely he wants to start with the food. You also know that in the 18 peaks of Tianya High Pavilion, we all eat in the fire stove room, but there are separate areas, for the peak master, for the inner disciples, for the outer sect, for the servants, etc. Those dishes have only so many flavors over and over again, and I'm tired of them. But it's a waste of time and trouble for us to cook them. I guess the junior brother wants to learn by himself. Maybe there won't be any love words tomorrow, but instead there will be freshly baked dishes. The food will be delivered to Yingluo Peak. When the girls heard what Chen Hai said, they all looked envious. What a warm man. It turns out that if you like someone, you won't give up easily even if you experience setbacks. I'm so sore. I really want to be the test object for this boy's first meal. No, I want to go back and tell Master, tell Shiyao, and let them know how hard junior brother Dandan is working for love. Their hard-heartedness is a bit too much. The girls were moved and angry, and left in a hurry. Chen Hai happily went up the mountain with Bai Hualu in his hand. As soon as he reached the halfway point of the mountain, he met a man with a fair complexion, Tianjin's fourth disciple Ling Feng. Ling Feng's pretty face made many women in Yingluo Peak envious. When the master had just accepted him, Chen Hai once wondered whether the master had taken in a junior sister who was pretending to be a boy. It wasn't until he peeked through the window while taking a shower that he gave up. It's really a man. However, unlike his honest self, he is more of a sultry type. When outsiders are around, he looks like a handsome young man, and every move he makes is so elegant. But when you are alone with your own family, your true nature comes out. You can be rude when you should, and say nasty things when you should. As the third and fourth sons, one is black and the other is white. The black and white evil spirits known as Taihua Peak. Fourth, what are you doing here? Chen Hai asked. Ling Feng chuckled, put away the folding fan, and jumped down from the stone. Third senior brother, I've seen them all, so please share them. Ling Feng was talking about Bai Hualu. Chen Hai's face turned even darker. No, you are dazzled. Then I'll tell my junior brother to go and get Yingluo Peak's favor for him, Ling Feng said and was about to go up the mountain. Chen Hai quickly stopped him. No, 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 your skin is already fair enough. Why do you want this? Chen Hai looked resentful. The junior brother doesn't want Yingluo Peak's things, so he probably has some grudge in him. If he knew that he secretly accepted bribes for others, he probably wouldn't be able to pass the test. White? People will only think that they are not white enough or attractive enough. Only a few girls in Yingluo Peak can make this flower nectar, let alone such a big bottle. Please share it with me. Ling Feng came over with a smile and rubbed his hands. Unwillingly, Chen Hai divided half of it. Stop crying in despair, third senior brother. I told you that you are short-sighted and you still don't admit it. First senior brother and second senior brother are not on a mission, so there are only the three of us on the mountain. This is an opportunity, Ling Feng said excitedly. Opportunity? What opportunity? Chen Hai collected the remaining half bottle of flower nectar and pursed his generous lips in distress. Ling Feng came over and put his arms around Chen Hai's neck and said while walking up the mountain, "Haven't you noticed that after my junior brother's 3 months of preparation, coupled with today's outbreak, Yingluo Peak's reputation is now one-sided? Has junior brother's sympathy soared to its highest peak?" So what? Chen Hai still didn't understand. He was most annoyed by these twists and turns because his brain hurt. To put it without hurting my self-esteem, I have a big nerve. So in order to be more in line with his own setting, he planned to grow a beard on his face. But considering that I haven't found a Taoist partner yet and it would make me look old, I gave up. Think about it. From the fact that Yingluo Feng spontaneously came to express condolences to our junior brother today, it can be seen that they feel sorry for their loss and feel embarrassed. Will there be many days when they will give gifts to seek comfort in their hearts? Following Ling Feng's analysis, Chen Hai's eyes suddenly widened. So what are we going to do? Chen Hai asked. Ling Feng sighed. I should have entered the profession earlier than you. I was your senior brother. However, he still explained patiently, so we can accept gifts, the kind that are soft-hearted. Since the other senior brothers are not here anyway, as long as we don't tell the master and the junior brother, we will tell the junior brother externally. Don't look at me like this, I have a reason, Ling Feng said very seriously. First, think about it. If we don't accept gifts, then those sisters in Yingluo Peak will feel very uncomfortable. When they feel uncomfortable, they won't be able to eat, sleep, age quickly, and they won't have the time to practice. This will be very harmful to our world. The pavilion is a big loss. Second, we have to be merciful and merciful. Lu Shiyao is arrogant and I don't blame them. If we act like we don't have enough money and someone owes us money, it will only be counterproductive and they will fall into trouble. As a group, it will be even more difficult for me if I want to pursue Lu Shiyao. Listening to Ling Feng's succinct analysis, Chen Hai's eyes became brighter and brighter, and he kept nodding in agreement. So, when we accept gifts, we are actually helping our junior brother, Chen Hai suddenly realized. Ling Feng looked at his senior brother with admiration. It finally dawned on me. Yes, my junior brother has been fighting alone now. If we don't help, will we still be a family? What's more, we are not greedy for these gifts. We have to select and use them. We can give them to our junior brother through ourselves, such as elixirs and the like. When the time comes, my junior brother's cultivation will be higher, our senior brother's relationship will be deepened, and Yingluo Peak will feel relieved. We will achieve 3 goals with 1 stone, and everyone will be happy, Ling Feng said in the end, and he believed it himself. Immediately, the two hit it off. They discussed moving a table immediately and writing banners at the bottom of the mountain. One would look out for the wind and the other would receive gifts. 55, no mistake. The two of them made detailed plans and walked towards the mountain. Looking at the smoking chimney in the distance, Ling Feng's eyes suddenly lit up and he quickly pulled Chen Hai aside. What's wrong? Chen Hai was confused. Ling Feng said, Third senior brother, I think we must take advantage of this moment to burn this fire even brighter, so that Yingluo Peak's debt and the sympathy of other peaks can reach its peak. Say something I can understand, Chen Hai said. Forehead. What do you think of the master's cooking skills? Ling Feng asked. Chen Hai was stunned for a moment, then stretched out his head to look at the kitchen, and then sighed. I heard that my wife had a whim a few days ago and wanted to research a new cuisine. She accidentally mixed some poisonous mushrooms in it, which almost made the master go crazy. What's even more unlucky is that the master, who was in a daze, even shouted out a woman. His name probably refers to his first love. That guy, I haven't dared to go up the mountain for several days. Now the master's wife accepts the master to eat his food and won't even let him go to the stove room. Did you know yesterday that the master secretly called me aside and asked me to give it to him? It's so sad to steal a steamed bun. After hearing Chen Hai's words, Ling Feng nodded repeatedly, and he was frightened for several days. For fear of becoming the target of those two people's anger, I never dared to show up. Then what do you think of my junior brother learning cooking from his wife? Ling Feng asked. Chen Hai was suddenly speechless. That's right, junior brother has found the wrong person. He should go to the stove room, Chen Hai finally realized and patted his thigh. Ling Feng thought for a moment and said, I think it's right for junior brother not to go to Huazhao Peak. There are a lot of people cooking there, but if you go there, it will look too artificial, too expressive, and make people uncomfortable. At first glance, it looks like the kind of person who comes to win everyone's sympathy. What he needs is to learn how to cook silently, and then give it to Shiyao in person. It's a surprise and even more love, Chen Hai suddenly realized. Ling Feng continued, today, the senior sisters at the bottom of the mountain have already known that my junior brother has changed his strategy and stopped writing love words and learned to cook. It is estimated that the news will spread throughout the major peaks soon, so the rest is up to us. How to do it? Chen Hai asked hurriedly. Propaganda, selling miserably, creating public opinion. Ling Feng leaned close to Chen Hai's ear and started to rustle. In the kitchen, Mistress Xiao Wanrong has just taught Li Dan the art of fire control. Although firewood is available, sometimes the oil temperature will be better if the temperature is slightly higher or lower. She had just taught Li Dan her latest recipe of papaya stewed with sweet potatoes. Simple to operate, it can also improve your appearance and keep you from getting fat. At least women like it. Li Dan looked at the pale soup, and his sympathy for the master increased greatly again. He had the recipe, but he only came here because he wanted to borrow the kitchen, and he was embarrassed to reject the mistress's good intentions. Another point is that I really don't know how to cook, but I should be able to cook in a few days. Li Dan began to cut sweet potatoes. Ding, congratulations to the host for cooking on time, cutting a sweet potato, cooking skill attribute +1. Li Dan's face lit up and he cut the papaya quickly. Ding, congratulations to the host for cooking on time, cutting a papaya and potato, and the cooking skill attribute +1. Li Dan started to light the fire, scoop out water, and put in various dark dishes. What is surprising is that as I follow every step of the teacher's instructions, I seem to have an innate technique and gradually become more proficient. But overall it's still very unfamiliar. 3 meals a day, each meal is blessed with skill attributes, but there is an upper limit. After finishing the cooking, Xiao Wanrong, the teacher's wife, acted as a guide and judge. Although she was not very satisfied, it was her first time cooking and she was so clumsy. Does practice make perfect? She suddenly made a move with one hand, and a strong suction force directly sucked the two people in the shade of the tree outside the kitchen, staggering to a halt. One black and one white. He looked embarrassed. Why have you two been sneaking around outside? You just happened to try Xiao's first dish, comment on it, encourage him, and help him correct his shortcomings. Xiao Wanrong said. The two looked at the contents of the steaming pot, and their faces suddenly turned pale. No way. Li Dan hurriedly served soup, 1 big bowl per person. He also wanted to see how his skills were for the first time. The two of them were about to cry but had no tears. What were they doing here? Looking at the things floating in the clear soup, can you believe that sweet potatoes and papaya can produce a fishy smell? What else did you put in it? However, under the gaze of the junior wife and the expectant eyes of the younger junior brother, the two of them looked at each other and then touched hard. Wow, spread a lot, done. The two of them drank it all, regardless of how hot it was. Very sour, so astringent, so salty, it tastes terrible. Beautiful brother, your skills are at an end. With this technique, it's easy to take down Shiyao. I'm not saying it, master. With the recipes you developed, the skills of my junior brother are a perfect match. If you try it a few more times, you will be able to win. Better. Ling Feng suppressed his cooing, and his stomach was about to get loose at any moment, and he praised with a smile on his face. Xiao Wanrong felt a little embarrassed. Li Dan's eyes also lit up. Am I so talented? Then the three of them looked at Chen Hai, whose face was so dark that he was almost twisted together. Chen Hai panicked and was the most stupid person. He covered his stomach with one hand and almost farted. Good guy, this is 10 times more effective than laxatives. It works as soon as you take it in. The fourth child is right, and so am I. Xiao Wanrong was quite satisfied with the performance of the two of them, and then looked at Li Dan. Okay, since you plan to learn this dish for a month, you should first master this dish and practice it over and over again until you are perfect. Believe me, success belongs to you. There is a warehouse next to the kitchen and the materials are sufficient. You can make it with confidence. I have something to do with your master, so I won't accompany you, so as not to make you feel constrained. After all, it's up to the master to lead you to practice alone. After Xiao Wanrong finished speaking, she left with a sense of accomplishment. The three of them bid farewell, but the master's wife had just left. Chen Hai and Ling Feng covered their stomachs, gave Li Dan a ally gesture, and ran away immediately. Not coming, never coming again. Sure enough, the junior brother chose the wrong path, just as they imagined, but it fits their plan. After Li Dan took a bite, he retched and quickly threw it away and made it again. 5 days passed quietly, and Li Dan became more and more proficient due to the blessing of his cooking skill attributes. And because there are a lot of ingredients in the warehouse, he has tried to learn to make the recipes in his mind. It's a pity that senior wife seems to have something to do and hasn't been here for the past few days. As for third senior brother and fourth senior brother, they have disappeared. But once they met on the way down the mountain, they were a little embarrassed when they saw him, and they looked away more. It seemed that he had done something wrong, which made Li Dan confused. In the past few days, Yingluo Peak has been full of public opinion. Because the news about Li Dan's cooking was spread by the 30 or so senior sisters, it immediately became known to more people. There are thousands of female disciples in Yingluo Peak, and it would be even harder to get them to stop talking about a certain hot topic. Have you heard that Love Saint Li Dan is going to learn to cook now? Yeah, I heard that too. It seems that he is thinking about developing into the god of cookery. Yes, Sister Shiyao is famous for being picky about food. It seems that he has put in a lot of effort and determination. It's so romantic to be the god of love and the god of cookery. What do you think Senior Sister Lu thinks? Who knows, what you can't get is the best. She probably wants to catch bigger fish, but I heard that the food Li Dan cooks is terrible. I don't know if it's true or not. The moon and stars were sparse, and a faint blue mist shrouded a rather exquisite residence in Yingluo Peak. As the window was pushed open, Lu Shiyao, wearing pajamas, stuck her head out with a sweaty head and took several heavy breaths one after another, because she's going crazy. Irritability like never before. As early as a few days ago, she had reached the 9th level of qi condensation and was about to enter the Huayuan realm. During the process of cultivation, you start by condensing the energy, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and condensing it into your body, and slowly eliminate all impurities in your body. When there is spiritual energy in all the meridians, the next step is to change from gaseous state to liquid state, becoming a more pure elemental force that is most consistent with heaven and earth. Practitioners call this step the realm of transformation. Then, according to the transformation state of each location in the meridians, there are 4 small realms: early stage, middle stage, late stage, and Dzogchen. As early as 2 months ago, she had reached the peak of the 9th level of qi condensation, but in order to be more stable, she did not break through. But after the incident of letting go 5 days ago, she thought she didn't care. After all, this is the result she has longed for a long time. She has already told her master that she is going to make a breakthrough. Condensing qi to break through the Yuan realm sometimes only takes an hour or 2. After all, it is only a moment. But after 5 days, she couldn't calm down. After finally reaching the state, the empty valley appeared in front of his eyes, where Li Dan once stood for 99 days. Am I really in love with him? After Lu Shiyao calmed down, she said to herself, but he quickly shook his head vigorously and threw away this unrealistic idea. Maybe it's the pride inside. Maybe it was the slap in the face that day. Or maybe it was her deep reluctance that kept her struggling with this issue. After all, she is the Fenghua and the Zonghua, and there is never a shortage of suitors behind her. It was really frustrating to be so blatantly bombarded for the first time and then suddenly stop. Very good, Li Dan, you successfully aroused my interest. I still don't believe it. Just because of you, you became my first inner demon to break through and advance? Lu Shiyao gritted her teeth and closed the window. After a while, he changed his outfit again, dived into the night, and headed towards Taihua Peak. At the same time, in the kitchen on the top of the mountain, Li Dan was cooking with great interest. It stands to reason that he has already cooked breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and has obtained the corresponding cooking proficiency points. But tonight, when he accidentally asked if there was any skill attribute blessing for making late-night snacks, the system said yes. Good guy, I didn't tell you earlier. Is this a hidden mission? It's very similar to the test papers I used to do. I'll give you an additional question later. Li Dan felt that he had wasted 5 days of late-night snack time. Although my cooking skills are still not that good now, I am still better than my wife, and better than what my body remembers doing in the stove room. After all, there are too many recipes in the sea of knowledge, and more than 90% of them are not from this world. What's more, once he has completed a month of self-discipline, his craftsmanship is top-notch, and it was even popular in 5-star hotels in his previous life. It's a pity that the master's wife asked him to become more proficient and taught him another specialty dish in half a month. As for the 2 cautious senior brothers on the mountain, they avoided him directly for fear of getting upset. I worked so hard to make it, but no one commented on it, so I was still a little disappointed. Tonight is the first time Li Dan makes late-night snacks. The orange stove fire was burning, and white foam began to bubble in the warm oil pan. Li Dan was holding a brush, humming excitedly, brushing the crayfish. Can you imagine that he would find traces of crayfish in the spring water in the back mountain? Even Li Dan himself felt dazzled. But people in this world don't call them crayfish, they call them redback worms. A low-level insect with a hard shell all over its body and pincers, but with little lethality, was only 1 step above an ant. As for eating, forget it. Have you ever seen anyone eat ants? I might as well buy a monster that absorbs the spiritual power of heaven and earth and eat it. So in the afternoon, after I learned that late-night snacks were also blessed with culinary attributes, I hurried to the back mountain and grabbed a big pot. Having a mouthful tonight, I really miss it. The most important thing is that there are various ways to make crayfish on the menu. After the improvement of my cooking skills in the past few days, except for the complicated dishes where I still have difficulty mastering the heat, materials, and various techniques, I can make other dishes with ease with my eyes closed. And the crayfish is among them. Scrub, scrub, scrub. Wash, wash, wash. Oh. Ding, congratulations to the host for cooking on time and cleaning 206 crayfish. The cooking skill attribute +1. Li Dan chuckled, washed it again with water, and then walked towards the chopping board. I'll make it again tomorrow and give it to my senior brother and his wife to try. It's an absolutely new taste. But what Li Dan didn't notice was that a piece of tile was removed above his head, and there was a pair of eyes quietly observing his every move. Who else could it be if it wasn't Lu Shiyao? It turns out that everyone's rumors are true. He is actually cooking. It's so late and he is still working hard alone. He has no one to accompany him. He sings to kill loneliness and strengthen his courage. Lu Shiyao looked at the figure below, and for some reason, she suddenly felt moved. After all, she had never even looked at Li Dan before, and she didn't even know that Master Tian had such a disciple. A subtle psychological fluctuation, like ripples on a still lake, spreads out unknowingly. At least they rely on their own efforts. Unlike the people who were chasing me before, they were holding ginseng that was thousands of years old and said that they had gone through hardships to dig it themselves, but in fact they bought it at an auction. That's a red-backed worm? Is that thing edible? It's really a dark delicacy. Shiyao was stunned when she saw Li Dan's basin of squirming insects. "I'm afraid it's going to poison me to death." She had heard that Li Dan had been learning to cook these days, just hoping to give herself a taste of the food she cooked. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to work well. Li Dan, who was unaware, only felt that his whole body was at ease, and his knife skills and speed were as good as those of a born chef. Beat garlic, cut ginger, dried chili peppers, green onions, sugar, and prepare your own base. The system's voice kept saying culinary skill attributes +1, +5, +3, +8. Li Dan became more and more energetic as he worked. He still looks good, but he has made such great progress in 5 days. Seeing Li Dan's flowing movements, Shiyao was surprised. Zila. As Li Dan began to stir-fry the onions, ginger, and garlic, a different kind of fragrance rose up. Shiyao, who was above her, almost coughed, but she managed to hold it back. But what followed immediately was his eyes shining brightly, because it smells so good. She looked down again and saw that Li Dan had already poured down a large pot of red-backed worms and was stir-frying. With the addition of sugar and salt, a large pot of fragrant and spicy crayfish will be out of the pot. Shiyao looked at all this in disbelief and moved her little nose vigorously. Unexpectedly, this red-backed worm that no one noticed would become so fragrant after he made it. But how to eat it? Soon, Li Dan could no longer bear it and started teaching on the spot. Press the body of the shrimp with one hand, squeeze the second segment of the shrimp shell on the abdomen of the crayfish, poke the shrimp body toward the head, and then pull it out hard. A small piece of white and tender shrimp meat came out. Li Dan put it in his mouth and chewed it. "Oh my God, this is what it smells like." Li Dan was so happy that he almost shed tears. Who would have thought that he could still eat food from his hometown in another world? Seeing Li Dan's expression, Shiyao was confused. Is it really delicious? Then he saw Li Dan press a pinch of his fingers, and then went to peel off one with great pleasure. After eating more than a dozen in a row, Li Dan patted his thigh after finishing his fingers. "Why did I forget about this? It's okay if I don't have beer, but it seems that the master's wife has some great wine in the kitchen. It's just right with crayfish." After Li Dan finished talking to himself, he quickly got up and ran out of the kitchen. Wow! After Shiyao saw Li Dan leave, she climbed in through the window, looked at the lobster on the chopping board, and then looked at the swinging door. He bit his lip lightly, hesitated for a moment, then picked up a crayfish, followed Li Dan's example, took out the white and reddish shrimp meat, and smelled it. My eyes lit up. This smelled better than the above. "Put it in your mouth and chew." Suddenly, the whole person was completely stunned, eyes full of disbelief. Delicious, simply delicious. She had never tasted such elastic meaty taste. Every piece of tender meat comes out of the spicy soup, but it is not very spicy or oily. On the contrary, it is more pure because it is absorbed by the shell. Like a river overflowing, all the meat inside is covered in the secret seasoning. So fragrant, so fragrant. Why can I eat such delicious food in the middle of the night? Immediately afterwards, Shiyao sucked her fingers subconsciously and quickly prepared to take another one. I was quickly stunned again, because the secret spicy garlic seasoning on my fingers, mixed with the lingering fragrance in my mouth, seemed even more amazing. Is this why Li Dan pinched his fingers? How amazing! While no one was around, she quickly peeled off the second, third. Soon, more than a dozen of them were eaten, and the more they ate, the more addictive they became. But soon, cheerful footsteps came from outside. Shiyao looked at the lobster pot in front of her, the shrimp shells on the chopping board, and the oil stains on her hands, feeling a little reluctant to part with them. He gritted his teeth, quickly cleaned his shrimp shells, and then climbed through the window to escape. Li Dan came in with a jar of wine, and immediately saw the lobster with one layer missing, and then looked at the half-covered window, and immediately became anxious. What kind of wild cat dared to steal your master's shrimps? Come out and let me stroke you if you have the ability. Li Dan's roar to protect food came from the empty valley. In the middle of the night, there was no one on the mountain and there were no monkeys. Who else could be there besides wild cats? Shiyao, who was running away in the darkness, suddenly blushed. You are the wild cat. Are there any sexy little wildcats like me? As she continued to move away from Taihua Peak, Shiyao suddenly became a little more expectant. Obviously, in just 5 days, Li Dan's cooking was accomplished. I have to say, she deserves full marks. Everyone said that he cooks for himself. From tonight's tasting, it can be seen that the heat is almost done. It's so tempting. If it was delivered tomorrow, I couldn't be as indifferent as when I was faced with the love words. I had to get it as soon as possible. Looking at the getting darker and darker night, Shiyao showed a sweet smile on her face, pinched her slender fingers again, and her pink tongue showed anticipation. The next day, Li Dan continued to work alone in the kitchen, constantly trying new dishes. Every systematic reminder in his mind and his skillful memory control made him full of energy. The daily salary is great. Luo Peak. Shiyao did not retreat to make a breakthrough, but waited. Morning is over. Noon has passed. The night is over. Shiyao's face became darker and darker. Has he forgotten? Or are you not ready and want to do better and show it to yourself? But the spicy redback worm last night was already very good. At least she really loved it and was super satisfied with it. She couldn't understand, but she could only comfort herself in this way. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Li Dan rarely shows up anymore, but everyone's talk about him is increasing day by day. It seems that the only hot topic in the entire sect is his pursuit of Shiyao. After all, nothing else big happened. Huazhao Peak. The special existence of one of the 18 main peaks of Tianya High Pavilion can be regarded as a public canteen. The fire kitchen room above it is extremely huge, supplying food for at least 70,000 to 100,000 people every day. Of course, this is not the only group of people in the entire sect. Some are in retreat, some are busy, some are out, etc. But the number of people eating is probably at this basic level. These include various elders, peak masters, law enforcers, inner sect disciples, outer sect, etc. Dining is divided into different floors, and the food is basically the same. As for what dishes you want to eat, you have to swipe your card. That's right, it's a credit card, a kind of points card. The points in the card come from a wide range of sources. The initial disciples all have original points, which are used for daily expenses, and the rest are earned. For example, after completing a mission from the mission hall, you can then exchange it according to the proportion. Or clean up the debris on a certain peak, feed monsters, check intelligence, compete in competitions, translate and repair books. These points can be used not only for meals, but also for other things. For example, swiping a card on the forging peak helps forge a certain weapon. Yao Peak will deduct the amount for borrowing monsters to travel, the elixir required for refining at Danhua Peak, exchange medicinal herbs at Qianchao Peak. The library pavilion borrows books of different grades and heavenly books. Of course, it is useless outside the sect. This is a special currency that belongs to each sect, just like a small country. Inner disciples have their own dining hall for inner disciples. Shiyao swiped her card, ordered a dish, soup and rice, and sat down alone. I took a bite of my favorite stewed lotus seeds and jujube soup, but for the first time I didn't feel it was that delicious. The spicy red-backed worms were still delicious, especially the feeling of being forced to stop after eating a little, which made her feel unwilling and itchy. What on earth is he doing? Even if there are still some shortcomings, it should be fine in the next few days. The more Shiyao thought about it, the more uncomfortable she became, with a face drawn. At this moment, the sound of conversation on the table behind her reached her ears, attracting her attention, because the person he was talking about was none other than Li Dan. Turning his head slightly, he discovered that it was Li Dan's 2 senior brothers Chen Hai and Ling Feng. This pair of black and white evil spirits were shouting loudly. Chen Hai raised his voice and took a few mouthfuls of food. Although I have eaten it for so many years, I still think the F-King smell of the food in the stove room is the most fragrant. It almost made me suffocate these days. The food cooked by my junior brother is really good. It's hard to swallow. Ling Feng was all white and always maintained his image of a gentleman in front of outsiders. Third senior brother, don't say that. Although the black broccoli made by the younger junior brother smells bad and is burnt, the two of us have only tasted it. One bite made me have diarrhea for several days, but after all, it is my junior brother's hard work. As the two of them talked, they quickly attracted the disciples at other tables around them, and they all listened with their ears pricked up. After all, rumors are spreading, but nothing can compare to the confirmation from the two of them. Because Ling Feng was facing Lu Shiyao's back, he watched her stop eating and turned slightly sideways. Ling Feng nodded slightly to Chen Hai, indicating that everything was going according to plan. Next, it is up to us, as senior brothers, to help our junior brothers. Seeing this, Chen Hai immediately received the signal and let out a long sigh. That's what you say, but we can't be treated as food testers. As a result, when we see our junior brother, we stay away from him every time. I couldn't bear to see his disappointed look. I feel the same, but those dark dishes really make me stop waiting. I don't dare to take risks. I'm afraid they are poisonous. Ling Feng shook his head. Chen Hai continued, yes, our senior brothers used to have such a good relationship, but now we have a monopoly on one meal. There is no way. The power of love is too strong. Junior brother has been staying in my wife's kitchen every day these past few days, and the smoke from the chimney has never stopped. Several times I saw the lights that were still on late at night. I feel a little distressed. I used to spend 99 nights racking my brains to write unique love words, and now it's like this again. You have to like a person to be able to give like this. There is no one to guide him. He has to figure it out all by himself. I really don't know when it will end. Yes, no matter whether it tastes bad or good, he eats all the results by himself, and then looks for the experience of failure. Why don't you come to Huazafeng and seek guidance from these experienced masters? You don't know this, right? Junior brother doesn't like to show off. All he has to do is to be kind to someone silently. If everyone sees him here, he will only be said to be deliberately acting to show others. Another point is that what he wants to cook is a unique dish. If the chefs in the stove kitchen give instructions, it will not be the same as before, and there is nothing surprising about it. So that's how it is. It's so hard on my junior brother. I see him looking haggard every day. Listening to the conversation between these two people, all the direct disciples and inner disciples look moved. No wonder I haven't seen him for several days. It turns out that's the case. He doesn't want to be pitied or sympathized with, he just does what he thinks is right. And the reason why he was not high profile and unassuming was probably because 99 Days' high profile confession was ignored by others, which deeply hurt his heart. So he would rather explore alone and eat the terrible food he made than come and ask the people in the stove room for advice. This is self-esteem and obsession. What an admirable person. Everyone discussed for a while and then looked at Lu Shiyao quietly. Because she also came to eat today. As expected, Lu Shiyao bit her lips and remained silent. Is this the real him? I originally thought that I had been influenced by him and suffered a lot of public opinion, but I didn't expect that he would suffer more. No wonder he didn't even rest in the middle of the night, doing experiments all alone. Only a light stayed with him. Lu Shiyao's state of mind was shaken like never before at this moment. The calm lake finally had ripples. After listening to everyone's words and looking at the silent Lu Shiyao, Chen Hai and Ling Feng looked at each other with pride in their eyes. Junior brother doesn't like people to know, as senior brothers, they can only help so much. This can be considered as compensation for us secretly collecting gifts for you these past few days. I hope you can impress this iceberg beauty soon and free yourself from the kitchen. Speaking of which, I haven't been there for several days, and I don't know what kind of training his wife has taught him. It is really not easy to suddenly feel sympathy for Master. But no one saw a figure behind a door, watching and listening quietly. Everyone sympathized with Li Dan, dissatisfaction with Lu Shiyao, and her own loneliness. Unacceptable. Bang, bang, bang. As the back kitchen door opened, he walked out in a rage, followed by 7 or 8 people wearing fire stove costumes. Everyone turned their heads when they heard the sound and looked at the handsome young man in white clothes and a white hat clapping his hands. It turned out to be Bao Yue. I remember that he was the one who showed ambiguity to Lu Shiyao before Li Dan launched his confession offensive. Of course, I am the little boss of Huozhao Peak, and my father is the Peak Master. Yes, it's a pity that others didn't like him. I remember that one of his attacks was to prepare delicious food for Lu Shiyao every time, but it was a pity that he was declined. So many people are not optimistic that Li Dan will take this path again, let alone without guidance. What else is he trying to do? As everyone whispered, Bao Yue came in from behind regardless. Hello everyone, noon. I'm a nobody from Huozhao Peak. I'm here to apologize for disturbing everyone's mealtime. Bao Yue stood in front of where everyone was paying and swiping their credit cards and gave a gentle salute. After all, everyone belongs to different mountain peaks, and they are gathered together because they have not yet completely reached the point of an estimation. There are people moving around. Some people continue to eat. Someone stopped out of curiosity. Bao Yue waved, and several people from the fire stove room who were behind him came forward. With a little help from the left and right, a scroll-like list was opened. Registration form for new dish competition in Huazafang. After seeing the words above clearly, some people wondered to themselves, what does it mean? Is the Huozhao Fang going to add new dishes? This is a good thing. Bao Yue looked at everyone's doubts and didn't waste time. It's like this. Everyone knows that since the establishment of our Huozhao house until now, there are a total of 1,688 kinds of dishes, which are divided into ordinary, meat, soup, spiritual and non-spiritual, etc. kind. Then, based on big data calculations and the elimination of leftover meals every day, there are now 100 fixed dishes that everyone likes to eat and that are helpful for cultivation. But in the past few years, perhaps because everyone was tired of eating, the number of people coming to the stove room has also been decreasing day by day. But everyone didn't like the food that had been eliminated before. So starting half a year ago, in order to let everyone eat well, Huozhafang traveled to various states to learn useful dishes for everyone and spent a high price to obtain secret recipes. During this time, they also rushed back one after another. Therefore, I would like to take this opportunity to tell you some good news today. We at Huozhao Peak plan to hold a unique new dish selection competition in 20 days. Bao Yue had a smile on his face and looked excited. As expected, everyone became happy when they heard that new dishes had been added. In fact, some people have been in the outer sect for more than 10 years and have been eating the same thing over and over again. They are really tired of it, but I don't know how to do it, and I'm too lazy to do it, so I can only swipe my card here to eat. Looking at everyone's expectant eyes, Bao Yue continued to add. So, in 20 days, we will invite the peak masters of the 18th peak, several supreme elders, and the different tastes of our direct disciples from 3 generations to serve as judges to decide what kind of meals should be ordered. As soon as these words were said, everyone immediately exploded. I'm going. The masters of the 18 peaks have invited me. It's too embarrassing. There are also supreme elders. No, after all, this involves the future food issues of the entire Tianya High Pavilion. In the peak competition a few days ago, only 12 peak masters attended. Why do you think this event is bigger than the competition? Not bad, not bad. I'm worried that our sect is just mediocre these days. It would be nice to have some activities. Bao Yue looked at his direct disciples and nodded slightly. The inner disciples were talking a lot, feeling somewhat proud. Now, there are people making announcements on the Elder Peak Master's side and on the Outer Sect's sidekick side. Your own fire stove is like a cow. With the power of one peak, the other 17 peaks have to circle around it. No way, eating is indispensable in everyone's life. No, since you have learned, why don't you make them all and let us try them? Someone below shouted in confusion. It turns out to be Senior Brother Sunday. This is a good question, and it's what I'm going to say next. To be honest, there are 71 senior brothers who have returned from their studies this time. In other words, there are only 71 kinds of dishes. However, some of these dishes are extremely cumbersome to make, some have scarce ingredients, some are just for food and clothing to improve the taste, and some are helpful for cultivation. However, considering the current situation of Huazao Peak and the varieties of dishes on the mountain, we decided that this time only add 20 kinds. After all, what if you don't like to eat some of them? At any time, we are advocating the CD action to avoid waste. When everyone heard it, they finally understood. But 20 kinds are pretty good, at least the taste can be improved. Then what do you mean by this so-called competition registration form? Someone asked again. Here comes the point. Bao Yue cleared his throat and continued, Senior Brother Wang has a good question. This is even greater good news, because this time not only do I, the people from Huazao Peak, let everyone make a decision, but I also hereby invite the people from each peak. Everyone from the inner gate and the outer gate participated. Everyone has performed missions outside, seen a lot of food, and even studied alone. Bao Yue said this and glanced at Chen Hai and Ling Feng intentionally or unintentionally. So, we are very welcome to participate and show off your skills. For this reason, we have also specially applied for a large number of points from the sect as rewards. Anyone who signs up to participate and is determined to be able to cook after screening will be awarded 100 points. Wow! When everyone heard this, they were stunned. Do you get points for signing up? This is too outrageous, but 100 points is nothing to the inner disciples and direct disciples like them. The outer disciples should like it very much. They do basic tasks in the sect every day, which is only a dozen points. But then again, they also had 3 points deducted for this meal. 100 points can be used as a month's meal ticket if you save money and save money. Look at this. This new dish competition is going to be a big move. Bao Yue watched everyone's reactions and continued to release a bomb. If someone's dish enters the top 10, the individual will be awarded 50,000 points. If it reaches the top of the list and becomes everyone's main dish in the future, it will directly award 100,000 points. Not only that, the disciples on the mountain peak behind him will get half discount every time they eat, and they will also give a free dish with an egg for a full year. They can eat whatever they want. For all those who enter the top 10, Huazao Peak will arrange an independent cooking window for you for 3 days. As long as someone cooks at your place during these 3 days, 10% of the points earned will be returned to you. All yours. You know, a normal chef only has less than 1% of his daily income. After all, most of them have to be returned to the sect to ensure the normal circulation of points. The rest have to be used to buy the required spiritual vegetables, monster meat, and even medicinal materials, and so on. After shouting this sentence loudly, countless people in the hall suddenly stood up and breathed rapidly. 10, 100,000 points, half off, independent window? 10% ownership of points? Is Huazao Feng crazy? Huazafeng earns a huge amount of points for eating every day, but 90% of them are turned over to the sect. This time they gave out 100,000, no, more than 100,000. After all, there were 100 people who participated, and there were also 50,000 people who entered the top 10, and the top 100,000. This is really a big move. The extremely dangerous mission, currently ranked number 1 in the mission hall, only has 150,000 points, and no one has taken it for many years. On weekdays, they perform a task, which is time-consuming and labor-intensive. They may even lose their hands and legs, risking their lives, and only exchange it for a few thousand, or 10 or 20,000 when they come back. These points are enough to carry out many dangerous missions and exchange for many good things. Many people are jealous. Also, once chosen, people in the entire mountain peak will follow suit and enjoy half discounts, and they will be grateful from the bottom of their hearts. However, it is estimated to be difficult. They are all professionals and have gone out to various states for training, but we people don't know anything and don't have enough time. Someone came over and whispered in Bao Yue's ear, and Bao Yue nodded. If anyone has signed up, hurry up and fill it out here. I also want to tell you some good news. Over at the outer gate, as of now, more than 400 people have signed up. It seems that the venue will need to be expanded. This will be an unprecedentedly popular competition. When the time comes, in the huge square, the fragrance is wafting and the fire is filling the sky. It is much more interesting than sparring. Bao Yue said, nodded, and several people took the invitation list and walked towards different people. Bao Yue came behind Lu Shiyao. At this moment, Lu Shiyao was thinking deeply, and she thought of Li Dan. If he just uses that spicy red-backed worm to participate, he will definitely get a good ranking, even if he is ranked first. After all, Huazhao Peak is not a vegetarian. I just don't know if he will participate. Shiyao, my dad. The Peak Master has decided that each peak will select a direct disciple to serve as a new generation taste judge. On the Yingluo Peak side, Master Zhu recommended you, Bao Yue said, holding the invitation. Lu Shiyao stood up, looked at the purple card, and took it after hesitating for a moment. Okay, sorry, Lu Shiyao said softly. Bao Yue looked at the extremely beautiful Lu Shiyao and suddenly became very happy. That's good. By the way, I'm participating this time too. Then come on, I'm full, I'll leave if I have something else to do. After Lu Shiyao finished speaking, she nodded lightly to Bao Yue and left. Bao Yue felt relieved as he looked at Lu Shiyao's back. Just now, so many people were whispering and criticizing her and praising Li Dan. He could see that Shiyao felt very uncomfortable, but no one defended her. At this critical moment, it was she who attracted everyone's attention and allowed her to escape unscathed. Now she was invited to be a judge, and she actually accepted it. This was the first time she accepted something that came out of her hands. Come on, Bao Yue, at least this is a good start. If it can embarrass him, Shiyao will definitely be more grateful to her. Bao Yue thought of this and looked towards the direction of Taihua Peak. At this moment, many people have already signed up, and Chen Hai and Ling Feng are approaching, saying something with flushed faces. Third senior brother, did you see that Lu Shiyao has become a judge? This is a great opportunity. Do you want to participate? Ling Feng looked at Chen Hai and was speechless for a moment. Why don't you go back and give your master some advice? Brothers and sisters, please readjust the order. I will be the third child, the fifth child will take over, and you will be the last one. This way, if they can't help but beat him up in the future, they won't have any psychological burden, let alone being accused of committing the following crimes. Ling Feng breathed a long sigh of relief and said, I don't know how to cook, but isn't my junior brother learning recently? Chen Hai pursed his generous lips and suddenly became angry. Fourth, aren't you trying to trick Xiao Wu? It's not like you haven't tasted the food he cooked. If he is embarrassed, it will hit his self-confidence again. I know, who is he cooking for now? Of course it's Lu Shiyao. Will Lu Shiyao come to this new dish competition? Of course, you didn't see just now. Chen Hai stopped immediately, seeming to understand something. You mean, let them be honest with each other? Ling Feng nodded repeatedly, finally enlightened. Yes, think about it. Now many people, including Lu Shiyao, know how much effort the junior brother has put into cook. Even if he fails this time, no one will laugh at him. Instead, he will be full of respect. I know what I did was wrong, but because Lu Shiyao was here, I took the risk of being scolded and participated without hesitation. What a great sacrifice for love. Also, Lu Shiyao has not shown her face for so many days since she confessed her love. This time he is a judge. He has to face it head on no matter what, and even talk to her. This is also an encouragement to the junior brother. If it succeeds, everyone will be happy. If it fails, my junior brother will not have to spend time in the kitchen and can practice hard. Do you think this is true? After Ling Feng finished his analysis, Chen Hai was enlightened and enlightened. That's right. There are still 20 days left. I don't know whether my junior brother's cooking skills will improve greatly after 20 days. I estimate that there will be at least 1,000 people participating this time. Only 20 dishes will be selected. I don't know how many will be eliminated. Even if Shiyao loses, no one will laugh at him, so wouldn't it be like taking 50 steps to laugh at 100 steps? Chen Hai said with bright eyes. Lu Lingfeng glanced at the third senior brother with surprise that he could have such extraordinary insights. Master has always said that the third senior brother is as wise as a fool and sees everything simple, so he starts things directly. Perhaps it is precisely because of this that his cultivation level is infinitely close to that of his second senior brother. After all, he only entered the profession 3 years later than him, but his cultivation level is much higher. Yes, if it succeeds, this is the power of love. It creates a miracle, and it will be spread as a good story by everyone. Lu Shiyao, that girl might think that this is God's arrangement, not to mention, with 100 points if you take it, you won't suffer at all. The two discussed it and hit it off immediately. They went directly to the registration place and said in unison, Tai Hua Peak, Li Dan. Bao Yue, who quietly came behind the two of them, looked at the name, and the corners of his mouth suddenly curved. Shiyao, don't worry, I will definitely stand up for you. At the same time, Li Dan, who didn't know it, was still staying in the kitchen alone, brushing his copy and enjoying his experience. In 20 days, he has completed the self-discipline task of cooking and received a mysterious gift. I am really looking forward to it. Hey, it smells so good. What are you making delicious? At this moment, Mistress Xiao Wanrong's surprised voice came from outside the kitchen. She opened the door and shrugged her nose vigorously. Good morning, Master Wife. Li Dan smiled. Xiao Wanrong went straight to the pot and looked at the pot bubbling and exuding a rich aroma. This is definitely not the pumpkin and sweet potato soup that I taught him. Did you realize this on your own? Xiao Wanrong asked in surprise. I haven't been here for the past few days because of my stomachache. I didn't expect this little guy to start making his own. Li Dan was stunned and looked at the braised lion head in the pot that he had made according to the recipe, also called sushi meatballs. Oh, yes, Master Wife, I already know how to make yours. When I have nothing to do, I just want to research new dishes. These are the sushi meatballs I researched. You can try them. Finally, someone tasted what he had made. Li Dan quickly took out 2 pieces with a spoon and put them in a bowl. Mistress Xiao Wanrong looked at Li Dan in surprise. Okay, kid, it's only been a few days and you can create something by yourself. I've been thinking about my pumpkin and sweet potato soup for several days, and the name is also made so festive. She picked up the bowl, blew on it gently with her mouth, and then took a bite. In an instant, a stream of juice penetrated the lips and teeth, and the mouth was filled with the mellow and rich meat. How could it be so delicious? This is 100 times more delicious than mine and the ones in the stove room. She glanced at Li Dan in disbelief and quickly swallowed the whole thing into her mouth. Oh my God! Li Dan looked at his wife's intoxicated look and knew it was done. He was originally going to make peeing beef balls, but after thinking about it, braised lion head was more domineering, and with his current technical proficiency, he could already make it extreme. The meat selected this time is the meat of the raised monster beasts sent from the 10,000 Beasts Peak. It contains spiritual power. It is alternately fat and thin. It is stewed slowly on a slow fire. It is 7 parts lean meat and 3 parts fat meat. It is chopped finely and roughly. The size is about 10%. For example, rice grains should not be chopped too finely so that there are gaps between the meat to contain the juice. Of course, these are already trivial matters to him. A dish is all about color, flavor, and aroma. Now it has both aroma and taste, but it's just not out of the pot. If served out, it will be red and shiny, and paired with green vegetables to cover it up. The bright color and tangy fragrance will arouse appetite just by looking at it. This is top-notch deliciousness. Xiao Wanrong couldn't care less and ate 7 or 8 pills in a row before burping. It turns out that it is true that a person is better than a person who is good at it. This is too awesome. Xiao Wu, who had been bored all this time, suddenly realized something. Superb heartwarming love words, and now this delicious meal. What other skills do you have that I haven't discovered yet? Just when she wanted to praise Li Dan, she suddenly made a fierce move with her hand. Suddenly, the door was knocked open from the outside to the inside, and 2 figures flew in staggeringly. A big horse lies down. A familiar scene. Familiar taste. Chen Hai and Ling Feng felt a little unlucky and resentful, their mouths full of bitterness. Their luck couldn't be so bad. They originally planned to secretly tell Xiao Wu about the competition, but they didn't expect that the master's wife also came. As far as they knew, the master's wife had not appeared for several days. "Hello, master." The 2 of them quickly stood up and saluted. Xiao Wanrong said angrily, "Why do you do it secretly every time? But it's just the right time for you to come and try the new dish that Xiao Wu has researched by himself. I'm not going to lie to you, this is really delicious. Xiao Wu, get a bowl." When Chen Hai and Ling Feng heard this, they started to cry without tears. "Why do you have to come today? Master, you are lying to us." "Third senior brother, 4th senior brother." Li Dan excitedly brought 2 bowls. "Huh?" Looking at the brightly colored meatballs and sweet aroma in the bowl, the 2 of them were stunned. This time it was not pumpkin and sweet potato soup, and they were both ready to continue having diarrhea. The 2 looked at each other, then picked up the spoon and swallowed it in their mouths. They just sucked it gently and looked at Li Dan and Shenyang in disbelief. Then he stamped his feet happily and said in a vague voice, "It's delicious, it's delicious." "Junior brother, is this really what you studied?" I made it randomly." "How does it taste?" Li Dan asked. "Delicious, so delicious, I can't describe it in words." Ling Feng hurriedly ate the second one. Chen Hai opened his mouth and 3 more balls went in. "The 4th child is right, it's so fragrant. I was shocked just now. I thought my wife taught you this." Suddenly, the temperature of the entire kitchen dropped. Chen Hai's hand trembled, and Ling Feng moved the bowl to the side. Soon, there was a snapping sound in the kitchen. "Does what I cook taste bad? So you've always missed me this way." Your master didn't say anything. "It's your turn to talk and comment on my craftsmanship." "Xiao Wu has done so well. It's because I brought him in, and it's all due to me." "Master wife, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please forgive me." After a while, Chen Hai squatted in front of the stove with a bruised nose and a swollen face, eating from the bowl and looking into the pot. A look of enjoyment. Ling Feng picked up the spoon and poured a few more for himself, not even sparing the soup. "So, you 2 signed up for Xiao Wu?" Xiao Wanrong said. Ling Feng nodded repeatedly. "Yeah, we didn't expect Xiao Wu to make it so delicious. With this skill alone, he will definitely be in the top 10 and get 50,000 points from him." Xiao Wanrong looked at Li Dan and her thoughts became active. After all, as Lao San and Lao Si just said, Lu Shiyao is also a judge. With her female taste, she thinks these sushi meatballs are really delicious. It would be even better if they could be the signature dish of Tianya High Pavilion. All the girls in Yingluo Peak probably like eating meatballs. Forget about being at the top of the list, she still has self-awareness, but 50,000 points can be exchanged for a high-quality Huayuan pill from the sect. Xiao Wu is now at the 6th level of Qi condensation. After 3 more levels, he will reach the next level. In 2 or 3 years, he will be able to use it. I support this game with both hands. Xiao Wu, what do you think? Xiao Wanrong looked at Li Dan. Li Dan was thinking deeply. Don't mention it. The day before the competition in 20 days, it happened to be completed by himself. At that time, he was a top chef and he was confident if he participated. But it's not the top 10, it's the top 1. 100,000 points are of great use to him, and more importantly, he can take the entire Taihua Peak people to eat at half the price, which is the most cost-effective. I'm participating, Li Dan said. Xiao Wanrong breathed a sigh of relief, then glanced at Chen Hai and Ling Feng, both of whom had expressions of ascertainment. After all, this child is still here for Lu Shiyao. If Lu Shiyao didn't participate, he probably wouldn't go either. Okay, you can train hard here during these days. If you need any materials, please contact your 2 senior brothers. But I have to say one thing. If you want to be in the top 10, in addition to delicious food, the most important thing is to choose the materials. The same dish is delicious, but the ingredients are all century-old or millennium-old things. Wazao Peak can't support it for everyone to cook. Therefore, the dish must be simple, beautiful, and delicious. I guess this is what the judges will judge. Consensus accreditation standards. Xiao Wanrong thought for a moment and then reminded that it must be said that women look at things differently. Chen Hai and Ling Feng looked in admiration. The master's wife was the master's wife. Of course, Li Dan also understands this, and he is confident in this. The selection of materials has always been the simplest. By the way, teach me how to make sushi meatballs later, and I'll make them for your master to eat. The next moment, Xiao Wanrong said a little embarrassedly, and Chen Hai and Ling Feng quickly pretended not to hear. Li Dan smiled and felt happy for his master. Good. Time passed like this day by day, and Li Dan became more and more proficient in his skills, which Chen Hai and Ling Feng saw in their eyes. Talent, absolute talent. Moreover, the 2 people sitting on the table holding their cheeks, claiming to be ordered to help Li Dan taste the dishes and provide suggestions for modifications, looked at Li Dan's concentration on cooking and were really envious. You said it was strange. It has been more than 10 years since my junior brother was brought back by his master. Everyone said that he looked down upon his elders since he was a child. At that time, he didn't like to talk. Whether he was happy or wronged, he always pretended and was not good at expressing. Like a roly-poly, it turns around with every touch. You said Lu Shiyao went to Taihua Peak to get something, and after being bumped into by him, why did she become enlightened? The next day, I took the tin trumpet I made and started shouting. It really scared them, and they lasted for 99 days. After finishing it, I immediately learned to cook, and in just a few days, the food is getting more and more delicious. They don't know how to cook, but they also know that the combination of various ingredients is very important, and some of them may even react and be poisonous. For example, the mushroom soup that my wife made for my master. There are also ingredients that contain spiritual power, which will damage human body functions if eaten. There are also some good meals that have been passed down from ancestors and relied on for eating. The secret recipe is very important, but they had seen it in the past few days, and he was laughing while doing it. From time to time he would ponder for a while and immediately create new dishes, which seemed to be engraved in his mind without having to experiment and mix them. Absolutely amazing. The saint of love and the god of cookery, with the blessings of these 2 identities, it is enough. This Lu Shiyao really has no vision. Okay, 2 senior brothers, please comment on this crab roe soup dumplings. The 2 stood up immediately. Luo Peak. Lu Shiyao sat alone in front of the window, confused, because a few days passed and Li Dan still didn't show up. What does he mean? Do you really want to cook spicy redback worms for yourself on game day? It should be, after all, as a judge, she already knew that Li Dan had signed up, and as of today, the number of signups has reached 1,600. Of course, a large part of them came here for the 100 points, and almost 90% of them came from the outer sect. I'm afraid it won't take more than a few clicks to get filtered out. The inner disciples were pitifully few, only a few of them. As for his direct disciple, there is only one Li Dan. On the one hand, the circle of inner disciples and direct disciples is so large that cooking feels so embarrassing. On the other hand, how can one's own weight be inferior to those who go out to study in Huazeo Fong? I heard that they have unique fire control skills that make their meals more delicious. Furthermore, they look down upon 100 points. If they went out and took some risks, maybe 1 or 2,000 points, they would be laughed at by everyone and thought the cook was embarrassed, and they would also discredit their master. Therefore, Li Dan's registration was very unexpected, as he was the only direct disciple, but no one laughed at him or even admired him, because everyone knows what the purpose of his participation is. Am I really too aloof? Shiyao said to herself under the moonlight. She wanted to go to Taihua Peak again, but I feel a little unreserved. Keep at it, the competition will begin in 10 days. Shiyao thought so. But now at Taihua Peak, not only Xiao Wanrong but also Master Tianjin are here. The 4 of them sat at the table and looked at Li Dan, who was busy. Xiao Wanrong wanted to help cut vegetables, but Li Dan quickly refused. This was his experience. Xiao Wanrong thought that Xiao Wu didn't want her to work hard, and she was moved, because if a woman cooks too much, her hands will look wrinkled, and if she is exposed to oily smoke for a long time, she will become a yellow-faced woman prematurely. This is what Li Dan told her. Tomorrow is the day of the competition, and tonight is Li Dan's last supper. Snail noodles with stinky tofu. The 4 of them had been greedy for a long time during this period, and even though it was so smelly, they did not escape. It smells bad but tastes delicious. Is there such a thing? They are waiting and want to try it. Anyway, just believe in Xiao Wu. But no one noticed that there was a wind formation rotating at the foot of Taihua Peak. In the center of the formation, Bao Yue was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. In front of him, a super-large illusory nose magically appeared, very long and very big. Behind the formation, there were several people sneaking around, holding a piece of grass to block the way. It's really amazing. This is the first time I've seen this legendary wind magic circle. Me too. After all, Boss Bao is the only son of the Peak Master, so this kind of magic must be taught. According to legend, depending on the level of cultivation, one can hear the wind as far as 300 miles away. I don't know whether it is true or not. I think it's true. This is the famous stunt of our Peak Master. I heard that he also has magical powers like clairvoyance and ears, and I don't know if Senior Brother Bao has learned it. I don't know about this, but Xian, I heard it's very difficult and I can't bite off more than I can chew. When Senior Brother Bao masters this magical power, he will definitely learn those too. I don't think this is necessary at all. After all, Li Dan is a layman. How can he make something delicious? It doesn't hurt to take a look. We can rest assured. After all, Boss Bao is going to give Li Dan a hard slap in the face this time. It would be better if he can get the favor of Senior Sister Lu. Shoo, don't talk. The boss has found the kitchen. Several people immediately fell silent and then looked at Bao Yue on the magic circle. His whole body suddenly trembled violently, and the transformed nose in front of him turned yellow and turned black. The next moment, the formation suddenly shattered. Bao Yue just lay on the ground and vomited. Wow, wow. Several people were stunned. It is said that this formation can amplify the smell 100 times for analysis. Boss, are you looking in the wrong place? Bao Yue continued to vomit wildly, and several people patted him on the back. Seeing that he almost vomited out his bile, they couldn't help but sympathize with him. This is definitely the hut that has been found. Bao Yue's face turned pale and he stood up unsteadily. He felt completely relieved, but he was even more angry. He pointed at Taihua Peak and cursed. Your sister, what are you doing? If you don't have that diamond, don't take this porcelain job. I thought your 2 senior brothers deliberately disturbed the audience. The feelings are real. Ugh, it's weird that Shiyao can like you. Ugh. On Taihua Peak, the 5 people were having a great time eating. It smells so good. It's a pity that the boss and the second child were away on missions and didn't come back. No more enjoyment. Ding, congratulations to the host for persisting for 1 month, 3 meals a day plus a hidden task of midnight snacks. The self-discipline task is completed. Ding, the host is rewarded with the innate magical power retrospective heavenly fragrance. This magical power can trace back the recipes of most dishes, analyze and replace the deficiencies, and detect whether they are poisonous. Eating is the best comfort. Food and love are the only things you can't live up to. The next self-discipline task will start from time to time. Li Dan, who was clearing away the dishes, finally heard the sound of the system again after a month. The next moment, I just felt that my whole body was filled with warmth, and something indescribable entered my consciousness and quickly merged, as if it was born with me. Innate magical power, traced back to the heavenly fragrance. Especially after hearing the system's explanation, I almost jumped up with excitement. The mysterious talent he had been looking forward to for a month did not disappoint him. Watching movies and TV shows and previous lives, many people just went out to eat and got fucked, and when they woke up, they were naked and made into human flesh buns. Some were poisoned and had their necks wiped while being laughed at. This gift of magical power is simply amazing. At the very least, my future life will be greatly protected. More importantly, I can trace other people's cooking methods and add another one to my menu. For example, tomorrow's new dish competition will be a good time to steal the show. Look at how happy Xiao Wu is smiling. Xiao Wanrong, the master's wife, gently pulled Tianjin's clothes and said. Tianjin, who was picking his teeth, looked at Li Dan washing the dishes, smiled and shook his head. Can I not be happy? Tomorrow is the competition day and Lu Shiyao is going to show up. I guess he is imagining the girl watching him cooking handsomely. I don't think that girl has any sense. Our family needs to be talented in literature and good looking. And this food, you look like you have a double chin, and you too. Xiao Wanrong touched it with one finger belly Chen Hai and Ling Feng. The two of them looked embarrassed. Nearly 20 days of food testing, 4 meals a day. Every meal is different. Damn, they are all new dishes. They are so delicious. How can we not get fat? This is to fulfill my junior brother and sacrifice myself. Hiccup. You will be the judge tomorrow. You know what to do, Xiao Wanlong said again to Tianjin. Tianjin smiled bitterly. What are you thinking? Although I will vote for Xiao Wu, I must also pay attention to fairness and justice. After all, thousands of people are participating. Let's go. Let Xiao Wu have a good rest and recharge his batteries to prepare for tomorrow. Tianjin stood up and originally wanted to say some words of encouragement to Li Dan, but felt that they were not necessary at all. He believes in his little apprentice. Xiao Wanrong looked at Li Dan's busy back and chose to leave quietly. She has more important things to do. Suddenly, there were only 3 senior brothers left in the kitchen. After watching the master and mistress walk away, the two of them looked at each other and then approached Li Dan. Xiao Wu, they say that eating people's soft lips and taking advantage of others is short-handed. This is a gift from me and your 3rd senior brother. 2 high-quality Qingling pills can help you break through the realm and restore your mental strength. Ling Feng took out a mutton fat jade bottle and handed it over. Li Dan, who had just finished washing the dishes, was stunned and quickly excused himself. He knew that the Qingling pill was a higher level than the marrow cleansing pill, and it could simultaneously boost his cultivation and spiritual power. The abilities contained in it were extremely pure, and this is still a 4th grade elixir. It's okay, take it, the wool comes from the sheep. Chen Hai took the jade bottle and forced it into Li Dan's hand. Li Dan didn't understand. Ling Feng stepped on Chen Hai's foot and quickly explained, that's nothing. This Qingling pill has no side effects. You haven't had much rest these days. You can take one tonight. Well, let's go first. Come on, I'll cheer you up tomorrow. After Ling Feng finished speaking and encouraged him, he pulled Chen Hai and hurriedly walked down the mountain. But Chen Hai is right, the wool does come from the sheep. In the past 20 days, many gifts were sent from Yingluo Peak. After strict screening, they kept some miscellaneous things that were useful to the two of them. The rest were given to Danhua Peak, and some of their own personal belongings were taken away. Hidden asked the alchemist of Manhwa Peak to spend 7 days refining these 2 Qingling pills. This kind of elixir is also of great use to them, but it has a greater effect on Li Dan. This is senior brother's blessing. Looking at the 2 people leaving in the dark night, Li Dan held the jade bottle tightly. My heart felt warm. This is what home feels like. After packing up, Li Dan also went down the mountain towards his residence halfway up the mountain. After washing, he took out the Qingling pill and the 5 remaining solid yuan pills from the last time and started swallowing them. The day of the competition finally came, and all the peaks flocked to Huozhou Peak. At the top of Huozhou Peak, there is a spacious square built with red volcanic rocks. There is natural earth fire blessing here, and thousands of small stoves have been arranged above, neatly and spectacularly. Around the square, people from the 18 peaks of Tianya High Pavilion, wearing different costumes, were discussing one after another. The lively voices rose into the sky, scattering the clouds in the sky, revealing the blue sky. The sun is shining and the weather is perfect. On the other side of the square, there is a slightly tall platform with many people sitting on it. It overlooks the entire square and has an excellent view. There is a table and a pair of dishes and chopsticks placed on each person. At the top are the 5 supreme elders who rarely ask about worldly affairs. In the middle are 18 peak masters. At the bottom are 10 direct disciples from each peak. Some direct disciples were not invited, such as Taihua Peak, mainly for the sake of fairness. Just choose 10 representatives, just in line with the tastes of the older generation, middle-aged and younger generations. And above their heads, there was a light curtain condensed by Yuanli, with the quotas for the competition densely written on it. With everything pending, the peak leader of the Huazafang, Bao Yuntian, with a greasy and fat face, walked out. A powerful pressure suddenly silenced the noisy voice completely. Everyone, please be quiet. Thank you all for your active participation in the unprecedented reform of our stove house. Today, I, the host, will be in charge of everything. I won't say any more nonsense. After 3 introductions, I'm waiting to taste the food, but I've been keeping my belly since last night. After Bao Yuntian finished speaking, everyone burst into laughter. It's not easy for you to be so fat and you haven't eaten since yesterday. Fortunately, your son Bao Yuwei is not as fat as you. Okay, let's leave it like this. Some of the 5 supreme elders know it, and some don't. They don't want to introduce too much. They just come to taste the food. As for the 18 peak masters, if you still want me to once introduced, you will be so embarrassed, and the younger generation will be the same, so please enter the competition. It's really a simple and clear opening statement, but everyone is happy because it saves trouble. As the 4 secret doors in the square opened, everyone came in bustlingly. Many people screamed and cheered for their friends from afar. Shiyao, who was on the judging panel, was looking for Li Dan in the crowd. Soon, I saw that familiar figure. She didn't know why, but she smiled inexplicably when she saw Li Dan after 20 days. Li Dan was walking and lamented that this was the first time he had ever participated in such a grand event. It was so crowded. Looking at the judge's seat, he wondered if he should say something. Hello fellow judges, my name is Li Dan, nickname is Dandan. My family is very difficult. My mother told me since I was a child that the children of poor people have already become the masters of the family. I came to this stage for my dream. Then, with runny nose and tears, he saw a gaze staring at him with a vague look. Li Dan looked at her and saw that she looked pretty and looked familiar. Why is she still looking at me? Am I wearing the wrong clothes today? Something on your face? Still watching? You must be sick. Li Dan felt baffled. Actually, don't blame him. His memory of Shiyao still existed. He had just woken up in a daze and didn't understand the situation. After a quick glance, the system issued a self-discipline task. Then he launched an attack towards Yingluo Peak in full swing. After completing the task, retreat gracefully. I haven't seen Shiyao for 99 days, and then I cooked for another month on my mountain peak. I didn't take anything to heart at all, so how could I remember it? Besides, she changed her clothes and hairstyle again. Bao Yue in the crowd first glanced at his father and then looked at Lu Shiyao. The moment she smiled, Bao Yue felt that she was smiling at him, and he quickly reached out to say hello. Xiao Wu, come on, Xiao Wu, come on, you are the strongest. Chen Hai and Chen Hai shouted heartily while sitting in the audience. They are full of confidence in Li Dan. Xiao Wanrong stood up and nodded to all the Taihua Peak inner disciples behind her who came to cheer. Suddenly, everyone stood up. Li Dan, unique, too beautiful, create brilliance forever. Li Dan staggered as he was walking towards his stove. The other Peak people looked at this scene in disbelief. Tian Zhen on the judges' stage even covered his face with one hand. My wife, you are too high profile. I'm so ashamed of myself. Following the sudden cheerleading, many people also noticed Li Dan and immediately cheered. Junior Brother Li, come on, you are the best. Brother Dan, don't worry. My third senior brother is also a fan of your love words. He will be the judge today. We all agreed yesterday, woo-woo, don't cover my mouth. Sisters, look, Junior Brother Li Dan has indeed come to participate. I haven't seen him for a month. You can see he has lost weight. I heard that he was researching new dishes every night. It was really hard on him. Fortunately, he didn't lose his hair. If Junior Sister Lu is still indifferent this time, I will tie her to Li Dan's bed. Hee, you shouldn't send yourself there too. Hate. Li Dan looked at the cheerleading team formed by the teacher's wife on the field and quickly covered his face and walked towards the stove where his number was. The ingredients for cooking have already been prepared there. As the numbers were in place, Li Dan noticed that diagonally across from him, there was a person staring at him with an unkind look on his face, almost giving him the middle finger. This man is so strange. Why is his nose so red? It was probably a thorn in the head, and he was punched by someone. With your provocative attitude, I would also want to beat you up. Li Dan ignored it and checked the dishes on the chopping board first. It was reliable. These dishes all come from the back mountain of Huozhao Peak and are watered with spiritual rain. They are very good. Bao Yue sniffed and saw that Li Dan didn't care about him at all, so he snorted and turned around. Just wait and make some shit again when you have the guts. As everything became quiet again, Bao Yuntian, the leader of Huozhao Peak, checked that there was no shortage of people and then waved his hand. Then, let's begin. As the voice of Bao Yuntian, the leader of Huozhao Peak, fell, the pots and pans started to ping-pong pang-pang. As I explained before entering the venue, each person only cooks one dish, in triplicate, and raises his hand when finished. The people on the judging table used chopsticks to taste the dishes from a distance, and then each scored, and they gathered on the light curtain at the top. The minimum is 1 point and the maximum is 10 points. Looking at the ingredients, Li Dan has become completely proficient in cooking. At least he can basically cook the recipes in the sea of spiritual knowledge. And last night, thanks to the Qingling pill given by his 2 senior brothers, he successfully broke through to the 7th level of qi condensation. There are 3 Guyuan pills left and 1 Qingling pill left. The elixir must be taken at least 7 days apart, that is, after 7 days, he can successfully break through to the 8th level of qi condensation. When the time comes for him to reach the 9th level of cultivation and exchange 50,000 points for a Huayuan pill, he will completely enter the Huayuan realm. It can be considered that you have truly entered the ranks of practitioners. And what he wants to do today is a big pot of food. That's right, it's a big pot dish. High-end ingredients often require only the simplest cooking methods. There are many top-notch dishes in Li Dan's recipes, but those are extremely cumbersome to make. He kept his wife's advice in mind. This trip was for the purpose of having new dishes to eat from the 18 peaks of Tianya High Pavilion. But this was on the one hand, and the chefs on the other hand. You think about it, if people like to eat, they must make more. After all, it has to supply 70,000 to 80,000 people every day. A recipe is too complicated, and you have to make it in dozens or hundreds of pots. It is too troublesome, and you will probably curse it as time goes by. But big pot dishes are different. They use simple materials and can be made in large quantities. At least they have satisfied the convenience of people in the kitchen. Moreover, the ingredients here are not ordinary like those in the previous life. They all contain the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. More importantly, he improved this big pot dish. Mapo tofu is the main dish, supplemented by other ingredients and stir-fried. It must taste delicious. Li Dan took out a piece of tofu that he had made with Lingdo in the past 2 days and placed it on the chopping board with a bang. He picked up the kitchen knife and turned it around casually in his hand, making a trick. In the venue, Li Dan was an acquaintance of everyone and paid attention to every move. Seeing him take out a large piece of snow-white tofu, everyone burst into laughter. Call. As expected, I confessed my feelings to others from the very beginning. Everyone knows that he came to participate in the competition for Lu Shiyao. Now that the tofu comes out, it soon means, I want to eat your tofu. And the tofu is so white, you can see it trembling on the chopping board. Of course, Lu Shiyao was also paying attention, and her face turned red instantly. Bah, hooligan. Listening to everyone's sighs, Li Dan was about to cut the tofu, feeling a little puzzled. What's wrong? There's something wrong with my tofu? Bao Yue, who was diagonally opposite, was even more angry and then raised his provocative middle finger at Li Dan. Grinding my toes means I want to step on you. Li Dan felt confused. I don't know you, so what? Then he rubbed his nose in front of Bao Yue and flicked it. Bao Yue thought of last night and almost ran over with a kitchen knife. Xiao Wu shouldn't be making stinky tofu again, right? I don't know, but with so many dishes next to him, it shouldn't be the case. Anyway, just believe it. Chen Hai and Ling Feng talked and then paid close attention. Li Dan quickly cut the tofu into pieces, followed by other ingredients that had been prepared nearby. Let the pot preheat first, then add oil. As the oil temperature rises, Li Dan begins to fry the sauce. At the same moment, the violent collision sound of iron spoons and iron pots resounded in the sky above the entire Huozhou Peak. With Li Dan's current proficiency, any change in the ingredients in the pot cannot escape his perception. There are few fireworks and the fragrance is filled. Thousands of people participated, and the onlookers could no longer tell which pot the aroma was coming from. I just feel it is sometimes spicy, sometimes sweet and sour, sometimes pungent, and sometimes fragrant. Totally confused. The referee will supervise the game. Some of the outer disciples who came to cheat and collect points revealed their secrets by doing 3 times, 5 times, and 2 times, and were quickly kicked out by the referee. Li Dan is cooking his own food wholeheartedly, and nothing outside can affect his performance. With the help of ground fire, Li Dan's fire control skills continued to heat the pot of soup. The next moment, he grabbed the wooden cover and opened it violently. A white heat rose into the sky and then spread suddenly. Immediately afterwards, a spicy yet extremely sweet fragrance overflowed from it. Gulyalu, a strange but spicy, numbing, strong and fragrant smell came out of the pot. The aroma is wafting. There's no fancy description, but it just smells delicious. These days, it's hard to justify eating a big pot of rice without ordering something spicy. Li Dan finished the big pot of food in 3 strokes and 5 strokes. I felt it was perfect, put it directly on the plate, and then raised my hand. It's that simple and clear. As the whistle blew, everyone looked at Li Dan. Many people were surprised, because they were still cutting vegetables and carving, trying to make them as perfect as possible, and the fire hadn't even started yet, so it was over? The next moment, another whistle sounded. It was Bao Yue. Unexpectedly, his was also finished. Li Dan looked and saw a plate of shiny noodles on his plate. Not bad, boy. But Bao Yue was not happy at the moment, because Li Dan stole his limelight, and according to the plan, he should be the first to complete it. This is the responsibility and obligation of being a member of Huozhou Peak. Is it a shame for a cook to be a layman if he cannot compete with others in his own territory? But I didn't expect that this guy Li Dan would finish the job so quickly. I just don't know what you did randomly. At this moment, streaks of light flew up from their plates and floated towards the judges' table. The judges all had two kinds of food on their plates and started tasting. Shiyao looked at the mapo tofu and Bao Yue's noodles on the plate and ate the tofu without any hesitation. The moment he entered, his face turned red instantly. A different feeling instantly filled her taste buds and those of the other judges. The whole tongue seems to be holding a piece of iron, spicy and fragrant. Immediately afterwards, the tofu went softly down her throat and into her belly. It's ridiculously hot yet fragrant. It's so spicy and so refreshing. This is almost as delicious as the spicy redback worms I ate that night. Maybe girls like to eat spicy food. One of the female supreme elders was just like Shiyao, tasting it with her eyes closed. It seems that I haven't eaten food that can arouse my taste buds for a long time, and it doesn't seem to be troublesome to make. Well, it's really good. Shiyao looked at Li Dan and really fell in love with this taste. She originally thought that Li Dan would still be able to make spicy red-backed worms, but she didn't expect to come up with such delicious food through innovation. Tianjin took a bite of tofu and the spiritual meat in it, nodded repeatedly, and was the first to raise his sign. The master of Taihua Peak gave Li Dan 10 points, and Bao Yue gave him 6 points. Someone nearby shouted. Everyone was speechless for a while. You should be a little more reserved, knowing that this is your apprentice, and you haven't even tasted that side. In the audience, Xiao Wanrong gave Tianjin a thumbs up. I'll reward you well tonight. When Bao Yintian, the leader of Huazhao Peak, saw this, he immediately gave Bao Yue a 10 and Li Dan a 6. This means you come and go. Can't afford to suffer. But since you are a father, you have to take the initiative to avoid being lowered by others who follow you. Bao Yue, tell me about your face. Bao Yintian said. Bao Yue saluted. Hello fellow judges, Junior Bao Yue. The name of the noodles I made today is Babao noodles. Babao means courage, propriety, loyalty, benevolence, wisdom, filial piety, trustworthiness, righteousness, and materials. Simple, it uses lingji soup as the main ingredient and other auxiliary ingredients. It's quick to make, and everyone must have tasted it. The noodles are thin and smooth in the mouth, without any impurities, but full of chewy texture. The blending of two different attributes is what makes this meal unique. I, the younger generation, hope that my brothers and sisters from Tianya High Pavilion can eat 8 treasure noodles, carry forward their excellent moral character, and strengthen my family. Good. As Bao Yue finished speaking, some people shouted and started to applaud, most of them from the stove room. But the butterfly effect quickly turned into an overwhelming ovation. Seeing that more than a dozen peak masters and elders nodded with satisfaction and prepared to give scores, Tianjin also said quickly, Li Dan, this dish you made is also delicious, and as the first one to finish it, tell me your intention. He stressed the word first very seriously. Li Dan was also stunned. He didn't expect that the name of the dish also had bonus points. If I say I call it a big pot dish, will anyone think it is something made for pigs at will? No, no. Seeing Tianjin's encouraging gaze, Li Dan rolled his eyes. Reporting to the judges, my dish is called Longxing Jiu Yuan. It is simpler to make and everyone has tasted it. Mapo tofu in it is like the monks of our generation, moving forward cautiously and riding the wind and waves. It is full of pot, but in the end it is ourselves who shine. Heaven is moving vigorously. A gentleman strives for self-improvement. The terrain is poor, and a gentleman carries his wealth with kindness. I am Li Dan, and I hope that everyone in my Tianya Hage will be like a dragon and soar into the sky. After Li Dan finished speaking, he immediately made a salute with his hands and bowed to the judging panel. What a dragon traveling through the abyss, what a leap into the sky. I, Song, have rated this dish. One of the supreme elders blushed at what Li Dan said and almost gave away an S card. 10 points directly. I have to say that Li Dan's Longqing Jiuyuan is really good, especially the spicy flavor, which has an indescribable feeling, and the speed is also very fast. I just watched it and the ingredients used are extremely simple. This is what Huazao Peak needs right now. As for noodles, there are more than 20 fixed recipes that Huazafang has now. Seems a bit tasteless, as people scored one after another. Many people were nervous on the light screen, watching the names of the two people constantly switching. I don't know which of them has a higher score. Gradually, everyone sighed, because their scores were actually the same. 308 points. Many people who haven't finished it yet have a bitter taste in their mouths. As for that, it starts with hell difficulty, but it was more of an uproar. You must know that Bao Yue is the only son of the master of Huazao Peak. He is also going to study abroad this time. Moreover, he grew up in Huazao Peak. There should be no suspense about his ranking. However, it has only been a month since Li Dan came into contact with the kitchen, and they also create their own dishes. In this way, although the two tied for first place, in fact, Li Dan won, etc. Only then did many people notice that Lu Shiyao hadn't voted yet. All eyes were on her. Look at what she does now. The two men in front of her are pursuing her. Her rating is actually a choice. Lu Shiyao also didn't expect that everyone's scoring speed would be so fast, leaving her behind. She was trying Bao You's 8 treasure noodles. Looking at everyone at this moment, it seemed that all eyes were focused on her. She was a little embarrassed. She admitted that she was already leaning towards Li Dan in her heart. Bao You's 8 treasure noodles are good, but I always feel like it's missing something. But if the scoring is unfair, wouldn't it be a disguised admission? She was somewhat unprepared to face the public opinion that followed. But to be fair, for Li Dan, it seems to have damaged his self-confidence. After all, he embarked on the road of cooking for himself. Now he can compare with Bao Yue, which shows how much effort he has put in, how much effort and sweat he has put in. What should I do? Li Dan also didn't expect that in the end, the crucial vote would come from the woman who had been staring at him. I heard that Lu Shiyao participated, but there are 3 female direct disciples on the judging panel. Which one are they? Wait, can't this be it? What a waste. If it were her, she would probably give herself a low score. After all, he had been harassing her for more than 3 months. What if she took revenge? After all, he really wanted to enter the top 10 and get 50,000 points to exchange for something. Now it's just 2 people competing, and there are thousands of people who haven't done it well yet. There are dozens of people in Huazafang who go out to study. Seeing the hesitation of the woman who looked like Lu Shiyao, Li Dan panicked. It's time to go into commercials and leave suspense. He suddenly looked at Bao Yue in front of him, who seemed to be full of confidence, staring at the 8 treasure noodles on his plate. A magical scene appeared. In the scene that only Li Dan saw, the 8 treasure noodles on the plate began to regress layer by layer, from cooking the noodles, mixing the soup, ingredients, etc. in extremely detail. This is exactly the innate magical power that Li Dan was rewarded by the system after completing his self-discipline task last night. Retrospective Tianxian. Just like a chemical formula, the analysis is clear, and even the grams of seasonings are clearly displayed. However, there are a few places marked with red dots. It is recommended to replace the mushroom ingredients with mushrooms, and the oil would be better if it is changed to a kind of refined oil from monsters. The order in which the ingredients are fried is also very particular. Li Dan immediately made up his mind and came directly to Bao Yue. The sudden appearance of Li Dan startled Bao Yue. What do you want to do? Li Dan did not answer, but looked at the 2 remaining materials on his desk, took one directly, and returned to his seat. He quickly ran to the people cooking around him to look for alternative ingredients. This strange scene suddenly stunned everyone. They all looked at Li Dan's behavior strangely, and soon Li Dan returned. Light a fire and cook. Is he going to be my 8 treasure noodle? Seeing this scene, Bao Yue suddenly laughed. This time I traveled to various major states to study, and I chose countless dishes. The secret method and ingredients of these 8 treasure noodles are extremely secret. He used the wind formation method last night and secretly learned it from a distance while smelling the seasonings. Arrived. Then keep improving. You are simply asking for humiliation. I'm looking forward to watching the show. Everyone else on the field and on the judges' table watched Li Dan start to remake the 8 treasure noodles with interest. Is he going to challenge Bao Yue? This is extremely difficult. If we do the same thing, we can only be equally divided. If you don't do well, you'll lose points for yourself. Only by exceeding can we gain a chance of survival. Therefore, his chance of success is only 1/3, etc. Some smart people immediately looked at Shiyao on the judge's table. A bright light passed by. I seem to understand why Li Dan took such a risk. Li Dan, you are a real man. What's wrong? Tell me quickly. You still don't understand. Li Dan is here for Shiyao. Look, Shiyao hasn't given a rating yet, but the Supreme Elder, the 18th Peak Master and others have all rated it, and they're evenly matched. What does this mean? It means that the quality of their food is equally good. Who will she vote for in the crucial vote? If one party is higher, those elders who voted for the other party will be offended. Peak Master, it shows that he has no vision, offends a lot of people, and also hurts one of the 2 men chasing her. Some people wonder, wait, this does make sense, but can't we give it the same score? It would be better if both sides don't offend. You don't understand this. First of all, you have to understand Shiyao's character. She doesn't like to cheat. Good is good, bad is bad. It can be seen from her hesitation now that he actually has someone in his heart, but it's just that he doesn't like it. It's hard to decide. Then why did Li Dan do this? Li Dan is helping Shiyao out of trouble and also fighting for opportunities for himself. If Shiyao chooses him, he will definitely give Bao Yue a low score. This is a slap in the face to Hua Zhaofeng, who specializes in cooking. He can't compare with someone who has studied for a month. Rookie, this will make Shiyao's situation embarrassing. How will he go to the stove room to eat in the future? But if you choose Bao Yue, a man's self-esteem and the power of love will make him give it a chance to make Bao Yue's 8 treasure noodles. If he fails, he will be humiliating himself. Everything is my own. It's natural for you to give Bao Yue a score. After all, everyone can see it and there will be no psychological burden. I admit it myself. If you are better than him, you can call Li Dan as expected. After all, he will do better, which will be an improvement for the future meals of Tianya High Pavilion. Hua Zhao Peak and the Peak Master Elders will not blame it. I finally realized that I gave Shiyao a 1/3 chance. This is the expression of true love for someone. This reminds me of his love words to Shiyao. I don't want you to do anything you don't like. I'll bear all the suffering alone, and you can just be a happy little fairy. That's the most beautiful thing, I think. Everyone was talking a lot, and of course Shiyao, who was hesitating, also heard it. She suddenly had mixed emotions. Because this is what she is worried about. She really wants to give Li Dan a high score, because this is what she wants and what he deserves. However, things will look awkward on the Hua Zhao Peak side. It's just a slap in the face. Giving Bao Yue high marks is not what she really wants, but right now, Li Dan was helping her solve her current dilemma. At this moment, her heart felt so warm. It turns out that it is really like in the novel, you can know the other person's mind with just one look or movement. Li Dan cooked the meal without hearing anything. Even if other whistles started to sound around him, he remained unmoved. Bao Yue looked at Li Dan replacing many of his ingredients and their order, and sneered. Can you eat it like this? Time passed by minute, and finally the pot lid was opened, the noodles were scooped out, and the soup was scooped out. A kind of 8 treasure noodle that is more attractive and more fragrant than Bao Yue is ready. Many people were paying attention to Li Dan, and they couldn't help but be a little surprised when Li Dan actually made the 8 treasure noodles. If the guess is correct, the 8 treasure noodles were only revealed today, and he had been making his own dragon walking 9 abyss before. When did he learn the secret recipe from Bao Yue? No, it's not learning, but improvement. Bao Yue was no longer calm at this moment, thinking that Li Dan seemed to do better than him and smelled better. How is this going? How could he do it? Li Dan said nothing. Everything depends on God's will. As the stream of light moved again, noodles one by one came into everyone's bowls and they began to taste them. Just as Lu Shiyao was about to taste it, Tianjin behind him started to score. Very. Everyone was speechless for a while. You are invalid. As they entered, they were surprised to find that the 8 treasure noodles made by both of them were unique, but it seemed that Li Dan's control over them was more delicious. Of course, it doesn't matter, after all, they have already judged. Lu Shiyao tasted it, chewed it gently, and felt the fragrance between her lips and teeth, with a smile on her lips. It's time to make a decision. Very. 9 points. On the light screen, Li Dan's name changed and he was writing on Bao Yue's head. Seeing this scene, the audience suddenly burst into thunderous applause. Admit it, finally admit it. Lu Shiyao chose Li Dan. There were various whistles, Chen Hai and the others jumped wildly, and Li Dan let out a long sigh of relief. But Bao Yue quit. I protest, this is unfair. Everyone obviously only chooses to cook one dish. Why should he get extra points for cooking 2 dishes? I beg for fairness and justice. Facing Bao Yue's protest, Lu Shiyao stood up. Sorry, actually just now, no matter whether he did it or not, I would have given him high marks, because his dragon walking 9 abyss is really delicious. Facing Lu Shiyao's words, Bao Yue staggered. No, it's absolutely false. How could you do this to me? When everyone is criticizing you, I am the one who comes to your rescue. I'm on your side to protect you from his troubles. His 8 treasure noodles are definitely not as delicious as mine. You have selfish motives, so love will disappear, right? Bao Yue rushed over angrily, glared at Li Dan fiercely, picked up the chopsticks and took a bite. He is a cook, and he has been exposed to cooks since he was a child. As Li Dan's 8 treasure noodles entered his body trembled, and he knew all the ups and downs. He looked at Li Dan in disbelief, then suddenly turned around and looked at his father. Father Bao Yuntian also tasted their noodles and nodded lightly at this moment. Bao Yue stopped talking, because he had to admit it. The two of them stood in front of their respective stoves, neither talking anymore, watching as the whistle kept sounding and new dishes kept coming out. As time went by bit, the top 20 emerged. Even Tianjin didn't expect that Li Dan would become the first. Dragon walking into the 9 abyss has become the signature dish of Huazufeng in the future. From now on, when people from Taihua Peak come to the Huazufeng to eat, they will get a half discount, and they can also add vegetables and eggs for free. This is the real dark horse. There was continuous applause, celebrating Li Dan's hard work. What an inspiring story. With everything over, Li Dan had an extra 100,000 points in his card. Chen Hai and the others came over and hugged them in big circles. So cool. In the distance, Bao Yue's self-confidence was really shaken. His father Bao Yuntian came over and patted him gently on the shoulder. Why, are you so depressed? We are human beings, and we are monks. We don't know how many difficulties and obstacles we will encounter in this life. If just a meal of competition makes you lose your fighting spirit, you are not worthy of being my son. Open your mind. You will see a different scenery. After Bao Yuntian finished speaking, he left. Bao Yue was silent, looking at the crowd of people celebrating. After a long time, he gritted his teeth and walked over pretending to be relaxed. This time, he originally wanted to vent his anger on Lu Shiyao, but unexpectedly, it ended up helping him. Lu Shiyao also gave him high marks. It's really a twist of fate. She probably felt pity for him. After all, during the time when she was out, I heard that he had confessed his feelings for a long time, but Lu Shiyao ignored him. This is also the starting point for his cooking this time. This must be the case, and perhaps the pressure from the big shots behind him made Shiyao decide with such a high score. Junior brotherly, congratulations. I didn't expect you to be able to improve the 8 treasure noodles like this with just a few glances. I really admire you, and I am willing to admit defeat. Bao Yue stepped in and congratulated with a smile. Li Dan was laughing with 2 senior brothers when he saw Bao Yue talking. A smile appeared on his face. He didn't understand why this guy looked like he didn't deserve a beating at first, but the judge's announcement and everyone's discussion let him know that this guy turned out to be the boss of the stove room. He even chased Shiyao before. Forget it, I couldn't hit the smiling person even if I stretched out my hand, not to mention that I had already won the first place, and the thousands of people in Taihua Peak would still have to rely on them for food and eggs for the next year. And as a predecessor, it's understandable if he behaves like this. I guess it would be about the same if I replaced myself. Men know it all. Senior brother Bao, you're not bad either. I did this purely by mistake. I would rather have many friends than villains. Bao Yue didn't expect Li Dan to be so open-minded and not at all arrogant, nor did he blame himself for his previous rudeness. Thinking of his father's words just now, he seemed to realize something at this moment. If you keep your mind open and keep your head down and struggle with small things, you will never be able to see the broader sky. Thinking about it again, he, like himself, is a poor man who cannot pursue the goddess. In a certain sense, he is a brother in the same trench. It's just sympathy for each other. This trip out also allowed him to see a lot. Love is all about fate and hard work. Li Dan, an autistic disciple, is really working hard, but it's a pity that he doesn't have the luck. Thinking of this, Bao Yue lifted up his pants. Haha, we don't know each other even before we fight. I have made friends with you as my brother. From now on, I will definitely arrange the meals for the Tai Weifing brothers. By the way, I intend to invite you to become Tai Weifing's kitchen consultant. What do you think? Bao Yue invited sincerely. Zhao Fang, consultant? Li Dan was stunned. Bao Yue nodded repeatedly. Yes, from the way you improved the 8 treasure noodles today, we can see that you are indeed as talented as me in cooking. I wanted to ask you to help us see if there is any need to improve the fixed dishes we used to have. It makes it more delicious. With this explanation, Li Dan finally understood. Okay, I'll give it a try. Refreshingly, it's settled then. I'll come find you another day. By the way, senior brother Bao, I have a question. Is your nose naturally so red? Ahem, accident. This is an accident. Shiyao looked at the celebration square and walked over without leaving a trace. She held her hands tightly under her sleeves. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Perhaps I should congratulate you, or say something encouraging. As he quietly approached the crowd, he heard the conversation between Li Dan and Bao Yue. Knowingly, the two seemed to have just changed from competitors to buddies. Man, it's so weird sometimes. At this moment, Chen Hai and Ling Feng discovered that Shiyao had arrived at some point, and they quickly coughed. It was so lively that Li Dan and Bao Yue were chatting haha again. Chen Hai hurried over and turned Li Dan's head to the side. What to do? Before Li Dan could react, Bao Yue had already seen it. He almost immediately let go of Li Dan's neck, stood up straight, and subconsciously showed a proper smile on his face. But soon he found that he was not moved at all. The relaxation of his mind also allowed him to see himself clearly at this moment. It turned out that he didn't really like her before, but he simply thought he looked good and wanted to possess her. This made him suddenly feel lucky. This is responsible for yourself and others. Come on, little brother. The rest of the journey is up to you. Li Dan also saw Shiyao at this moment. Don't tell me, if it weren't for her crucial vote, I really wouldn't have won. By the way, I don't know her name yet. Shiyao was also a little embarrassed for a moment. At this moment, their eyes met, and the hands in her sleeves that were originally loosened were clenched unnaturally. Well, congratulations, Lu Shiyao said. This may be the first time so far that the two of them have been so close and have spoken officially and publicly. Tianjin and others next to him also noticed Lu Shiyao and quickly got out of the way with a wink to avoid the embarrassment between the two of them. This is really a blessing in disguise. But unexpectedly, Li Dan's next words almost made Bao Yuwei next to him stumble. Thank you very much, Senior Sister Lu. Li Dan's last words, Senior Sister Lu, was an attentive tone, because he was not sure whether she was Lu Shiyao. Lu Shiyao was stunned. She couldn't understand such a tone. Pretend you don't know me? But she figured it out in a blink of an eye. Although I acknowledged him today and could see that he was sincerely grateful, there was an element of anger in it. The 99 days of confessing love to him were not shown even once. But you can't blame me. If you were any woman, and suddenly a man stepped up his offensive to confess his love to you, and the people around you were joining in the fun, would I have to be with you? This is obviously unrealistic. At the very least, we have to understand something, and then look at whether it's suitable, and other factors, right? Although Lu Shiyao thought so, her heart still palpitated when she looked at Li Dan's clear and unfamiliar eyes, a little panicked. It's okay, then you, keep up the good work. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. You guys are busy. Lu Shiyao's tone was a little stiff, obviously unhappy, and after speaking, she turned around and left. Anyone who looks at it can see Lu Shiyao's emotional fluctuations. Bao Yuwei on the side opened his mouth in surprise at this moment, and suddenly came over and hugged Li Dan's neck again, with admiration on his face. Awesome, little brother. Why didn't I think of your hard-to-get trick before? No, I will have to use this trick when I meet someone I like in the future. She is really Lu Shiyao, Li Dan swallowed. He had harassed her for 99 days. How could she still score a crucial point for herself? This is the style of a senior sister, disregarding past grudges and being open-minded. But why is this anger? There should be nothing wrong with my expression just now, right? Are you pretending again? It seems that my defeat was not unjust. The saint of love is indeed a saint of love. Not only can he speak, but he also has extraordinary hands-on ability. If it were me, even if I knew the outcome, I would not dare to gamble. Bao Yuwei was amazed. It was the first time that Lu Shiyao, who had always looked like an iceberg beauty, could be angry. It was simply amazing. Li Dan smiled bitterly and didn't bother to explain. This self-discipline task has been completed, but I don't know when the next one will start, but I am full of expectations. Another benefit for the winner of this new dish competition is that he can have his own independent dining window in the stove room, which is valid for 3 days, and you can share 10% of the points earned by others when they swipe their cards to eat. This is extremely attractive to Li Dan, because these points are of great use to him. There are nearly 100 dining windows in the entire Huazhou Peak, and an average of 60,000 to 70,000 people eat every day. Breakfast was neglected and only lunch and dinner were simply counted. One window can accommodate 600 to 700 people. Normally, if 3 points are deducted for each person's meal, they can still get 1,800 points, which is 3,600 points in one day. At 10%, it would be 306. After 3 days, it would be more than 1,000 points. If you work a little harder, maybe even more. This is better than going to the mission hall to take on dangerous missions, which can cost you 1,000 or 2,000 at most. That night, under Bao Yuwei's special arrangement, Li Dan was assigned a good dining room. His master, wife, and senior brothers enthusiastically helped prepare the necessary meals. With his title of number 1 this time, he might be able to earn 2,000 or 3,000 points while taking advantage of the hot spot. Li Dan also looked at his position specifically, especially the transparent crystal outside, which made him miss it for a while. Thinking back to the beginning, he would be frightened every time he made a meal. "Auntie, can your hand stop shaking?" This was what he said most in the cafeteria. "I never thought I would be in this position one day." But he vowed to never let this tragedy happen again. Bao Yue poked his head out of the dining window next door and watched curiously as Chen Hai and Ling Feng continued to carry various dishes in. Why have you prepared so much? Can you finish it? Bao Yue was really curious. Although the top 10 were given 3-day privileges this time, because there were only 100 fixed dishes, even if they were filled in, there would only be 120. There are 100 dining windows, and everyone does something different. In a certain sense, Li Dan is the one who suffers the most, because in everyone's speculation, he has been training for so long, and he should only be able to make Dragon Walking 9 Abyss or his improved 8 treasure noodles. Everyone else was born and raised in Huazafang, so there are many choices for cooking, so there should be more people queuing up to buy. But Li Dan shouldn't suffer a loss. After all, even these 2 main dishes will have many people coming here to try them. But unexpectedly, people don't seem to be limited to these 2 types. What, do you also cook other cuisines? Faced with Bao You's inquiry, Li Dan chuckled and said, let's give it a try. Anyway, I don't have to pay for all the meals in the past 3 days. You, Huazao Peak, will provide them for free. Bao Yue was suddenly speechless. That seems to be the calculation. Turning his head and looking at the 20 dishes he had prepared for tomorrow, he thought about it and decided to add a few more. After all, he is also in second place, so there must be a lot of people coming to eat. I am convinced of the improved 8 treasure noodles, but other meals. Bao Yue immediately laughed. Let's compare tomorrow. Throughout the night, there was a clinking sound of chopping vegetables and clinking dishes in the dining room of the stove room. Until the second half of the night, after Li Dan had mixed all the exclusive sauces, he found a place to rest for a while. But Chen Hai and Ling Feng, who had been beaten up, never doubted Li Dan's skills. They sat in the kitchen and stared back and forth. What to do if someone comes secretly to investigate the enemy's situation or steal the secret ingredients? These are the results of the work of the junior brother alone, and they are the exclusive secret recipes of Taihua Peak. When Li Dan showed up again early the next morning in high spirits, he looked at the 2 people with dark circles under their eyes and was speechless for a while. What 2 cute Taihanan, but calculating the time, it was lunchtime in 2 hours. Whether he could fire the shot depended on this time. After letting the 2 of them squint for a while, Li Dan moved skillfully again. Until noon, Li Dan finally breathed a sigh of relief. There were hundreds of various hot and cold dishes on display. The attackers, Chen Hai and Ling Feng, were dumbfounded because they had never seen these dishes before. Could it be that after a month of eating with my master and my wife, I was just the tip of the iceberg? Looking again at Li Dan, who was wearing a chef's hat and had the air of a master, they sincerely admired him. Junior brotherly, how do you feel? Ah! Bao Yue, who had just poked his head in, screamed, his eyes widened, looking at the colorful vegetables in disbelief, and the terrible fragrance kept hitting his nose. How come you cook so much? Am I dazzled? In yesterday's competition, did you do one of them casually? A strong sense of frustration surged into Bao You's heart like a torrent. He didn't even answer Li Dan's hand to greet him, and returned to his dining room with his face crossed. Li Dan laughed, but instead of making a big pot dish today, he made the mapo tofu separately. The aroma was stronger than yesterday. Sometimes it's so strange that if you concentrate on doing something, you won't get results, but if you do it casually, the results will be significant. As a loud and deep bell rang, people began to come in 2s and 3s. Hey, it smells so good. I feel like I feel different when I add new dishes, someone said. After looking around at the crooked dining windows that had long been tired of shopping, they turned their attention directly to the 10 brand new windows in the middle. As a new dish, you have to try it no matter what. In order to ensure the income of the top 10 during these 3 days, the formula of the new dish will not be made public. It will be handed over to the stove room after 3 days for them to make in large quantities. Someone put their arms around each other and walked straight to Li Dan's window. Hello, I want the dragon form. Before he could finish his words, he suddenly froze. Looking at the various new dishes in the window that I had never seen before and smelling the indescribable smell, I swallowed hard. They originally thought that this restaurant was only launching Jiuyuan, but they were wrong, very wrong. How can it be? Senior brother, what do you want? Li Danchao asked, wearing a mask. The man reacted immediately, huh? I want this, and this, by the way, that, some of this too. I'm sorry, brother, the stove room has regulations. To avoid waste, each person is limited to 7 dishes, with a total of 12 points. Please swipe your card. The man had a look of reluctance on his face, holding an oversized plate, taking a deep sip, and looking at the others with nostalgia on his face. Save some for me. I'll finish it quickly and won't waste it. After saying that, he swiped his card and hurried to the dining table. Soon, the people in the queue behind were eager to point to the ones they had just stared at, but only then did they realize that they all wanted to eat them. What to do? As more and more people came in, everyone looked at the entire stove room and was stunned by the queue at the only window. Why are there no people at the other windows? When I looked at the other people eating on the table and the food on the plate that I had never seen before, I suddenly understood. Hurry up and queue up while there are fewer people. There are 100 windows, and every chef sticks his head out of the small window with a depressed look on his face. This guy shouldn't be able to take over all the customers, right? Bao Yue, who was next to him, sat inside with his chin in his hands, shrugged his nose vigorously, looked at the 20 or so dishes he had prepared, let out a long sigh, covered his growling stomach, and then rolled his eyes. He turned around, went out from the back, and lined up behind the team. When the other peak masters, elders, and others were about to go to their exclusive area to eat, before they even entered the door, they saw a long black line extending from the stove room to the outside of the gate. Chi-Chi was stunned. What's going on? I do not know. Go down and have a look. As soon as they entered the fire stove room after falling from the flying sword, they saw everyone lined up at a window position. Everyone stretched their heads and looked anxious, fearing that they would be killed. After all, there are so many people. Everyone, look at me, and I'll look at you. Bao Yuntian, the peak master of Huazhao Peak, was speechless when he saw his son lining up in the queue. This is nothing. When they saw that the peak masters and elders appeared in the area where the intersect and direct disciples were, everyone hurriedly saluted. I've met all the masters. After all, Huazhao Peak is divided into 3 areas. One is for the head elders and the others, one is for the direct disciples of the intersect, and the other is for the outer sect and the servants. The peak masters nodded, and Bao Yuntian stepped forward curiously. His eyes shrank when he saw Li Dan's dazzling array of food. He could smell how delicious these meals and soups were. No wonder even his son was waiting in line. It seems that yesterday he was hiding something, but he just showed it a little bit. Inside, Li Dan and Chen Hailingfeng were sweating profusely from their work. Li Dan was cooking with 10 iron spoons at his fingertips. Tianjin laughed and stepped forward, ready to show off his knowledge and enjoyment over the past month. Third brother, give me a plate. He choked as soon as he opened his mouth, because he had never seen these meals before, let alone shouted them out. So awkward. Well, I won't go up there to eat this, and some of that too, Tianjin said proudly. Chen Hai pursed his thick lips, not caring which one the master was referring to, and just poured out everything he thought was delicious. Anyway, the master is not picky about food, and the food cooked by his wife is more delicious. When the other peak masters and elders saw this, they all looked at each other in shock. Especially when they saw the food brought out by Tianjin and the steaming aroma, they all gulped. How about we eat here too? Well, I also think it's fun to be with the people. Yes, it's a good atmosphere. The 30 or so people were talking to themselves one by one. It seemed that he was talking to himself, and also to the disciples in the long queue next to him. It really lives up to that saying, as long as you are not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed. Thanks to the boss of Jun Shui Shui Eternal for the 500 book coins reward. Thanks to the boss Sui Sui Anlin for the 100 book coins reward. This is the first batch of rewards since the signing of the new book. Thank you for your support. I have 2 fans on the Shiyao list. Shiyao will continue to work hard. All the disciples should give up their positions at this moment. Although it is a bad behavior to jump in line, they are their elders, and there are only about 30 people. Don't worry, it will take a while. Soon, the peak masters couldn't wait to leave with their own meals. Like those disciples, they always felt that the more delicious ones were the ones they didn't choose. However, as the peak leader and elder, you have taken too much. How can you advocate Operation CD and set an example? This unlucky kid is so well hidden. It seems that in the future, I will have to go to Taihua Peak from time to time, and it will be better if I can stay up until meal time. Suddenly I envied Tianjin. How could he hold back and not reveal it to them? After finally waiting until these elders left, with the smell of women coming, dozens of beauties from Yingluo Peak poured into the hall. Wow, this is truly a feast for the eyes. Ling Feng, who was shouting to Li Dan that a certain dish was about to bottom out, suddenly caught a glimpse of the girls at Yingluo Peak, especially Shiyao, who was looking there, and his eyes suddenly lit up. All beauties, come here and line up. You have special privileges. The girls, who were originally worried about when it would be their turn to eat brotherly Dan's food, heard this voice, like the sound of nature, and hurried over. Shiyao bit her lip lightly, but was pulled over by the woman next to her. Wow, there are so many delicious foods, Senior Brother Ling. Can you give me some more? No problem. Will others get angry if we line up like this? Don't worry, there are 3 of us. This will be faster. Besides, you have privileges. The girls suddenly started laughing and looked at Shiyao. This is really a blessing to junior sister Lu. After all, everyone cooks for you. Being looked at by the sisters, although Shiyao had a cold face, she felt a burst of joy in her heart, just like the feeling of being envied and praised by others when a man and his family has become successful. What does it have to do with me? This is just his own efforts. After hearing what Shiyao said, the girls didn't pay attention at all. What's there to say? Everyone knows it. What an excellent man, he is good in the hall and in the kitchen. What on earth do you think? Seeing that Shiyao was about to arrive, Ling Feng hurried back and replaced Li Dan. My back hurts from standing here. I'll look after the soup for you. You go out and help me. Ling Feng ran in and said. Li Dan nodded. Okay, please pay attention. Half a stick of incense in these 2 pots will be enough. I know, get out quickly. Ling Feng quickly pushed Li Dan out. Sister, what do you want? Is this right? Okay, this is good for girls' skin. Li Dan started cooking with ease. Soon it was Shiyao's turn, and she was suddenly surprised to find that there was actually the spicy red-backed worm she had eaten that night. He immediately pointed to the plate, fearing that someone else would snatch it away. I want that one, and this one, pour more soup on that one, and the red one in front. Li Dan quickly prepared the meal, and when he looked up, he found it was Shiyao. Shiyao also noticed that at some point the cook was replaced by Li Dan. For a moment, their eyes met, suddenly so embarrassed. Shiyao's face instantly turned red because she thought about eating spicy red-backed worms that night and being called a little wild cat by him. Li Dan was also a little embarrassed. After all, he had harassed her for so long, and after the game yesterday, he made her angry for no reason. You should also try this mapo tofu. Li Dan didn't know how to talk for a moment. After all, her crucial vote allowed him to win first place in the competition yesterday. Seeing that Li Dan had already filled her with 12 dishes, the girls behind her and the boys in the team next to her sighed. Sure enough, different people are treated differently. The portion is so big, are you sure she can finish it? That's enough, thank you. Shiyao hurriedly collected a large plate of food and left with a blushing face. Junior Brotherly, I also want 12 ways. What are you thinking about? There are regulations in the fire stove room, only 7. The third senior brother next to him, Chen Hai, said seriously. Suddenly everyone outside the window burst into laughter. Shiyao was sitting at the table, and a group of women came over to try the food that they had no chance to get. Shiyao nodded, but she pulled the plate of spicy red-backed worms in front of her, as if protecting the food. He turned his head slightly and looked at the busy figure at the window. He didn't know what he thought of, and a smile quietly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Bao Yue slipped in from the back kitchen at some point, ready to help Li Dan, and he could do whatever he wanted. He has already seen that all day today, and even in the next 2 days, the entire fire stove room will become Li Dan's world. Why not do me a favor? It would be great if someone teaches me a few dishes. Of course, Li Dan was willing to help Bao Yue. He couldn't do it on his own, and he really underestimated the popularity of today. Some of the meals were cooked in front of Bao Yue without any secrets. After all, he would have to leave some recipes for the stove room. Good things are meant to be shared, alone better together. Seeing Li Dan's calmness, Bao Yue felt even more guilty and moved. This brother of yours, I've got a deal with Yue. Whoever dares to bully you in the future will have his food cut off. I think Shiyao's food is very delicious. I said, Brother Dan, I have finally seen clearly today. There is a lot of potential in cooking. Unfortunately, my cooking skills are not good and I have given up completely. If you continue to pursue it, then Shiyao, I will try my best to help you. Bao Yue came over and lowered his voice. Li Dan was stunned and glanced at Shiyao, who was happily eating spicy crayfish at the opposite corner. Why did he bring up this topic again? However, he was in a good mood today. Maybe the points he gained in 3 days would be no less than the first place this time. Senior Brother Bao, let me tell you the truth. I gave up a long time ago and stopped pursuing him. I heard that you are pursuing him, so I can help you. It's been a month, why do people still think I'm chasing after Shiyao? I just completed a task, but I have a head full of love words, so I can actually help you. Bao Yue laughed. You lied to me, didn't you? Don't worry, I really don't want to pursue you anymore, but I have also thought clearly. When you pursue a girl, you have to have something in common with her, especially for her preferences. Even better, and Shiyao's hobby is music, so you can start from this aspect, and with the blessing of good food, the success rate will be high. Music? Haha, Senior Brother Bao, I'm pretty good at cooking. I'm born with incomplete musical notes, so I don't know anything about it, Li Dan said with a smile. Ding, capture the keyword and trigger a new self-discipline task. People have joys and sorrows, the moon waxes and wanes, music is invisible, shadowless, and intangible, but it always accompanies people. It is sustenance and emotional restoration. Ding, it has been detected that the nearest Ingluo Peak has an exclusive music learning class. The host insists on listening to 10 pieces of music every day for a month to increase the blessing of music attributes. In addition to traveling to the ends of the earth with a sword, music is also an indispensable cultivation and skill for a handsome gentleman. The mission is completed, and you will be rewarded with the magical power of sound skills. At this moment, the system sound sounded. Li Dan never expected that it would be today, because Bao Yue's words triggered a new self-discipline task. Immediately, I became interested, and it was more about facing the reward, the magical power of music skills. It must be aggressive. He doesn't understand music, but once he insists on self-discipline, he becomes self-taught, just like cooking. At that time, if you go out to do a mission, you will play the flute from a distance or the flute will fall from the sky. Your clothes will be fluttering, your temperament will be unparalleled, and the flute will carry powerful attack energy. How handsome and classy. This seems more attractive than cooking. After all, a man who understands music is considered a gentleman. Cooking can only be regarded as focusing on the inner self. There are music classes in Ingluo Peak? Li Dan asked hurriedly. Bao Yue nodded. Yes, Shiyao majored in music, because it is also a magical power that can kill people invisibly, stun, confuse, and even poison. The Qianin Hall in Ingluo Peak is dedicated to teaching female disciples musical skills. It's a pity that it only accepts women, not men. Now you have successfully attracted her attention. If you can go to the Qianing Palace and get along with her day and night, the success rate will be high. Li Dan smiled bitterly. This mission was a mess. But then again, the next music mission really has to go to the Qianing Palace. This is related to his handsome appearance and gentleman image in the future. At this moment, a slap hit Li Dan on the shoulder. At some point, Master Tianjin also came in and was adding food to himself. Don't worry, you have made such a big contribution to our Taihua Peak this time. I will find a way over at Qianing Palace. What else could Li Dan say, so he could only thank him quickly. Thank you, Master. After hearing Li Dan's words, Bao Yue and others looked at each other. I just said that I was tone deaf, and I immediately climbed up the ladder when I got the chance. Sure enough, a man's mouth is a liar. 3 days passed quickly, and Li Dan felt pain and happiness coexisting together. Can you imagine that he used these 3 days to earn 100,000 points, excluding the tax he paid? It's simply unimaginable. Even the stove room with fire felt too much. The gain and loss are only 3 days, and only 10% is given. If this continues for a long time and there is such an upstart, Tianya Hage's point currency will be completely chaotic in the future. Including first place in the competition, Li Dan already has a full 200,000 points. On the same day, Tianjin went to find Zhu Yujun, the peak leader of Yingluo Peak, and Bao Yue even encouraged his father to help him. In view of the future food problem, the previous debts of Yingluo Peak as a whole, the public opinion of the entire Tianya High Pavilion, not giving opportunities to young boys, and many other factors, Zhu Yuyun, the leader of Yingluo Peak, finally chose to compromise. Li Dan became the first male disciple in the history of Qianing Palace. But it was temporary, because Li Dan said she would only study for a month, otherwise she would not break the rules like this, just like the lay disciples who lead the practice in the temple. This news quickly spread among the disciples, and everyone was envious. Normal male disciples cannot enter Yingluo Peak. Unlike other mountain peaks, you can enter and exit at will except for some forbidden areas. The last time, an inner sect disciple sneaked up, directly abolished his cultivation, expelled him from the sect, and never hired him. Li Dan didn't care about this. He just wanted to study as he should. He didn't go alone and bring a family of 6 back when he returned. But now, according to his wife's suggestion, he has to go to Danhua Peak to exchange for a Huayuan pill. Swallowing it too early has only advantages and no disadvantages. He is now at the 7th level of Qi condensation. In 2 days, he will refine the Qingling pill and the remaining 3 Yuan guarding pills given by his 3rd and 4th senior brothers. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be able to break through to the 8th level of Qi condensation. When the time comes, after practicing for a period of time and swallowing the Huayuan pill, you will be able to successfully enter the Huayuan realm. Moreover, the Huayuan pill is very rare. Sometimes it only takes a few years for one to come out at Danhua Peak, otherwise it wouldn't be so expensive. With 50,000 points each, everyone goes out to perform a dangerous mission, which is time-consuming and labor-intensive, but only costs 1 or 2,000 points. If Yingluo Peak is the sacred place for women that everyone yearns for, Huazhao Peak is an indispensable place to eat, then Danhua Peak is the place that everyone has to go to every time they go out to perform tasks. This mountain peak stretches for more than 10 miles, and most of the people living on it are apprentices of alchemists, and the tallest one is only a 4th level alchemist. The last time Yingluo Peak sent so many treasures, Chenhai and Lingfeng filled in some of their own private collections and points, and they only bothered that person to refine 2 Qingling pills for Li Dan. But despite this, the entire Danhua Peak is also the logistics place of Tianya Hage. Too many people come here every day. Most of them came to exchange for elixirs needed for travel, and some came here to try their luck because they couldn't get a suitable mission in the mission hall. After all, there are many 1st and 2nd grade alchemists and so on who need some medicinal herbs. You can help me find them when you go out, and I will give you the elixirs or other things you need. Therefore, some people jokingly call Manhwa Peak the Sex Small Mission Hall. As soon as Li Dan arrived at the foot of the mountain, there was a fragrance of medicinal herbs in the wind, which made people feel relaxed and happy. There are thousands of acres of fertile land on Manhwa Peak, where many basic medicinal materials are grown. Unlike 10,000 Demons Peak, you can smell the smell of urine from a distance. As Li Dan went up the mountain, he soon came to the Points Exchange Office, Golden Elixir Palace. Looking at the golden font on it, Li Dan smiled excitedly and stepped into it. This Golden Elixir Palace is huge, with disciples of all kinds from the 18 peaks coming and going. There is a counter in front of it, and people with the Alchemy Peak are constantly swiping their cards to get medicine. It's very much like a big pharmacy in a previous life. On the medicine cabinet at the back, there are many bottles and jars protected by various spiritual powers. Surprisingly, there is no scent of medicine here, which shows that they protect the medicine very closely to prevent it from spilling. Senior brother, what do you want? Just as Li Dan was looking around, a young man like a Dan disciple came over to ask Li Dan. Just as Li Dan was about to say something, the alchemist's eyes suddenly widened and he recognized Li Dan. Yes, it's you. Love Saint Li Dan. Li Dan, god of cookery. It's really him. Why did he come to Manhwa Peak today? This is a man that I envy and hate, and he is also someone worthy of admiration. I've long been tired of going to the fire kitchen, but because of him, I fell in love with that place again. I heard that he can go to Ingluo Peak openly recently. That's true. Just ask people if they are awesome. You can go to places like that and play the piano and flirt with hundreds of beautiful beauties every day. You pick the idol. In just a moment, as the alchemy disciple screamed, hundreds of people in the entire Golden Alchemy Palace surrounded Li Dan. Li Dan's face trembled. No, what happened to me? Hello, Junior Brotherly, my name is Yizhen and I come from Sanjin Peak. I heard that you got into Qianing Palace. Is it true or false? Just when Li Dan was at a loss and was considering whether to wait until he was about to get off work before coming back, a man carrying 2 long swords walked up to him, exuding a sharp kendo aura. Li Dan saluted. I have met Senior Brother Yi. Well, I just studied with Qiqing's mentality for a month. I know, it's great to meet you here. I'm going out to perform a mission. This mission is a bit dangerous and I may not be able to come back. I have a letter here. Can you please give it to Luo Miao when the time comes? Han, she is also studying at Qianing Palace. I don't dare, but I am a little unwilling. Li Dan looked at the person who looked aloof, but the hand that took out the letter was trembling nervously, and he finally understood. Confession, this is it. Li Dan breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly took it. Don't worry, I will deliver it safely. You have to pay attention to your safety. Maybe it will be a date when you come back. Yizhen, who came from Hidden Sword Peak, his eyes suddenly lit up. Okay, thank you, Junior Brotherly, for your kind words. And me, Junior Brotherly, my name is Kong Sun, from Baijian Peak. I also want to go out, although it is not very dangerous. Can you please give this jade bracelet to Miss Shangwan Huiqiao? Me, you know that. Another senior brother came over. Li Dan nodded repeatedly and wrote down the name and things. And me. Junior brother Li's Qianing Palace has a junior sister named Liang Rui. She is the one with the biggest breasts and ass. Can you say a word for me? What, you also like Liang Rui? You actually lied to me, and I still teamed up with you. Junior Brotherly, wait a minute, don't give him a word. Please give me a word. I'm from Qianchao Peak. Li Dan never expected that he only came to redeem Huayuan Dan, but in the end, he actually became a messenger delivering messages. There were actually 8 people who imitated Li Dan and wrote love letters to Lu Shiyao. You are so trusting of me. But don't worry, it will be delivered to you. Of course, these are not given for free. For every one Li Dan promised, he will give some points as travel expenses. In this way, people kept coming to the Golden Elixir Palace, and people kept joining in. Li Dan came at noon and returned in the dark in the afternoon. There are a total of about 300 senior sisters in Qianing Palace, and the gifts and love letters he has to bring are already thousands, with an average of 3 copies for each person. He just doesn't know how many of these people can win the beauty. But the good thing is that he successfully redeemed the last Huayuan pill, which was a worthwhile trip. At the same time, outside Tanya High Pavilion, a man who had traveled a long time came. This is an oval-faced girl in a yellow dress, with bright eyes and white teeth, a fair complexion, and picturesque features. With a black ponytail on her head, a small deerskin bag, and a bunch of small golden bells hung around her waist, she looked slim, lively, and cute. At this moment, he was pouting, holding a map, and standing outside the gate of Tianya Hage Mountain. After confirming the location, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. We finally arrived. I thought I was lost again. It's really hard to find this location. I hope my aunt didn't lie to me. I can find an opportunity to complete the ancient music score this time. After the woman finished talking to herself, she took out an aqua feather from her arms and activated her spiritual power. In the blink of an eye, the feather turned into a stream of light and penetrated into the dense forest in front of him. At the moment of contact, the original forest in front of him actually produced ripples, and the mountain gate inside and the 4 characters Tianya High Pavilion with dragons and phoenixes on it were vaguely visible, and she found a big rock, sat on it casually, and shook the moire boots under her skirt. This is the 7th family, and it is also the last family. If it is not completed, the inheritance of that day's Sound Valley will belong to someone else. Why is the test so difficult? Ouyang Ling held her chin in her hands and looked at the sea of clouds in front of her, shaking her white legs. My aunt said that she came to Tianya High Pavilion because she had no other choice. Her master's name is Zhu Yujun. He is the peak master of Yingluo Peak. There is Qianin Hall above, which specializes in teaching others to learn music. But my Star Palace majors in divination and music, and my status is more than 10 levels higher than Tianya High Pavilion. One is a professional, and the other is an amateur. How can I be inspired? But this time the assessment is about the ancient inheritance of Tianyin Valley, which is guarded by a monster that even the Supreme Elder is afraid of. However, the ancestor who passed away in the valley happened to have an incomplete ancient music score spread, and there the monster has spiritual thoughts left on it. Whoever completes the music score above and impresses the guarding monster, or in other words, impresses her, will be let in and be passed down. But it has been hundreds of years, and there have been many assessments. Even the majors in the sect, my uncles, and even elders have all tried it, but they all ended in failure. I chose this assessment this time. Isn't it difficult to be a human being? More than 200 direct disciples went out to find out their feelings, but they probably have no clue. This is an impossible task. Just like poor me, I visited several sections. If you close the door, you will gain nothing. Forget it, it's probably almost time. Let's rest in my aunt's former sect and go back then. Ouyang Ling, who looked to be only 18 or 19 years old, muttered to himself, then opened his storage bag, took out a snack, and ate it happily. If you have any worries, let's talk about it after you're full. Just after a while, huge ripples appeared on the ripples over there, and then a beautiful middle-aged woman stepped out. Who else could it be if it wasn't Zhu Yujun, the master of Yingluo Peak? Ouyang Ling, who was licking the snack craft paper, wiped the debris on the tip of her nose, stood up quickly, patted her butt, and saluted. Junior Ouyang Ling has met Senior Zhu, Yingluo Peak, Qianin Palace. Each sect has too many skills to learn. Each of the 18 peaks of Tianya High Pavilion has its own training and learning place suitable for the relevant disciples. Just like Yingluo Peak, there are 5,000 female disciples, each with their own interests. Among them, Qianin Hall has gathered more than 300 female disciples who like music to study here. Rhythm is a good thing. It can sometimes relieve other people's nervousness and can also mobilize them. Even in some aspects, the fluctuation of Jane's spiritual power is consistent with the rhythm, which gives it vitality. You can save people, you can also kill people. However, as Ouyang Ling said to himself, the music at Ingluo Peak is just a branch of our subject and can be understood as an elective course. Unlike their Star Palace, where hundreds of thousands of people learn music and have gathered countless powerful masters and experts in this field, of course, there are hundreds of thousands of people who practice star divination. Looking at the scale, the total number of people in the entire Tianya High Pavilion is estimated to be only a few 100,000. When Li Dan arrived, there were already many noisy tuning sounds in the Qianin Hall. After all, everyone likes different musical instruments. What the instructors here teach are different musical scores and how to perfectly integrate spiritual power into them to cause varying degrees of damage. Once they go out, even if they form a mission team, they will be competed by the team. After all, they need the help of a nanny to fight in a team battle. Li Dan was waiting nervously and excitedly while holding a can of milk tea made from bamboo tube knots. I just didn't expect that one day, as a man, I would enter this daughter's country where women are talking and full of fragrance and stay for a month. He read the self-discipline task this time and found it to be quite particular. Listening to music every day will increase his musical attributes. Just like cooking, these will slowly fill his body with music cells. Until 1 month later, I can teach myself without a teacher. After all, this is his first time here. Li Dan specially made a lot of small cakes and milk tea last night. He brewed them early in the morning, put them in bamboo tubes, inserted straws, and came here. A group of girls who can resist cakes and milk tea that they have never seen before. That's the beauty of top chefs. Establish a good relationship and be familiar with each other so that things can be done easily. Just outside the corner corridor, I saw a very beautiful girl in yellow, looking boredly at the rising sun on the other side of the sea of clouds. Li Dan's eyes suddenly lit up because this girl was so elegant. It was different from many girls he had seen. This Ingluo Peak is really not simple, there are so many beauties. In order to make a good impression for the first time, Li Dan straightened his clothes and walked forward. "Hello, junior sister, are you also from Qianin Palace?" Li Dan greeted. Ouyang Ling, who was in a trance, was awakened. She turned her head and saw Li Dan. She frowned and looked at the hall opposite the corner. "It's strange. Didn't it say that the Qianin Palace in Ingluo Peak only accepts female disciples? Why are men here too?" Li Dan was about to bribe him with milk tea and cakes, but when he heard the woman's words, he suddenly understood. "Aren't you from Tianya High Pavilion?" Ouyang Ling glanced at Li Dan and was about to speak when someone called out from the corridor. "Li Dan, Ouyang Ling, you two come over here." The two looked at each other and walked towards the opposite side. There was an old woman with her hands behind her back looking at them. "This is Lu Tong, who is in charge of Qianin Palace and one of the 3 instructors who imparts knowledge of music and temperament, known as Master Lu." In the Qianin Hall, as Master Lu entered, the originally noisy sound of tuning fell silent, and more than 300 female disciples all stood up and saluted. "I've met Master Lu." Master Lu nodded and motioned for everyone to sit down. "You must have heard that there is a new member coming to our palace today. Li Dan, come in." Master Lu looked towards the door. Suddenly, the girls began to whisper. Qianin Palace has always been a place for women, and there has never been a man among them. Suddenly a man came. Logically speaking, they should reject him or even complain. However, word has spread throughout the past 2 days that Li Dan is coming. Love Saint Li Dan, God of cookery Li Dan. How could such a young girl not be happy to learn music with them? There are many fans of Li Dan here. Moreover, in the stove room, they have specially opened a meal channel for them to avoid queuing. Under their expectant eyes, Li Dan walked in. Seeing his embarrassed look, the girls suddenly burst into laughter. Li Dan looked at the large group of beautiful female senior sisters in various costumes in front of him, and suddenly felt like Tang Monk had entered the kingdom of daughters. The original sense of anticipation of wolves joining the flock of sheep has directly turned into a sense of uneasiness about having more meat and less wolves. Especially at this moment, the girls were holding their chins and looking him up and down. Well, hello, senior sisters, my name is Li Dan, you can call me Dandin. This is our first meeting. Please take care of me. I brought you delicious food. Li Dan was so nervous that he completely forgot all the lines he had carefully prepared last night and went directly to the next step, quickly taking out various delicacies from the storage bag. Oh, how embarrassing is this? I haven't tasted the delicacies of the little god of cookery yet. Me too. Brother Dandin is coming to my sister soon. It's been hard these days. No, I heard that I have been studying delicious food in the middle of the night. Hey, what is this? It smells so good. Is this bamboo tube filled with wine? Do you want to stun your sister? Hee hee, then I will drink it. There was a flurry of more than 300 women, which made Li Dan look embarrassed. After being around for so long, Li Dan realized that his shamelessness was not perfect at all. Being provoked by a wave of women and fascinated by the rich fragrance, he didn't know what to do. There was actually a woman who tripped him up and he almost fell into his arms. Sisters, this is the dessert I made specially for you last night. It's called cake. Look, it's cream, strawberry, fruit, honey. This is a specially made milk tea for beauty and beauty. The name is written on it. Which flavor do you like to drink? There are watermelon flavor, taro flavor, red bean flavor, pearl flavor. Without saying a word, Li Dan started the bribery journey. After distributing more than 300 people, he was already sweating and couldn't tell the difference between east, west, and north. Of course, the results achieved are also extremely obvious, including Master Lu. After tasting such a dessert, he was filled with admiration. It's no secret that it won first place in the Huozhou Peak competition. It's so delicious. Sensible, handsome, and good at getting things done. What sister wouldn't like her? After finally finding a place for Li Dan to sit down, Li Dan looked up and saw Lu Shiyao right in front of him. He really didn't pay attention when the cakes were being distributed. Master Lu definitely did this on purpose. Li Dan quietly glanced at Lu Shiyao and saw that she was motionless. She had not tasted the cake or milk tea, and her shoulders were shaking slightly. It seems that he is nervous. Master Lu gently wiped the cake from the corner of his mouth and signaled the people who were running around the hall to taste different cakes to be quiet and steady. Don't act like they have never seen the world. Today, in addition to welcoming Li Dan, there is another one that you may not know yet, but her arrival has unimaginable benefits for you. I may not even be as good as her. As Master Lu finished speaking, Li Dan immediately thought of the girl in yellow outside. The girls were surprised and ate 3 bites of cake in a row. Who is so awesome? Even Master Lu would be ashamed of himself. Master Lu looked at the main hall door again. Ouyang Ling, come in. As soon as the words fell, the bell on his waist rang, and Ouyang Ling, dressed in goose yellow clothes, walked in with his hands behind his back. She shrugged her nose. It smells so good. What kind of rouge gouache is this? Why does it look like food? The girls craned their necks to look, but they didn't expect the newcomer to be such a young girl, maybe 17 or 18 years old. Look at that skin, it can be broken by a blow. There is also that energetic head and bright eyes. It's good to be young. I thought I was like that back then, but it's a pity that time makes us grow old. All the girls were surprisingly unanimous in thinking about this. Now that he's here, he'll make peace with it. Ouyang Ling doesn't dare to belittle himself or look down on anyone. Hello everyone, my name is Ouyang Ling, you can call me Ouyang. I come from Shandong and I came here to study for a while. Her voice was as clear as an oriole's, but the girls were instantly pulled back from their thoughts, their eyes full of disbelief, and some even stood up in shock. Shandong? Is it that Shandong? That is the palace of my dreams. I heard that one of the elders there has a higher cultivation level than our sect. Yes, it is a true paradise of music. I heard that out of the 10 ancient music scores in the entire continent, only one person in Qingdong accounts for 3 of them. I also thought that I would have the opportunity to study in the Star Palace in the future, but I didn't expect that people would come here to study. Just kidding. In their eyes, we are not worthy of being on the stage at all. We can even be called country bumpkins. A professional who comes to study as an amateur is not here to experience life. Hush, hush, don't talk. I want to hold this little sister's thigh, and she will be my guide into the Star Palace from now on. The girls suddenly started whispering again, and in the end they all had their own thoughts. Master Lu looked at the location and finally pointed next to Li Dan. You two are both newbies. Let's sit together. You can give Li Dan some pointers. He probably needs some time to get started. Master Lu made this arrangement to avoid people saying that she was showing favoritism. After all, it was inappropriate to place such a great god next to any female disciple. Li Dan is just right, which is fair. Ouyang Ling bowed and then went directly to sit next to Li Dan. Li Dan had also heard the women's discussion just now. He didn't expect that this person named Ouyang Ling had such a big background, a foreigner who transferred here. However, according to what I saw and heard in my previous life, this kind of transfer was either because of the work of the parents at home, or because they got into trouble and were criticized by others, so they couldn't stay there. Such a beautiful girl, did she get into trouble and run away from it? Or, Li Dan glanced at her belly without leaving any trace. What are you looking at? Don't think about it. Ouyang Ling pulled the bell on his waist. Li Dan quickly smiled awkwardly. No, I just wanted to ask you if you had breakfast. I have an extra cake and milk tea here. Li Dan took out a matcha cake and a can of double-skin milk tea. The man in front of me is a max-level boss who has come to the novice village. Boss, do you want milk? No, do you want cake and milk tea? Li Dan pushed the 2 delicacies to his tablemate with a smile on his face. Faced with Li Dan's actions, Ouyang Ling's nose twitched. It was this smell. Now the whole hall was full of these 2 smells. For me, there was a lump in her throat. She loves snacks, but she has never seen anything like this, and it smells so good. Li Dan nodded. Yeah, it's for you. We both reported today. As newcomers, we should support each other. Maybe I will ask you for advice. Ouyang Ling looked at Li Dan and then at the light green matcha cake. Okay, courtesy reciprocates. I, Ouyang Ling, am not someone who takes advantage of others. I will give you this beginner's sheet music. Ouyang Ling took out a beautifully packaged book from the storage bag and handed it over, then pulled the food over, picked up the spoon on it and tasted it. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Wow, so delicious. Li Dan looked at the book and felt embarrassed. My brain hurts when I read, so I don't need to. In fact, I just need to listen to your performance. This is so delicious. What's its name? Green tea cake. How do you do it? Use eggs. Eggs? Why don't I taste the taste of eggs? It needs to be broken up and then stirred continuously to form a white flock. What about this? Milk tea. Master Lu couldn't help but nodded when he saw that the 2 newcomers had become good friends so quickly, especially Li Dan's ability to build a good relationship. Then the explanation began. In order to avoid embarrassment, the knowledge explained today is very profound. If the explanation is superficial and Ouyang Ling makes fun of him, it will be embarrassing. When the girls heard this, they were confused. After finishing the cake, Ouyang Ling lay on the table board. For her, she had learned this a few years ago. After all, they are not on the same level. She really wanted to eat cake again, but Li Dan said that she had gained weight after eating too much, and it was gone. He promised to bring it to her tomorrow. As time passed, Master Lu began to ask questions. Some women began to ask questions about their problems and try to play, looking for mistakes. Li Dan perked up and listened carefully with both ears. This is the ancient style player played by a senior sister named Li. Because it is a practice, there is very little spiritual blessing. It matches the fluctuation of the rhythm. When listening to it, people feel a little uncomfortable and it arouses emotions. However, there are still some shortcomings and cannot be fully mobilized, so we are seeking guidance from Master Lu. Li Dan looked happy while listening. Ding, congratulations to the host for listening to the music. Music attributes +1, +5, +3, +7. After finishing the song, he seemed to have a vague understanding of the palaces, horns, feathers, levies, and merchants. This surprised him again and again. Seeing the excitement of his deskmate, Ouyang Ling yawned and lowered his voice. This senior sister's performance is pretty good, but there are 8 fatal mistakes. If the opponent has a sound isolation array or is mentally strong, she can definitely play with it. These are the entry points that bite back. Of course, Li Dan didn't understand and said nonchalantly, "It doesn't matter as long as it sounds good." Ouyang Ling looked at Li Dan here and suddenly became interested. I said, "Why do you, a grown man, like music?" Of course I am not discriminating. In our star palace, there are thousands of men who learn music, but compared to hundreds of thousands of women, the proportion is too small. Moreover, those men who studied at the end were very feminine, not masculine at all, and did not get angry easily. I don't know whether it is good or bad. I think you are just like me. You are also very active, and you are such a good cook. Why did you suddenly think of learning music? Of course, Li Dan can't explain it. Can you still say that I will only stay for a month and then I will be self-taught? Haha, Sister Ouyang, you don't know. He is doing it for the goddess in his heart. At this moment, a female senior sister next to him took the initiative to show her kindness to Ouyang Ling. Li Dan didn't have time to explain, so hurry up and listen to it to increase the attributes of the music. When Ouyang Ling heard this, he suddenly became interested after being drowsy at first. It seems that women have an innate curiosity about this kind of gossip. What do you call this senior sister? My name is Gu Qianye. I'm older than you in terms of age. You can call me Sister Gu, said the woman next to her. Ouyang Ling said obediently, "Hello, Sister Gu, please tell me what's going on." Ouyang Ling likes to read storybooks most on weekdays, and the most touching things in them are the love stories between men and women. But she has a hobby, that is, the more sadistic she is, the more she likes it. For example, in the ending, the man or woman dies, which becomes a regret. After years of hard work and amnesia, the heroine's children will run away. The man she falls in love with is the murderer of her father. Because sometimes such plots will make her heart ache, and she will be unable to get out of it for several days. She can calm down and make music, and then use magical special effects. This is also a shortcut taught to everyone by the sect. Some senior sisters don't need it. They can enter the state in 3 seconds and burst into tears. This makes Ouyang Ling wonder if they have experienced something before. The senior sister named Gu Qianye looked at Li Dan, who was listening intently, and then at Lu Shiyao in front of her, then leaned over and lowered her voice and said, "This matter is a long story. You wouldn't have imagined it. A few months ago, he was an autistic person who was not good at words. At that time, he confessed for 99 days in a row, without showing his face, but still weathered the weather. All the surrounding sects had his love story books. Du Fan became the god of cooking. I found out that junior sister Lu likes music. After Ouyang Ling listened quietly, she looked at her deskmate in disbelief with admiration in her eyes. It turns out that the story in the novel is not made up. There really is such an infatuated man in reality. Let me show you. I only have this one." Gu Qianye handed over a beautifully bound book. Ouyang Ling thanked her wholeheartedly. "Is this the love words?" Open it, and there is a simple picture on the first page. The surrounding mountains were filled with people pointing and pointing. At the foot of the mountain, there was an isolated place. A man whose face could not be seen clearly, Yang Tian, was shouting something. As you flip through it, scenes of copied Zhuangqiu fonts appear. "I like you without permission. I'm sorry. You are like that southern wall. You don't want to look back even if you hit it. I wanted to give you the best in the world, but I found that the best in the world is you. I may have been absent from your past, but I hope you will not be absent from my future. Ouyang Ling looked at it seriously. The more he looked, the more shocked he became, and he felt inexplicably moved and imaginative. She has never seen such a confession of love, so simple and clear, but it makes every character have a life. In the storybooks she had read before, the mood of the confessions in them were not so obvious. They were nothing more than as the sky never grows old, love is hard to break, how many beauties are haggard, how many lovesickness is broken, listen to the broken string, and break those 3,000 obsessions, and so on. This type. But this is the first time I have seen this, and every sentence touches my heart. I read several pages in a row, and every sentence made Ouyang Ling moved, happy, connected, and heartbroken. Even at a certain moment, she saw the words, "I'm more afraid of your sad frown than the darkness and ghosts," which made her mood fluctuate like never before, as if she had a strange feeling after reading a sad book and looking for inspiration. But when it came again, that feeling disappeared again. And there are really more than 9,800 such love words, a thick pile. Could it be that it was the right time to come to Tianya Hage this time? Okay, everyone, be quiet. If you have any problems next, you can discuss them by yourself afterwards. If you really can't solve them, I will explain them one by one in the next class. Please pay attention. At this moment, Master Lu suddenly clapped his hands. Everyone looked up and saw the blackboard in front of them, and suddenly pulled down a sheet of music. There are no filler lyrics, just 3 scattered lines of simplified music. Shiyao, who was sitting in front, was stunned when she saw this incomplete piece of music score. This is because she created it based on her feelings in the past 2 days, but she only wrote the beginning and could not connect to the rest. I was too embarrassed to find my master, so I brought it to Master Lu for advice. Master Lu pointed out a few of the points, but she always felt that she was not very satisfied and missed something. At this moment, Li Dan also had a little understanding of the music and tried to hum the incomplete song. Hey, the tone seems a bit familiar. It seems to be some kind of melody that I have heard before, but I can't remember it. Li Dan below was confused for a while. Everyone must have noticed that this is a broken piece of music. I want to see if any of you can make up for it. This is also to test your learning during this period. Lu Shi said. Now, even Ouyang Ling became interested because she also came here for the remnants of her family's legacy. Everyone was concentrating on tapping their fingers and trying out the melody, but they were never satisfied. Time passed by, and no one came on stage, not even Ouyang Ling. She had to admit that the beginning of this melody was indeed amazing, and ordinary supplements could not perfectly integrate with its own artistic conception. Shiyao quietly observed her surroundings, feeling a little disappointed. Some time ago, she was supposed to successfully enter the Huayuan realm, but because of Li Dan's freedom of doves, she suddenly stopped coming on the 100th day and was unable to enter the state, so that she went to other people's territory in the middle of the night to steal crayfish. After that, my mentality became even more unstable, so I was inspired to compose this melody. If I complete it, I might be able to enter the Huayuan realm, but it backfired. I worked it out at the beginning, but then I lost the feeling. She personally has a little obsessive-compulsive disorder, and it would be even more uncomfortable if she didn't complete the composition, so she kept delaying it. I didn't expect that today there would be so many senior sisters and sisters. Snapped. At this moment, an excited slap on the table suddenly sounded, and Ouyang Ling, who was lost in thought at the same table, was even more frightened. I'm going to die. The girls looked over and saw that the person slamming the table was none other than Li Dan, because he suddenly remembered why this melody was so familiar. Because this is very similar to the myth in the previous life, and the similarity is as high as 60 to 70%. Li Dan really admires people who can write a draft score of myth. Seeing Li Dan's surprised look, Master Lu smiled. Li Dan, do you have inspiration? Shiyao also looked at Li Dan curiously. Only then did Li Dan realize that he almost made a mistake, but when Master Lu called him out, he still stood up with an embarrassed look on his face. Well, I do have a feeling about it, but I don't know if it's suitable. The girls were surprised. If this was done by a rookie who didn't know anything, they would be embarrassed. Master Lu had a gentle smile on his face and found it very interesting. What a coincidence, this is written by Lu Shiyao, but there is a high probability that you can't make it up, but it is good to show it in front of the people you like. It's okay, you can come up and try, Master Lu sincerely invited. Li Dan hesitated for a moment, then came up embarrassedly, looked at the music score, closed his eyes, and tried to hum the melody of Myth softly. After playing it again, it was still a bit unfamiliar. After trying it again, under the eyes of everyone in disbelief, the first note was actually modified with that stroke. Lu Shiyao stood up suddenly. Did you fill in the wrong place? But the next moment, I saw Li Dan quickly erase the original notes and fill in the new ones, and very quickly. In the blink of an eye, only a dozen or so chats were left that had been tampered with by him. Then it stopped. Lu Shiyao immediately walked out angrily. As an original author, what he hated most was tampering by others. But as soon as he reached the front, he heard Li Danjing holding a pen in one hand and beating a rhythm with the other. He closed his eyes and seemed to be trying constantly. The senior sisters who were closer below were already humming softly. This feeling. She quickly looked around and then noticed that the notes he had changed seemed to take on a new look, giving the entire remaining score a new life. She was not stupid, she immediately suppressed her inner restlessness, and as she hummed softly, her eyes became brighter and brighter. Yes, that's the feeling. It turns out that it's not that I can't write it out later, but that there are hidden mistakes in the front. Below, Ouyang Ling looked at Li Dan strangely. Didn't he just come today? Gu Qinya next to him also shook his head, looking puzzled. So weird. But he pointed at Lu Shiyao. She is the goddess in Brother Li Dan's heart. When Ouyang Ling heard this, his eyes widened immediately. What a coincidence. She looked so beautiful, dignified, and gentle, comparable to those senior sisters in the Star Palace. No wonder. And Li Dan continued to try to hum, because it had been a long time, and he couldn't remember some of the lyrics, but the melody was probably getting clearer. In all the vicissitudes of life, only love is eternal myth. Ebb and flow, never regret, the meeting of true love. Following Li Dan's forgetful words, Lu Shiyao felt her mind suddenly explode. Like an invisible guide, inspiration spread out one after another. She picked up another pen and started filling in with a quick breath. As Li Dan finished humming, he finally remembered all the lyrics. But when he opened his eyes, he saw Lu Shiyao standing next to him, her face flushed, staring at the paper in front of her. Looking again, she had filled it all out. Everyone stood up quietly, looking at the score composed by the two of them, with excitement on their faces. What's going on? Li Dan was a little confused. Lu Shiyao's chest rose and fell violently, and she turned around and looked at Li Dan with bright eyes. Thank you, give me a name. Li Dan was stunned and said subconsciously, God, myth. Myth? Okay, let's call it myth. After Lu Shiyao finished speaking, she looked at the scroll and hummed softly. From beginning to end, it was so smooth, as if it was done in one go. Moreover, the artistic conception is so beautiful. This is a damn song from mythology, Senior Sister Lu. You are wrong, you are directly plagiarizing my work. Li Dan secretly thought, but the next moment, Lu Shiyao, who was so close, slowly closed her eyes and raised her head. Her mood was so calm at this time. More beautiful pictures bloomed in front of her. Boom! The next moment, Lu Shiyao's state of mind suddenly fluctuated, and then, the energy of heaven and earth surged toward her. The originally gentle airflow in the meridians suddenly began to partially turn into the purest liquid state Yuanli, and then continued to liquefy other spiritual energy. She actually succeeded in breaking through to the Huayuan realm at this moment. Li Dan was trapped in it, but today he finally broke through because of his help. The trouble should end it. As Lu Shiyao slowly opened her eyes again, she gently took down the music score and looked at Li Dan with complicated eyes. At this moment, no one knew what to say. Thank you again. Shiyao held back her words for a long time, then turned around and walked towards her seat. Everyone knows that the legacy of feelings belongs to Shiyao, but Li Dan accidentally helped him complete it. Now it depends on how you face others. But then again, they really look like a couple. Master Lu looked at all this with satisfaction and then looked at Li Dan. I didn't notice it. You hid it so secretly that you were punished. Since you came up, you don't have to go down. How about you perform a song for everyone? Master Lu suggested. It's really not a big deal to watch the excitement. Suddenly, more than 300 senior sisters became interested. Come on, Brother Dandan, this is a good opportunity for you to show off, don't miss it. You have to prove yourself that you can help others and that you have real talent and learning. You just hit so many of us in the face. We won't forgive you unless you do something. The girls were shouting, and Ouyang Ling found it very interesting, so she became interested and joined the shouting camp. Li Dan is truly confused. What did I come up for? You haven't done much to make amends, so you have to apologize to everyone? But it seems that if he doesn't perform something, he really can't get off the stage, so he has to rely on them to complete his task. At this moment, I glanced at the arrow throne in the corner of the hall. I saw the arrow music I had learned from the internet many years ago. This time, with the blessing of the music's attributes, I gradually woke up from my mind. Okay, then Junior Brother is showing off his shame. If there is anything wrong, please forgive me, sisters. Li Dan was not a coy character. He walked over and picked up the arrow and played it lightly. The quality was excellent. Shiyao also looked up at Li Dan at this moment. After this period of contact, she suddenly realized that her understanding of Li Dan was far from enough. He seems to know everything. Master Lu leaned against the wall and gave up the chair for Li Dan to sit on. More than 300 other senior sisters also looked at Li Dan curiously after applauding happily. Even Ouyang Ling, who was sitting at the table, blinked and closed the love book with a serious look on his face. She was already curious about this man she had just met. Li Dan nodded, picked up the arrow and sat upright. Seeing Li Dan's hand on the arrow, Master Lu nodded. He has put in a lot of effort, at least his sitting posture and gestures are completely correct. But at the next moment, her eyes suddenly froze, because in this short moment, Li Dan seemed to have suddenly changed into a different person. He moved his hands and feet like a true master. It's unclear, the way is unclear, but all those who were studying music here felt a sense of awe in their hearts. The entire hall fell silent, and some senior sisters seemed to have forgotten their anger for fear of breaking this extremely wonderful atmosphere. A strong sense of longing filled the entire hall at some point. It also permeated all hearts. Li Dan only felt that he seemed to be in perfect harmony with this world, and in his mind, he saw another picture that he had not seen for a long time. It was Inuyasha, his favorite anime ever, and this music was the theme song of that heartbreaking moment. It was precisely because of this that he completely fell in love with this song. Everyone was looking for the four-soul jade that could make wishes come true, but when it came into the hands of those two people, they just made the simplest wish. One wants to become an ordinary woman and be with the person she loves, and the other wants to win the heart of the person she likes. The Four Souls Jade turned from white to black, extremely good and extremely evil, and looked down upon the power of the world, but in the end it failed to realize the wishes of mortals. Sometimes simple love can only be an extravagant hope, but you can't get it. All that is left is heartbreaking regret and longing. This is one of Li Dan's favorite animations, and it is also a part of his youth that he will never forget. The next moment, he moved. He raised his left hand and pressed it on the strings. He clasped the thumb and index finger of his right hand slightly, and a deep and clear voice began to echo throughout the hall. The aftertaste is lingering, gentle, and urgent. Everyone remained motionless, listening to the melody. Sometimes it's gentle and slow, sometimes it's round and round, and every time you pull the string, it makes your heart tremble. Master Lu listened, and at some point, he quietly closed his eyes with tears streaming down his face. She seemed to see her former self. It is a kind of loneliness and longing from the heart. Only those who have the story can understand it. Among the flowers falling, people are separated, the garden is full of regrets. Where can I send my lovesickness? Someone once said that when the forest is deep, I see deer, when the sea is blue, I see whales, and when I wake up from a dream, I see you. But it is easy to see a deer when the forest is deep, and it is not difficult to see a whale in the deep sea. When I wake up and see you, it is like seeing a deer when the sea is blue and a whale in the deep forest. Ouyang Ling's eyes were already red, and she really wanted to cry. It seems that I have seen the most sadistic ending of a story novel I have ever read, which is heartbreaking. The music is sometimes melodious and sometimes soothing, but it is full of loneliness and a sense of desolation. Thoughts are like wind, intermittent, memories are like water, lasting for a long time. She thought of the last sentence in the storybook. There is nothing else to do but enjoy the white tea. I am waiting for Feng Yi to wait for you. Li Dan continued to play his arrow, and some of the girls started to cry softly. They are also people with stories. Lu Shiyao looked at Li Dan seriously, with mixed feelings in her heart. Is he so afraid of losing himself? Turning longing into loneliness is contained in this melody. As time passed quietly, the song ended, and Li Dan opened his eyes. An ultimate piece of music, without any spiritual power added to it for blessing, but it strangely touched everyone's hearts, and they have never heard such a melody. Li Dan breathed a long sigh of relief and was filled with excitement. He thought he would make a mistake. After all, it had been too long, but he didn't expect Oh Huang's possession to be pulled so smoothly. Back then, I spent a lot of time learning this song for my favorite anime. But soon Li Dan realized something was wrong. The entire empty hall was quiet, and everyone's eyes were fixed on him. Li Dan swallowed and quickly looked at Master Lu. So does she. What is wrong? Could it be that this melody already exists in your music circle and I am too frustrated? Or is this style not in line with the current perception of ancient style? I was careless. I should have chosen Pipa and played a song called Pipa Language. I probably learned it back then, although I'm not very familiar with it. Li Dan coughed slightly, his palms sweating a little. Just then, someone applauded. Li Dan looked around and saw that it was Ouyang Ling, then Master Lu, followed by more than 300 senior sisters. There was thunderous applause. Everyone underestimated Li Dan. This is a master who came to the novice village. Even Lu Shiyao quietly applauded at this moment. They have never heard this piece of music, but they feel the inseparable loneliness, longing, and fear from this melody. This was probably created by Li Dan, and his true emotions were incorporated into it. Everything is self-evident. Ouyang Ling also wiped the corners of his eyes to suppress his inner excitement, because just now, she seemed to have found a wonderful feeling. It is an artistic conception that can fill a complete ancient music score by itself. Just like the enlightenment of spiritual practice, it can only be encountered but not sought. But then, like a shooting star, it passed by and was nowhere to be found. Did you do this? Master Lu asked excitedly. Li Dan nodded subconsciously. No wonder it can complete Shiyao's music score. What's the name of this? Li Dan smiled, thoughts traveling through time and space. Master Lu said oh. Many senior sisters said oh. Lu Shiyao underneath was blushing. No wonder. Understand. Li Dan quickly went down in embarrassment, but the applause never stopped for a long time. Ouyang Ling winked at her new deskmate and took back the introductory music book she had given him not long ago. So good at pretending. Master Lu above looked at Ouyang Ling from Xing Palace, then looked at Li Dan and smiled bitterly. I thought you were a newbie, but I didn't expect you to be better than Ouyang Ling. Pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger. Young people who don't care about virtue are like mice-tail juice. In this way, he finally made it to the end of Get Out of Class. After Master Lu left and let everyone have a good rest, Li Dan hurriedly rummaged through his storage bag. He quickly took out 8 love letters, rouge and gouache, and 2 exquisite clothes, and came to Lu Shiyao. Lu Shiyao looked at the gift in front of her and stood up. His face turned red, and he was even more worried. Give it to me? Even she didn't notice that she started to stutter. Finally, Li Dan nodded. Well, it's yours, it's... Li Dan suddenly couldn't remember the names of these senior brothers, mainly because there were too many, and there were other senior sisters. They all have names. You'll know after you take them apart. Li Dan felt so embarrassed. Why his memory has become so bad. When more than 300 other senior sisters saw that Li Dan finally couldn't hold back and bravely took this step again, they suddenly burst into laughter. Everyone seemed to be watching the excitement and surrounded the place, wondering what the gift was. Thank you, Lu Shiyao said softly, biting her lip. To be honest, she was really happy at this moment, because Li Dan had completed the score, made breakthroughs in cultivation, and had a hidden meaning in the name of the piece he had just performed. If there was no one, I would be so happy that I would jump 3 feet high. I thought you were going to keep being angry with me again. I didn't expect that today. Li Dan also noticed that there was a lot of people around him, and many senior sisters raised their eyebrows to cheer Li Dan. Li Dan knew there was a misunderstanding and said quickly, Senior sisters, don't be anxious. The ones you have are all entrusted to you by the senior brothers who traveled away yesterday. Is senior sister Luo Miaohan Luo here? Your express delivery is not your gift. Jiang Xinxin, senior sister Jiang, you have 3 copies, please check them. And the big breasts. It's not that senior sister Liang Rui, these are yours. Li Dan kept taking out the gifts, calling out people's names, tearing off the names he wrote on the gifts, and handing them over to everyone with confidence. Only then did some women realize that Li Dan was given to someone else. Some have seen it and scoffed. There are some surprises. Some of them had known it for a long time and rushed out of the Qianing Palace with tears streaming down their faces and ran down the mountain. Lu Shiyao just froze on the spot and quickly opened the love letter and other gifts. Sure enough, none of them had his name written on them, they were all other people's names. Looking at Li Dan, who was placing gifts in the crowd with a nonchalant attitude, her face suddenly turned red, and tears flowed down unsatisfactorily. Still intentional, to make me angry on purpose. I have seen love rivals fight, but I have never seen someone send a love letter to a love rival so openly. What on earth do you want to do? Do you have to let me explain it clearly in front of everyone like you? She raised her head and tried not to shed tears, because she knew that he was secretly observing her. I won't lose, absolutely not. This is related to the status of the 2 parties in the future. Ouyang Ling, who was secretly observing everything, looked at this scene and his mind was very active. This is really interesting. Did something go wrong between the 2 of them? For example, is there a 3rd party involved? I love you, you love her, she loves him, or he loves him. Until the afternoon, when Li Dan returned to Taihua Peak, he had not even taken a few breaks when his wife took him to teach him how to cook. Although she had written many recipes for her, without a chef like Li Dan to demonstrate, she always felt that something was missing. In the end, it was Li Dan who prepared a full table of Manchu and Chinese dishes with ease. Tianjin ate the food and said curiously, I heard that over at Qianing Palace, a girl from Xing Palace came to study. You happen to be there. Make good connections. The sect of Xing Palace is amazing. Xiao Wanrong, who was eating her meal, was stunned. Star Palace. Is it that superpower? How come the people there come to Tianha Hage? Tianjin said, I don't know about this. Anyway, be careful. When the second disciple of Yingluo Peak Master Zhu Yujin married to the Star Palace, the master brother was so happy that he even sent messages from some surrounding sections. Congratulations, don't dare to conflict with us. When Xiao Wanrong heard this, she immediately thought about it. Chen Hai was just busy eating and said vaguely, Xiao Wu, have you seen that person from Xing Palace? Li Dan was staying with his master and his wife at the moment. Not to mention how relaxed he was just like his own family, enjoying themselves. I saw a little girl. She looks about 17 or 18 years old, lively and pretty, too. When Chin-hai heard this, he yelled, "That's okay. I'm so black. People probably won't look down on me, let alone get married there. I can't bear to let my master and my wife go." After hearing this sentence, everyone burst into laughter. "You want to eat your shit? Junior brother, you are just fine. You are a typical old cow eating young grass." The family was eating and joking together, which seemed very warm. "Master, when will the senior brother and second senior brother come back?" Li Dan asked after taking a bite of the food. Tianjin took a sip of wine and sighed. "It will probably take a while. They have a mission, but when they come back, I have to trouble you to cook a good meal for them. But if they see you now, change, I don't know how happy I will be." Li Dan nodded repeatedly. Although he had never met his first senior brother and second senior brother until now, in his memory, those two were very good to the former Li Dan. At this moment, Tianjin, who was eating, was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand, and a scene appeared in front of him. At the foot of Taihua Peak, a girl in goose yellow clothes was looking around. Next to her was a disciple from Ingluo Peak. What a pretty girl. Her clothes don't look like any other in Tianya High Pavilion. "Where is this girl from?" Yao Wanrong asked after eating a lotus seed. Tianjin shook his head. He received the forbidden message from the Ingluo Peak disciple. Li Dan was also stunned. "Ouyang Ling, why is she here?" "Do you know her?" Tianjin asked. Li Dan nodded, then shook his head. "She is the guest of the Star Palace you mentioned. Today is the first time we meet her, so we are not familiar with her." As soon as Li Dan finished speaking, the third senior brother Chen Hai and the fourth senior brother Ling Feng had disappeared. Only the rice bowl on the table was spinning rapidly. Tianjin smiled bitterly. "These two bachelors." Ouyang Ling looked around. Although the bell on his waist had a copper tongue, strangely, with Ouyang Ling's bored movements, there was no sound at all. "Can't you just go up there?" Ouyang Ling pouted, holding the love story booklet in one hand. She did nothing today and read this book from beginning to end. But the more this happens, the more I am amazed at Li Dan's talent. And today's Eru performance, the praise and rumors about him from various sisters made her more and more curious. And she also realized that maybe Li Dan was the opportunity for her to complete the ancient music score. Or, he can help himself fill it. The person who specially accompanied Ouyang Ling here was Gu Qianye, who was trying to show her favor in class at that time. Gu Qianye smiled. "Sometimes there are not so many rules. After all, we are a sect. However, since your status is different and you are new here, you should still go through some procedures." Ouyang Ling pouted. Her nose suddenly twitched, then her eyes lit up and she licked her lips. "The east wind is blowing at the moment. It comes from the mountains. It smells so good." Gu Qianye smelled it, but didn't smell anything. "But after being in contact with her for a day today, I also came to understand that this girl is just a greedy person. No, after all, there is a little god of food on Taihua Peak. Now our entire Huazhao Peak of Tianya High Pavilion has hired him as a food consultant responsible for selecting and improving food combinations. They must be eating, Gulyalu." When talking about eating, Ouyang Ling touched her belly and felt a rumbling sound. "I was so busy reading that fascinating love story today that I didn't even bother to eat." At this moment, both of them looked up and saw two figures coming from the mountain riding flying swords. One of them had a fair face and was quite handsome. When Gu Qianye saw Ling Feng, he suddenly panicked, his face turned red, and he quietly moved to the side. As for the other one, he had dark skin and looked healthy and strong. As the saying goes, it is called the 5 major and 3 crude. The black and white demons of Taihua Peak are like door gods. "Hello, little sister." Ling Feng came down with a folding fan and greeted with a gentle smile on his face. Chen Hai lost his balance due to the bang and jumped down from the flying sword in mid-air. The dust was scattered everywhere, and Ouyang Ling's mouth just opened and there was a burst of ba-ba. Ling Feng was speechless for a while, but this comparison showed it. Hello, Sister Ouyang, my name is Chen Hai. You can call me Brother De Hai. Chen Hai quickly introduced with an embarrassed look on his face. Ouyang Ling looked at the two of them. Do you know me? Ling Feng suddenly opened his fan and stood in front of his third senior brother Chen Hai, who was eager to speak. Of course we have met. Across time and space, we have agreed to. Li Dan is our junior brother. If he knows you, we will know you. Chen Hai pulled down his fan and said hurriedly. Ling Feng was so angry that he wanted to kick this idiot away. Couldn't he be a little more sentimental? When Ouyang Ling heard it, it turned out to be Li Dan's two senior brothers, and he quickly saluted. Ouyang Ling has met two senior brothers. I'm looking for Li Dan. Is he on the mountain? Chen Hai nodded. Yes, we are eating. Ouyang Ling's eyes lit up. Eat, I haven't eaten yet today. Ling Feng hurriedly moved forward. The relationship is great. It's better to come early than to come sooner. Let's go up to the mountain and have a meal together. They are all made by my little junior brother. They are very delicious. I filled one pair, no, 2 pairs. Just bowls and chopsticks. Ling Feng saw Gu Qianye behind him. He seemed to have seen this woman before. Gu Qianye met Ling Feng's gaze, suddenly became nervous, and his face turned redder. No, I won't go. I'll leave first if I have something else to do. You guys eat, Gu Qianye said in a stuttering tone, then turned around and stepped on a leaf before flying away. This hurried scene made several people stunned. Why are you in such a hurry? There are no tigers on the mountain. Maybe something really happened to Sister Gu. Let's leave quickly, Ouyang Ling said. Ling Feng and Chen Hai nodded and took Ouyang Ling towards the mountain. Li Dan looked at the heat, tasted the braised chicken in the pot, nodded with satisfaction, finally put in some seasoning, and saw the kitchen door opened. Chen Hai and Ling Feng walked in, but followed by a girl in yellow. When Ouyang Ling saw Li Dan standing in front of the pot, Ouyang Ling raised her eyebrows proudly. Tianjin and Xiao Wanrong were also stunned. How come you were picked up? Junior Ouyang Ling has met Senior Tian, Sister Xia. After just one sentence, Xiao Wanrong immediately covered her face with embarrassment, hurried over with enthusiasm, and pulled Ouyang Ling to sit next to her. Girl, you have such a sweet little mouth. I am already several decades old, and I feel so embarrassed to be called sister. Even though she said this, even a fool could see how happy she was. Tianjin and Chen Hai were stunned for a while when they saw the two women who were not even familiar with each other. Are you women so superficial? Ouyang Ling was stunned. Isn't Sister the daughter of Senior Tian? You are. Oh, it's Junior Meng Lang. I thought you are. Xiao Wanrong rolled her eyes at Tianjin, and then her face turned even redder when she smiled. It's all because he was an old cow eating young grass. I am her wife. You girl has such good skin, and it can be broken by a blow. So many years have passed. You are from Star Palace. Why would you come to a small place like Tianya High Pavilion? Ouyang Ling smiled. The clan arranged the assessment tasks, and I came here because of my aunt's recommendation. As she spoke, she glanced at the table full of food, many of which had not even touched their chopsticks. Seeing this, Xiao Wanrong immediately understood. You haven't eaten yet. Hurry up, Danner, add a pair of bowls and chopsticks. What else could Li Dan say? He put down his spoon and came in with a pair of clean dishes and chopsticks. Ouyang Ling stood up with a smile. Thank you, brotherly. Xiao Wanrong glanced at Ouyang Ling and Li Dan. Her heart suddenly moved, and she quickly winked at Tianjin. This is better than Lu Shiyao. She was born with wealth. Tianjin also understood immediately and laughed loudly. What are you two still standing for? Sit down quickly, Danner. Serve the food quickly, and then sit down and eat together. During the meal, Tianjin and Xiao Wanrong were surprisingly enthusiastic and kept bringing food to Ouyang Ling. They were so enthusiastic that the three brothers were stunned. Those who didn't know it thought they had found their daughter who disappeared many years ago. But having said that, the master's wife likes daughters, but their 5 brothers are all boys. A few years ago, Master proposed that he should not accept a younger female disciple to accompany Li Dan, but she was rejected by Xiao Wanrong because she didn't want to share her love anymore. Having these 5 children was enough. And what she is most worried about is that after accepting 6 apprentices, they will make fun of and bully Li Dan. Because Li Dan is the youngest, he has always been a boring gourd. If he looks down on other senior brothers or has something to do, Li Dan will blame himself even more, and even if he is wronged, he will not confide in anyone. Wow, it's so delicious. It's even better than the one from Star Palace. This kid has a sweet mouth. How can the food here compare to yours? It's true. Ouyang never lies. I thought the cake brought by Brotherly this morning was delicious, but I didn't expect it was just the tip of the iceberg. Cake? What cake? Did he make you a cake? Haven't you eaten? No, this kid has a lot of fantastic ideas. Until now, we have never eaten the same thing every day. What? This kid has a great musical talent. It's impossible, he just went to study today and came back early. It's true, comparable to the master of my Star Palace. During the whole meal, the 3 brothers just watched and chattered. At the end of the meal, the master's wife took Tianjin, Chenhai and the others to wash the dishes and asked Li Dan to send the girl down the mountain to Yingluo Peak. I didn't expect that your cooking skills are so good. Does the power of love stimulate you so much? In the night, Ouyang Ling touched her belly, burped and praised her sincerely. Li Dan put his elbows back, held his head, and looked up at the stars in the sky. The power of love, I've said it many times, it's all just a figment. Are you just here to get some money? Ouyang Ling enjoyed the silence at night. There is a bright moon, stars, and the quiet grass around, with fireflies flying from time to time. Of course not. I want to ask you for a favor, Ouyang Ling said. Li Dan suddenly laughed. How can I help you? Stop making fun of me. Ouyang Ling said nothing, patted the storage bag, and a sheet of music appeared. To tell you the truth, our sex assessment this time is to complete this ancient music score, but because it is incomplete, no one has been able to impress the guardian monster for hundreds of years. So whether it is Xingdong's own or the help of outsiders, it's all fine, as long as you complete it. You are so powerful. As long as you help me complete the ancient book and enter Tianyin Valley, I will receive the inheritance. It will definitely give you unimaginable benefits. It is even possible for you to become a direct disciple of our Star Palace. Li Dan took the music score, wrote Lane, and looked at the front again. Good guy, is this a holy book? Doctors don't even dare to write prescriptions like this. I've only been studying for a day now, and I'm so confused. You let me see this thing. Li Dan quickly gave her the music score. Miss Ouyang, you are joking. I really don't understand music, and I can't help you make up for it. Hearing what Li Dan said, Ouyang Ling became a little angry. Don't you understand music? This morning, I and others were dazzled or deafened. If you don't want to help, then I won't help. Just refuse. A grown man is using such low-level excuses to deceive a little girl. Even though I was thinking this way, I still didn't want to give up. Why don't you write half of it for me, and I'll fill in the rest, just like how you cooperate with Sister Lu. Li Dan smiled bitterly and stopped. I really can't help you with your assessment, but I can give you other suggestions. What suggestions? Ouyang Ling asked hurriedly. Li Dan looked at her very seriously. In fact, he noticed it this morning, but he didn't dare to look carefully. Looking at it now, it is indeed the case. You are poisonous, Li Dan said. Ouyang Ling was stunned. Are you sick? No, what I mean is that you were poisoned, and it was food poisoning. The poisoner used the principle of food mutual restraint quietly and accumulated over time. And looking at you like this, you must have been poisoned for at least 7 or 8 years. It has penetrated into your mind, and so have other meridians. Li Dan was telling the truth. This was what he saw through his innate magical power retrospective Tianxian. This talent rewarded by the system not only allows you to see the reversal of the order and adjustments of the food, but also whether it is poisonous. Logically speaking, Li Dan couldn't see it, but for some reason, Li Dan noticed it by activating this magical power. There is no name, but Ouyang Ling is deeply poisoned. It is estimated that he will die suddenly in a year or two, but even so, outsiders will not be able to find out anything by then. Ouyang Ling looked at Li Dan's words seriously, suddenly burst into laughter, and in the end she was holding her stomach and laughing. The kind that leans forward and backward. He finally recovered and put a hand on Li Dan's shoulder. Brother, you said you didn't understand music, and you said I was poisoned. A 3-year-old child's lies about rejection are better than yours. I'm 18. If I were 4 years old, I might actually be able to believe you. Besides, you are a cook, not an alchemist. You are a monk at the 7th level of chi condensation. My master has such a high level of cultivation. I am under her eyes all day long. Forget it, let's not talk anymore. See you tomorrow. Well, Sister Gu is waiting for me there. You should still think about how to face your sweetheart tomorrow. Ouyang Ling wiped the corners of her eyes with a smile and said hello to Gu Qiangye, who had rushed back to wait for her at the foot of the mountain. Li Dan shrugged. If you don't believe it, forget it. But even an alchemist can't tell. In a certain sense, you are not poisoned, but if it breaks out, it will be much more powerful than poison. The next day, Li Dan appeared at Qianin Hall on time. My deskmate Ouyang Ling shook her ponytail and had a sly smile on her face. Lu Shiyao was sitting upright in front without saying a word. Li Dan also wanted this matter to go away quickly, as if nothing had happened and it was all a misunderstanding before. The naughty Ouyang Ling looked at this scene and found it funny, a bit like the tantrums between men and women in story novels. Master Lu was still teaching today, and he also specially invited Ouyang Ling to perform a piece of music on stage for everyone. I have to say that this omen is very powerful, and all kinds of delicate techniques are superb. Ouyang Ling seemed to be in a good mood today. He deliberately told everyone some key points and imparted some knowledge for the first time, which made the senior sisters ecstatic. Master Lu looked at the two people sitting one behind the other. There was no interaction between them, and he was a little confused for a while. Are you shy? It's not a secret that you are chasing our Yingluo Peak and Peak Flower. No one in the 18 peaks of Tianyahage knows about it. And wasn't it great yesterday? It's not an exaggeration to say that we created a song together and it became a good story. Today she came earlier than you, but I secretly saw her wiping the table for you with her handkerchief. This is a good start. Why are we like strangers now? Why, is there a layer of window paper blocking the front and back? Li Dan quietly listened to the performances of the senior sisters and continued to accumulate his own musical attributes. When I came down in the morning, I obviously knew more than I did yesterday. This made Li Dan secretly happy. As today's attribute limit was reached, Li Dan excused himself to have diarrhea and left quickly. When the naughty Ouyang Ling saw this, he raised his hand to signal that he had diarrhea and chased after him. Hey, why didn't you go to the hut? Why are you running down the mountain? Ouyang Ling clasped his hands behind his back and jumped up and down behind Li Dan. Li Dan was speechless. All the women's restrooms are in Yingluo Peak. Of course I have to go back to Taihua Peak. Li Dan covered his stomach and quickened his pace. Do you have a sharp eye, girl? Ouyang Ling chuckled. It's so far between the two peaks. It seems like your stomach doesn't hurt. There are so many woods here, you can just get in. Li Dan said, you think I am as incompetent as you. Besides, why are you following me all the time? Do you want to eat the delicious food I cook? Then you have to wait for a while. I have to go to the toilet first. Look at the softness and hardness. Ouyang Ling suddenly had a sense of the picture and retched, bah, it's disgusting. Li Dan had no choice but to stop, everyone was understanding. If I stop pretending and show my cards, my stomach won't hurt. Ouyang Ling ran over excitedly, with a gossipy face. Let me tell you, what's going on with you two now? Are you married or is she married? Li Dan simply rolled his eyes. She and I really have nothing to do with each other. It was all a misunderstanding before. Ouyang Ling chuckled. Don't be nervous. You don't have to explain to me so hard. I'll scare you. Wait, you won't fall in love with me, brother. I'm still young. Seeing Ouyang Ling grabbing the lapel of his clothes and retreating in panic, Li Dan felt helpless. Didn't you ask? You. He discovered for the first time that he couldn't argue with a girl, and then he turned around angrily and walked down the mountain. Ouyang Ling leaned forward and smiled, and followed her like a candy. I'm not going to play anymore. I'm serious. If you help me complete the score, I'll give you benefits you can't imagine. This deal is simply a bargain. Li Dan clenched his hands. If I couldn't beat you, I would have kicked you off this mountain. Do you believe it? Li Dan stopped again and looked at Ouyang Ling. I'm telling the truth. Put aside your Tianyin Valley inheritance and not pass it on. What can you do with that thing if you're dead? Ouyang Ling chuckled and jumped in front of Li Dan. Why do you care about me so much? What do you think I've been poisoned by? I'm all ears. Detoxify as soon as possible, and then I'll ask you to make up the score. Li Dan looked at her and smiled bitterly. If a girl has such a personality, you really can't get angry with her. No name, at least I don't know. You should have nightmares every night. The theme of nightmares should be red, such as red sky, red earth, or river water, Li Dan thought for a while. Ouyang Ling, who was originally smiling, gradually lost the smile on his face and was a little surprised. How do you know? You shouldn't. I haven't told anyone, and you can't find out. Could it be that you secretly came to watch me sleep at night? Listen to me talking in my sleep? Ouyang Ling suddenly looked wary. Li Dan was speechless for a while. I peeked at you. What a beautiful idea. Then how do you know? I asked Master, and she said it should be the scene in Tianyin Valley. Maybe the inheritance is somehow related to me. I do always dream about the red sky, earth, mountains, and rivers. For this reason, I wrote a very lethal piece of music named Blood Evil. Ouyang Ling said seriously. Li Dan continued, also, I can't see your cultivation clearly, but every time you break through the cultivation level, you must have a splitting headache, especially in the pubic area, accompanied by colic, as if giving birth to a child. It hurts a lot. You just gave birth to a child. What are you talking about? Although Ouyang Ling looked angry at being teased, his face became more and more solemn and he looked at Li Dan. One more thing, I guess every time you use your spiritual power, your meridians will be sore and numb. Over time, your head will feel dizzy. This should be a symptom that has appeared in the past 2 years, Li Dan said after finishing all the scenes he saw, and combined with the operation of the human meridians, these symptoms can be inferred. Ouyang Ling had completely lost her smile at this moment and looked solemn. Suddenly, all her aura was released, and her powerful spiritual power was like a tornado, blowing Li Dan back repeatedly and blocking the front with his hands. What a powerful force! Such a girl who is younger than herself has such a strong cultivation level, comparable to her third senior brother Chen Hai. Soon, Ouyang Ling wiped the sweat from the tip of her nose, because she had just used the most advanced probing technique to explore her body, and there was still no sign of poisoning. However, everything Li Dan said was true. She raised her head and looked at Li Dan. Am I really poisoned? Li Dan shrugged. No, it's been at least 7 or 8 years, and you are terminally ill. If you don't care about it, you will be reincarnated in a year or 2, and the prerequisite is to use less spiritual power, because it will only accelerate the erosion process. How did you know that my master didn't notice it? Ouyang Ling asked in a solemn tone and couldn't wait to ask. I told you, I'm a chef. You have food poisoning, but this food is a variety of top-grade medicinal foods. Maybe it's what you usually eat, drink, or pills. To be honest with you, even if it's ordinary alchemy masters or people with high cultivation levels may not be able to see it. I have watched a TV series before. Just treat it as a novel. On an island, there are powerful martial arts carved on it. Many people are invited to learn and practice. But there is a special thing about this secret book. It is all tadpole writing. Every sentence, every move, and every detail will lead people astray and cannot be understood through research. Everyone has their own opinions, but only one person has practiced it. He calls him a bastard just because he has a pure mind and is as handsome as me. Of course, this is one of them. The most important thing is that he is illiterate. Those martial arts secrets can only be learned by illiterate people. It's amazing, so you are lucky that I am just a simple cook, not an alchemist, let alone a big shot. Do you understand what I say? Ouyang Ling was silent, her face turning extremely pale at this moment. The gap between before and after was too great. Just now I was canceling Li Dan's lie, but in the blink of an eye I only had 1 or 2 years left. Who can bear this? I was still young, so I didn't do a lot of things or watch. I haven't even encountered the love in a storybook novel, and having children and eating delicious food. Damn, how could I be poisoned? Who wants to harm me? I am so cute, and I have always been kind to others. I have never hit or scolded anyone, let alone made any enemies. Why does it have to be my turn? Ouyang Ling squatted on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Li Dan looked at her and didn't know how to comfort her, so he squatted down. Actually, there is still hope, but it's a bit difficult, Li Dan said. Ouyang Ling immediately raised his head, took a sniff, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked at Li Dan. Really? The 8th grade fire bodhisattva, the 8th grade per Dan, or the 3rd grade bone sloughing pill are all fine, Li Dan said truthfully. He could see the poisoning and the pills needed to detoxify it. In this regard, Li Dan is extremely satisfied with the retrospective tianxiang rewarded by the system. When Ouyang Ling heard this, her newly ignited hope was shattered again, and she started crying again. 8th grade elixirs, the highest in her star palace, is only a 7th grade alchemist ancestor who is about to die, and the few apprentices she has trained are only 4th grade. How can they get 8th grade elixirs? The last time I attended a large-scale auction with my master, an 8th grade elixir appeared. I don't know how many super sects were grabbing it, which almost caused a war. In the end, a total of 70 million spiritual stones were auctioned by others. How could his own life be worthy of being cured by an 8th grade elixir? Moreover, there are very few 8th grade alchemists, and every one of them is like a divine dragon. Even if we meet, you must have the prescriptions for these 2 elixirs. Even if there are elixir recipes, the medicinal materials for 8th grade elixirs have been around for thousands of years, some have even become extinct, and some require risking one's life to find them in those ancient ruins. Even if you find it, you still have time to refine the elixir. As for the ancestor in the new palace, it took 10 years to refine a 7th grade elixir last time, let alone an 8th grade elixir. It's over now. By the way, there is also a 3rd grade bone sloughing pill. But you were using level 8 before, and suddenly you made a sharp turn and used level 3. Could it be that you were trying to frame me? Ouyang Ling quickly looked at Li Dan. Can you practice? Li Dan pointed at himself. Do you think I look like me? Woohoo! Ouyang Ling immediately ran away crying. Li Dan looked at her back and could only sigh. Don't worry, for a sect as big as yours, a few pills should be easy. After completing today's task, Li Dan counted on his fingers that he still had to go to Qianing Palace for 28 days and couldn't help but feel a headache. I was a little happy before, but after only 2 days, I withered. Mainly because it's so embarrassing. I really don't understand music, but early on the 3rd day, Li Dan originally planned to go to Qianing Palace, but turned back halfway and went to Danhua Peak. Hello, junior brother, is there any bone sloughing pill here? It should be a 3rd grade pill, Li Dan asked the alchemy disciple. I still have 150,000 points now. I don't have the qualifications or strength for an 8th grade elixir, but it should be enough to exchange for a bone-changing elixir. Although they are from a large sect, they shouldn't be bad, but if you can help yourself, just help them. It's a good relationship. After all, this happened because of him. But unexpectedly, the alchemy disciple was stunned. Bone sloughing pill? There should be no such thing. Junior brother, I have never heard of it. After all, the highest level of elixir in our Jindan Hall is only the 4th grade elixir. It is all refined by Elder Fong, but there is only that 1 or 2. There are only 7 or 8 kinds of 3rd grade elixirs. Forget it, senior brother. Wait a moment, I will check it for you. After waiting for an entire hour, this conscientious junior brother came back again, sweating profusely. Senior brother, there is indeed no such 3rd grade elixir here in Jindan Hall. I was afraid that you might need it urgently, so I made a special trip to the back mountain and found the only 5 3rd grade alchemists in our Manhwa peak. They had never heard of 3rd grade elixirs. There is such a special medicine among the elixirs. After all, there are many alchemy prescriptions in the whole continent. It is possible that our small place has not included them all. However, one of the alchemists became interested and checked some classics. He still has never heard of such a name among the 3rd grade medicines, so we delayed a little time, see if you remembered the wrong name. Li Dan didn't expect it would be so troublesome, so he specially allocated 100 points to the alchemy disciple as a reward. You can't be wrong about it, it should be unfamiliar to you. After all, there are only 3 kinds of elixirs that can cure people's poisons. The first 2 are 8th grade elixirs, and then a 3rd grade elixir comes unexpectedly. However, the Star Palace is a large sect. Whether it is the 8th grade or the 3rd grade like this home remedy, it should be available, so I won't have to worry too much. But unexpectedly, when Li Dan rushed to Qianin Hall again, he did not see Ouyang Ling. When I asked others, I didn't see him this morning. Li Dan's heart suddenly sank. Could it be that he couldn't think about it and committed suicide? In the next few days, Li Dan never saw Ouyang Ling again, which made him a little worried. For this reason, he specifically asked Uncle Zhu Yujun. After all, she was the one who brought him here, and he heard that he was somewhat related to her. But Master Zhu seemed a little busy and had no time to see him. I think I should go back and find the antidote. And yesterday, he devoured the last Qingling pill and 3 Yuan guarding pills, successfully breaking through to the 8th level of Qi condensation, and was only 1 step away from the Huayuan realm. This made him happy. When a sect goes out to perform tasks, the minimum cultivation requirement is the Huayuan realm. To be honest, until now, he was very curious about the outside world. Originally, his body's memory had stayed on the mountain since he was a child. Now that he has the innate magical power recall Qianxiang, he can avoid food poisoning with a high probability. If he keeps a low profile, he can completely increase his knowledge of the outside world. What's more, in a few days, after the music task is completed, another magical power will appear to protect the body. Where have you been these days? Why are you sitting here? Li Dan, who had just returned from Yingluo Peak, trotted over. Ouyang Ling curled up and sat on the stone, slowly raised her head, looked at Li Dan, hugged Li Dan's neck, and started crying. Yuowoa, I'm going to die. I'm going to die. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Why did you tell me the truth and let me know nothing? Maybe I can just be happy every day. You did it on purpose. You must have done it on purpose. Woo-woo. Master took me to find my ancestor. He really saw that I was poisoned, but the poisoner had no clue. And just like you said, only those 2 8th grade elixirs can save me. But the 8th level alchemy masters are all divine dragons who have never seen the end of the dragon. The master searched several auctions but couldn't find one. Finally, the ancestor found an old friend. The person said that the prescriptions of these 2 kinds of elixirs were incomplete. No one can practice it at all. The last time I saw it, I got it accidentally from an ancient ruins, so I only got the names of these 2 medicines. I'm going to die. I went out for a trip and didn't accomplish anything, but I got myself involved. I'm still young. I haven't gotten married yet. I haven't had a child yet. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Ouyang Ling cried hysterically and kept hitting Li Dan's chest with small fists. Li Dan also didn't expect that a sect as big as yours would be unable to save you. Seriously? Isn't there a 3rd grade bone sloughing pill? Li Dan asked hurriedly. This question made Ouyang Ling cry even more fiercely, and Li Dan could clearly feel that a large amount of wetness was forming on his chest. There is only one ancestor of the 7th grade alchemy master in our star palace. He said that you are trying to coax me. He said that he has lived for so long and has never heard of such a medicine, let alone the 4th grade, 5th grade, and 6th grade medicine. The only ones that can cure my poison are those 2 8th grade elixirs, woo-woo. Li Dan felt very embarrassed when he heard this, so he could only pat her back gently to comfort her. The next moment, Ouyang Ling suddenly got up from Li Dan's chest, staring at Li Dan with a pair of big eyes with only light, pouting, sucking gently, and making a trembling sound. Do you know the recipe for the bone sloughing pill? You didn't lie to me. Otherwise, with your knowledge, you can speak accurately about the other 2 8th grade elixirs. You know it. You must know it. Tell me, please, Ouyang Ling begged. Li Dan looked into her eyes. After crying for so long, the black eyeliner didn't even fall off. This was true natural beauty that didn't need rouge or gouache to dress it up. Li Dan pinched his thigh suddenly. What time are you thinking about? He didn't want to lie to Ouyang Ling. He really didn't know, because the talent given by the system could only tell whether it was poisonous and how to detoxify it, but there was no formula for the elixir. Sorry, I'm just a cook. Then how did you know? The light in Ouyang Ling's eyes suddenly went out with Li Dan's words, like the straw that broke the camel's back. I made it up. Ouyang Ling just stared at Li Dan in a daze, tears streaming down her baby fat face. Li Dan really wanted to rub it, but men and women couldn't touch each other. It was you who made me like this. If I hadn't met you, I would still be happy. It's all your fault. Ouyang Ling stood up suddenly and left Li Dan with the words, you should feel guilty for harming the little girl for the rest of your life, then turned around and left, disappearing. Li Dan was stunned for a moment and then stopped working. No, what do you mean by that? I helped you, but I helped you wrongly. You women are still being unreasonable. If it weren't for you. Li Dan opened his mouth and let it go. Looking at the trail where she disappeared, he sighed. If I were an alchemist, I would help you. After muttering to himself, he walked towards the mountain. 3 days later, after Li Dan finished listening to his last class, the long-awaited reminder finally rang. Ding, congratulations to the host for persisting for a month, listening to the influence of music every day, and completing the self-discipline task. Ding, the host will be rewarded with the Sound Skill 7 Treasures Magic Sound. This sound skill can be added to any musical instrument to cause hallucinations and sluggishness in the enemy, causing inner flaws and inner demons. Everything has 2 sides. It can kill people and it can also save people. The next self-discipline task will start at an unknown time. Li Dan continued to be ecstatic. Now he was better. He also had attack methods, and he no longer had to worry about being unable to defend himself. Feeling the infusion of the 7 Treasures magic sound in his mind, Li Dan quickly memorized and mastered it. However, unlike the previous times, the self-discipline time this time is no longer 24 hours. It seems that the system is giving itself time to rest and have a holiday. As get out of class ended, Li Dan was about to leave when Shiyao came in front of him. You're not coming? Master Lu said you'll only study for 1 month? Li Dan nodded. Yes, if you don't learn, you won't come here in the future. Come on. Shiyao looked at Li Dan and suddenly smiled. Yes, I have to say that your talent is the best I have ever seen in learning music. It can even be said that you don't have to use it. Of course, but you can't be proud. Wait, I'm giving this to you as an apology from me. After Li Dan finished speaking, he took out an unusually beautiful guzheng from his storage bag. This was redeemed by Li Dan in the Redemption Hall of Mission Hall with a total of 60,000 points. He inquired and found out that Shiyao had actually wanted it for a long time, but she didn't have enough points and had been secretly saving them. The structure of this guzheng, whether it is the hollow sound wood inside or the sinews of the 4th order monster beast, are extremely rare. Coupled with Shiyao's music, it can be used as a surefire weapon, and his was even better. He spent a total of 80,000 points to exchange for an earthy yellow swanna. It was a swanna made from the pelvic bone of a 5th-level monster. It had no name, and it would be used as his weapon from now on. I originally wanted to exchange it for a flute, but after thinking about it carefully, I realized that although it would look cool when the time comes, it must be practical. It would be so embarrassing if we didn't make some fancy moves when the time came and saw the record was 0-5. Besides, don't underestimate Swanna. It is a music rogue, and it is more suitable for the 7 treasures magic sound rewarded by this system. That guy, I'll give you a meal, and he's just waiting to eat. After redeeming the 2 musical instruments, he only had less than 10,000 points left. It's really not enough money. Shiyao was stunned when she looked at the goujing in front of her that she had liked for a long time. Is this for me? Li Dan nodded. Yes, it's for you. Shiyao suddenly felt happy from the bottom of her heart, and finally she no longer sent love letters and gifts to others. You fool. But he quickly reacted. Why do you say it's an apology? Li Dan scratched his head in embarrassment, a little embarrassed. Well, I had a mental disorder some time ago, which caused a lot of damage to your reputation. Just think that I am young and ignorant, and nothing happened. Shiyao looked at Li Dan and felt suddenly panicked. Really, just pretend nothing happened. All right, senior sister Lu and other senior sisters, you are busy first. Come to Taihua Peak to play when you have free time. I also made an appointment with Bao Yue to go to Huozhao Peak today to improve the recipes. See you when you have time. After Li Dan finished speaking, he went down the mountain with relief. Seeing Li Dan's expression of no nostalgia, Shiyao remained silent and touched the goujing with one hand. With a flick, a crisp sound echoed throughout the hall. From now on, just call me Heartbeat. At Huozhao Peak, because of Li Dan's magical power recalled Qianxiang, he adjusted the original recipes and seasonings of many meals, making foods that everyone should be tired of eating become hot sellers again. Li Dan cannot avoid being called the little god of cookery. How have you been doing at Qianing Palace recently? Has Shiyao made a statement? Bao Yue asked with satisfaction after taking a sip of Li Dan's concoction. Li Dan was speechless. How to get rid of this hat? She's really not my type. I've already left, Li Dan said. Bao Yue was stunned and hurried over. Did you have a fight? Do you want me to ask my dad to help you go back? No, I left on my own. I originally planned to study for only 1 month, so don't make things worse for me. Li Dan apologized. Seeing Li Dan like this, Bao Yue was a little confused about the solution. By the way, we have a distinguished guest from Tianya High Pavilion. I heard that the headmaster brought many peak masters to greet him personally. Have you heard anything about it? Bao Yue suddenly thought of something and lowered his voice. Li Dan walked and checked other ingredients. I don't know. Could it be Ouyang Ling? Didn't she come here long ago? Yes, it seems to be Ouyang Ling's master, a very beautiful woman. I haven't seen you for a while. I also want to ask you what happened to Ouyang Ling. I have been busy putting together recipes during this time. I just realized that we have such a beautiful woman here. Bao Yue suddenly became interested and asked hurriedly. Li Dan sighed when he thought of Ouyang Ling's appearance last night, but he didn't expect that her master would come. Is it because of her poison? It's nothing. I sincerely want to remind you, brother, don't provoke Ouyang Ling or inquire about him recently. It will be no good. Seeing that Li Dan didn't look like he was lying, Bao Yue nodded. I don't have time to provoke her. I've never seen her before. Let's not talk about it. I studied a dish last night. You can help me check it. Okay, let me take a look. In the next few days, Li Dan rarely got a vacation time, and he went back and forth between Taihua Peak and Huozhao Peak carelessly every day, and had a heated fight with Bao Yue. After being in contact with some people for a long time, you will find another side of them. For example, Bao Yue, in fact, is just a little unwilling to admit defeat. He is quite frank and cute. At least he is sincere to others. Yu Chi found out that the reason why his nose was red was because when he came to check out the military situation in the middle of the night, he saw himself making stinky tofu, and he laughed so hard that he fell forward and backward. However, the strange thing is that since Ouyang-Ling's mysterious master arrived, no one has seen the peak masters of the 18 peaks of Tianya High Pavilion, including Master Tian Zhan and Bao Youwei's father Bao Yin Tian. This can't help but make people a little worried. As for Yingluo Peak, Li Dan really won't come if he doesn't come, which makes the senior sisters feel doubts in their hearts. Speaking of which, it's good to have brother Li Dan here. At least he always has cakes and sweets to eat. It suddenly stopped coming, and I'm still not used to it. As for Lu Shiyao, it was as if nothing happened. She went to and from get out of class on time every day and kept silent about this matter. The girls speculated a lot about the strange behavior of the two people, and just today, when Li Dan was demonstrating how to make stinky tofu to Bao Youwei, a goose yellow figure broke in. Many chefs looked at this young and lively girl with a unique temperament, holding their spoons forgetfully, watching her keep looking for someone. The next moment, her eyes lit up and she rushed over and grabbed Li Dan's arm. "Follow me." Ouyang-Ling only said this, and then retched, glanced at the dark tofu in the pot and Bao Youwei with his nostrils plugged, and without saying a word, took Li Dan and got out. "Are you as depraved as me now? What are you doing?" Ouyang-Ling went outside and took several breaths of air. It stank to death. Li Dan was still holding a spoon in one hand and wearing an apron. "No, what are you doing?" "I'm cooking," Li Dan protested. As a cook, standing in that position, you have to be responsible for your own food. Besides, Bao Youwei hadn't learned it yet, let alone tasted it, so the frying was ruined. "Don't go, my master is looking for you." Ouyang-Ling wiped his nose, raised one hand like an iron hoop, pulled the squealing Li Dan and flew towards Danhua Peak. In the main hall of Danhua Peak, the originally well-organized place has long been filled with all kinds of books. The peak master of the 18 peaks of Tianya High Pavilion and other elders were sitting in the sea of books, reading through them one by one sleepily. At the top, there is a beautiful woman, wearing a brocade dress, with a jade phoenix hairpin on her black head, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, frowning, reading the book in her hand. Next to him, there was an old man with white hair, doing the same flipping gesture. The old man is Chao Zhengyang, the master of Tianya High Pavilion. The beautiful woman was Ouyang-Ling's master Mu Qingxian, a powerful female elder in the Star Palace. Fellow Taoist Qingxian, the Tianya H family has a small business, and all the books on the 18 peaks are here. We have been looking for many days, but there is no news about the so-called bone-shedding pill. Look, are you mistaken? Chao Zhengyang took a sip of tea and said, "Speaking of which, although Mu Qingxian came from the Star Palace, he never expected that in such a small place, Chao Zhengyang's strength was as good as his own, a real crouching tiger, hidden dragon." Of course, she didn't have any bad intentions, she just asked everyone for help to find the antidote, and she would make up for the trouble afterwards. But it is true that she has not been able to find any clues even after several days of sleepless nights. Thinking back to what Xing Gong said, there is no such elixir in the third-grade elixir recipe. Even if there is, it is impossible to solve Linger's secret, poison. But she just couldn't give it in. She had always raised Ouyang-Ling as her biological daughter. If something really went wrong with Linger this time, she would spend her whole life finding the murderer and avenging her until death. Although the power of the Star Palace is huge and the relationships are even more complicated, this is not the reason why you harmed Linger. You are obviously targeting me. Reporting to the head brother, Xiang Peak has checked all the books and found nothing. The master of Xiang Peak stood up tiredly and reported, "Same here." Yao Sheng, the master of Tianji Peak, stood up immediately. "I'm finished too." Qing Gang, the master of Hidden Sword Peak, stood up. "Not even Taihua Peak." The same goes for Baijian Peak, same as Qiankefeng, 10,000 Monsters Peak. In order to keep this trip secret, the master of the 18 peaks never went back since he came. He read page after page day and night, but still gained nothing. Chao Jingyang nodded. It had never been recorded before, so of course it couldn't be found out. He also specifically asked several alchemists at Manhwa Peak, but they had never heard of it. I dare to ask fellow Taoist Qingxian, your family in Qing Palace has a big business and the collection of books and prescriptions must be far more than that of a small family like mine. Why do you want to come here to find it? Chao Jingyang asked the doubts in his heart. Who the hell is this? Please bother me to stay up all night here. Mu Qingxian weakly put down the book in his hand and stood up. Qingxian, please help me. I apologize for the inconvenience. This is really related to the life and safety of my little disciple. The reason why I came here is because there was a baby named Li Dan who talked about this prescription, and he has never been down the mountain. I thought he must have seen it, but in order to prevent the people behind the scenes from noticing, this is the only solution. The secret of the medicine was sealed first, and it seems that it was all made up as he said. Following Mu Qingxuan's explanation, everyone looked down at Tianjin, who had 2 dark circles under his eyes. How long has it been quiet? What kind of tricks does your disciple do? He can provoke the people of Qing Palace without leaving the sect? Tianjin was also stunned. If I remember correctly, wasn't he studying music at Yingluo Peak? I thought he became more capable after shutting up, so why did he do this? Zhu Yuyun, the master of Yingluo Peak, was equally sluggish. She suddenly thought of Ouyang Ling. Isn't she fine? How could her life be in danger? By the way, she seems to be very close to Li Dan. Is this bastard a quack doctor? I don't know. Tianjin could only answer honestly. He really didn't know anything. Master, at this moment, a report sounded outside the door. Chao Jingyang frowned, raised his hand with one hand, and the tall red palace door slowly opened. Standing outside the door were his close disciples, but standing behind him were Ouyang Ling and Li Dan, who looked like he had done something wrong. Come in. Ouyang Ling took Li Dan and walked in. Just for a moment, the aroma of books that originally filled the hall was suddenly filled with a stench, like a drop of ink falling into a water glass. Although it is small, the infection speed is extremely fast. Everyone subconsciously covered their noses. Who of you two fell into the pit? But only Tianjin closed his eyes and took a long breath. So nostalgic, so authentic. Junior Ouyang Ling, I have met all the seniors. Ouyang Ling saluted. Li Dan quickly threw away the spoon and saluted with both hands. Li Dan has met all the master uncles, the head master uncle. Li Dan is a famous person. In the past 6 months, Tina Hage has been the most noisy. No one has seen it. Many people even ate his food. Several of the peak masters also have his love letters on their desks. To a certain extent, they are also fans. But you can't show off, after all, you are a veteran and an elder. Chao Jingyang first glanced at Ouyang Ling and then at Li Dan, coughing dryly. Li Dan, do you know your guilt? Li Dan was stunned for a moment, then looked at the exhaustion of everyone around him. What did I do to me? My nephew doesn't understand. Please ask the headmaster to explain in detail. Li Dan saluted again. Tianjin glanced at everyone, stood up from the sea of books, and stumbled unsteadily. Damn, my legs are numb. Dandan, what are you talking about with Ouyang Ling, and what's going on with this third-grade bone-sloughing pill? In just one sentence, Tianjin had revealed too many factors to Li Dan. Li Dan was not a fool. When he saw the books filling the hall, he immediately understood. Chao Jingyang glanced at Tianjin and said nothing. Instead, he looked at Li Dan, waiting for his explanation. So many people play with you in a daze, all because of you. Disaster comes from the mouth, and the sect is not stable. What will happen when it goes out in the future? I am worried to death. Li Dan rolled his eyes. Well, it turns out that's what happened. Reporting back to all the masters and uncles, the thing is like this. Didn't my nephew learn to cook in the first 2 months? He is slowly getting better and better. I was born to be a cook, and I even won first place in Huazao Peak's food competition. Uncle Bao and several supreme elders can testify to this. Now I am still the food consultant of Huazao Peak. If you study some things in depth, you will discover its uniqueness and secrets. When I saw Ouyang Ling that day, I was confused. When I noticed something was wrong with her, I guessed it was food poisoning, a mutually beneficial thing. Then I yelled a few random words. I really didn't expect that it would hurt the uncles who wiped my nephews, but it's all my nephew's fault. Just think that I farted. I have long hair and short knowledge. Li Dan first made a low-profile confession, but he really didn't expect it to be so big. When everyone heard this, they understood, but why do you expect us to wipe your ass? Chao Zhengyang had probably guessed what was going on, but how could the perfect rice have such a magical effect? What's even more amazing is that he hit the right one by mistake. If this is true, Li Dan did a good job and deserves praise. It can be seen from Mu Qingxuan's attitude what position Ouyang Ling holds in her heart. But Li Dan, on behalf of our Qinya Hage, discovered that she had been poisoned. No matter whether we could save this girl or not, she owed our clan a great favor. In addition, junior sister Zhu's second apprentice married into Xing Gong many years ago, so they will have more connections in the future. Thinking of this, Chao Zhengyang looked at Li Dan, quite satisfied. This is probably what others say about stupid people being lucky. Then where did you see the third-grade bone-sloughing pill you told Linger? Even though it had reached this point, Mu Qingxian still had some expectations. Li Dan didn't want to lie to others, so he blamed himself for talking too much in the first place. Glancing at Ouyang Ling, who was silent next to him, Li Dan could only salute again, reporting to Senior, "That was all made up by me. I made up these third-grade bone-sloughing pills randomly. This will make it appear that I have more knowledge. The reason for choosing such a name was an idea. I hope Sister Ouyang will be reborn soon." Hearing these words, Mu Qingxuan's eyes completely dimmed. Ouyang Ling on the side bit her lip, trying not to cry. Li Dan blamed himself for a while and was very suspicious. If he had pretended not to see anything at the beginning, maybe this matter would not have happened. Did you really do something wrong? Mu Qingxuan's body swayed slightly. Yes, for a little qi condensation monk who has never left the sect, it is a coincidence that he can come out with something. What more could he ask for? But they have no chance at all with those 2 8th-grade elixirs, and even the existing elixir prescriptions are incomplete. This is hope and despair. For a moment, the entire hall fell into silence and became extremely depressed. Looking at the little girl in yellow, everyone felt a pity. The other party can use food poisoning to kill people subtly, which shows how meticulous and vicious the mind is. Sure enough, even large sects are not that easy to survive. But at this moment, a crisp voice suddenly sounded. "Ding, people are separated from each other. Cherish life, not because you are afraid of death, but because you are responsible for yourself. The world is worth it. Cherish everything you meet. Ding, keep memorizing 100 herbs and various changes by yourself every day for a month. The task is completed, and the assessment will be over 90 points, and the junior alchemist proficiency will be rewarded. Triggering the hidden mission, saving one life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. The self-discipline mission is 100% completed, and an additional 3rd-grade bone-sloughing elixir recipe will be given." As the system's voice fell, Li Dan was stunned. What surprised him was that the system could be so emotional and trigger a new self-discipline task because of this situation. Yes, these days people are separated from each other, and life-saving is the most important thing. Things are unpredictable, and life is even more fragile, just like what is happening in front of you. No matter how huge the power behind you is, with so many resources and connections, you can only watch helplessly when faced with the disappearance of life. Moreover, the reward this time is still the junior alchemy talent, so it couldn't be more suitable. He still knows something about alchemists. Alchemists are the most basic pharmacists. They can only refine qi-ning powder, blood-enhancing pills, prepare medicated baths, etc. If you want to get into the house, you have to take one step further. Pills are divided into grades 1 to 9. Junior alchemists can refine pills of grades 1 to 3, intermediate pharmacists can refine pills of grades 4 to 6, and senior pharmacists can refine pills of grades 7 to 9. Therefore, alchemists seem to be simply divided into 3 classes, but they are also divided by strength. As a junior alchemist, it does not matter that you can only refine first-grade elixirs, or you can only refine third-grade elixirs. However, to master this skill, it will take several years or even a lifetime to learn and master it in large quantities. Take the Manhwa Peak of Tianya High Pavilion as an example. There is only one 4th-grade alchemist. After so many years, there are only 5 3rd-grade alchemists. In this way, they are all treasures among the treasures of the sect. Because the sect has used countless medicinal materials and resources to cultivate this, and cannot afford to lose any of it. But now, as long as he remembers the medicinal materials by himself, he can become a junior alchemist in a month. With the reward of the 3rd-grade bone-sloughing pill recipe, it is very likely that he will become a junior alchemist who can refine 3rd-grade pills. Top alchemist. How cool! Cough. At this moment, a cough sounded in the dull and oppressive hall, instantly pulling everyone back from their thoughts. The person who spoke was none other than Yao, the leader above, because he accidentally glanced and saw that this kid was smiling, very happy. In such a sad moment, in such a depressing atmosphere, what happy things did you think of? If Mu Qingxian were to see him, he would suffer a lot of physical pain, because this is Qigwood's taunt. Mu Qingxian walked down and glanced at Li Dan. Thank you for your warning. Li Dan quickly said, this is really just a coincidence. A blind cat has met a dead mouse. After Li Dan finished speaking, he quickly felt that this metaphor was somewhat inappropriate, but Mu Qingxian didn't seem to listen and simply expressed his gratitude. At this moment, her eyes stayed on Ouyang Ling. Linger, otherwise, let's go back. There will always be a way. I'll ask Master Jiao again, and he will definitely help us. Ouyang Ling raised her head, looked at the haggard master, and smiled slowly. Master, no need. We all know that's impossible. It doesn't matter. You also know that Linger only wants to do 2 things in this life without any worries, eat well and play well. The food cooked by Brother Li is really delicious. Master, you should try it too. Didn't Master Jiao say that if I don't use my spiritual power, I can still have 1 year? That's enough. How many people have never been as happy as I have been for more than 10 years? I won't go back now. I want to have a good meal at Brother Li's place. What's more, Brother Li is my lucky star. Maybe I will complete the ancient music score and hand it over to you, Master. Even if Linger leaves, there will be no regrets. Ouyang Ling had a happy smile on her face, as if she saw everything quickly and tried her best not to make her master uncomfortable. Mu Qingxian looked at her quirky figure, and he didn't know what she was thinking. But sometimes, not revealing is the best choice. Okay, since you want to stay here, just stay. Don't worry, everything is going well. After Mu Qingxian finished speaking, he turned around and found a storage bag in his hand. Then he came to Chao Zhengyang, transmitted the message with his spiritual consciousness, and handed it to him. Chao Zhengyang glanced at the storage bag, and the smile on his face became wider. Don't worry, I'm here. Thank you. In 3 months, my master will come to pick you up. You come out first, and I will tell you something. Mu Qingxian pulled Ouyang Ling and left the hall. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chao Zhengyang walked down, and all the masters of the 18 peaks surrounded Li Dan with unkind expressions. It was this guy who made them look for him in this palace day and night for 6 or 7 days, and they were all dazzled. Li Dan looked embarrassed at the moment and wanted to retreat but couldn't. Masters, uncles, and uncles, it's been a long time. Li Dan swallowed and smiled coquettishly. Junior brother Tian said that the food you cook is very delicious, said the headmaster Chao Zhengyang. Li Dan immediately understood and patted his thigh. Oh, my uncles have been working hard these days in seclusion. Seeing you all looking haggard, I feel heartbroken. What a coincidence, my nephew happens to know some nourishing yin and yang, not the nourishing ones. I will prepare a nourishing diet for you today. Li Dan chuckled and rubbed his hands. I want 4 dishes and 1 soup, the one with lotus seeds is better, said Zhu Yuyun, the master of Yingluo Peak. No problem, no problem. I don't care, but it must have meat, and the thigh one is better. Qin Gang, the master of Hidden Sword Peak, said. It's so trivial. I want to keep it light, not too meaty, but keep up with the nutrition, added Yao Shang, the master of Tianji Peak. At this moment, Li Dan had transformed into a well-behaved waiter. He tore off a few pages from the precious file on the floor and took notes. Uncle Son, you don't want it to be spicy, okay, I've already made a note. Uncle Ma, it's slightly spicy, right? I want fish head, that's good. Uncle Lin, your chicken still needs to be put into a pose. It needs to be ceremonial, right? That's fine. Uncle Tian, no, master, you can do whatever you want. After ordering, the headmaster stroked his beard with satisfaction and gave Li Dan 10 spiritual crystals with a smile. This girl wants to eat the food you cook. These 10 spiritual crystals are your reward. Cook well. If you need any food, just ask the stove room. If you don't have meat, go to Wanyao Peak. This is the first time Li Dan has come into contact with spirit stones. It looks like crystal, and I feel happy for a while. I heard that this thing is the concentration of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and it can be used for cultivation. Li Dan suddenly became excited and expressed gratitude. Thank you, Uncle. Why are you thanking me? This is given to you. We don't know how to cook. Take good care of that poor girl. We have a good relationship with Xing Gong, Chao Zhengyang said seriously. Everyone, including Li Dan, nodded. Maybe this good karma will be even greater. At present, he is not sure whether he can complete the system's tasks. Because this mission is different from the past, it requires assessment, and you have to rely on yourself to memorize all kinds of strange herbs. It will probably take a long time to burn your brain. If you fail the test, wouldn't it be embarrassing? Therefore, due to uncertain factors, Li Dan will never talk nonsense again. Mu Qingxian came in with Ouyang Ling at this time. Fellow Taoist Chao, I will trouble you to take care of my apprentice for the next 3 months. If the 50,000 spiritual crystals are not enough, they will be accounted for first. I will make up for them when I come. This time I went out in a hurry, so I only brought this. Then I'll leave first. Mu Qingxian finished speaking with a grateful face, then went out and left. Everyone and Li Dan all looked at the headmaster in disbelief. Chao Zhengyang looked embarrassed and coughed twice. Well, that's the protection money given by fellow Taoist Qingxian, not a meal ticket. I'll give it to you. After Chao Zhengyang finished speaking, he quickly followed. Li Dan suddenly pulled on his master Tianjin's clothes, feeling a little bit at a disadvantage. Tianjin's nose was already breathing heavily at this moment, and he patted Li Dan on the shoulder. You cook first, you are a good teacher. Good. Ouyang Ling stayed and lived on the Yingluo Peak side, where he could avoid suspicion. After all, it was not convenient for girls, but Taihua Peak could come and go at will. Because she was absent from school for more than 20 days, in order to divert her attention, Li Dan wrote some very good songs from his previous life for her to study, and if she found inspiration, she could complete the ancient music score. Regret. As for eating, Li Dan knows all the recipes and can cook them the same way every day for 3 to 5 years without any problem. For these, Ouyang Ling is truly grateful, but sometimes when he saw her sitting alone on a rock on the top of a mountain, curled up and watching the sunset, Li Dan really wanted to tell him his plan, but he didn't know whether he could successfully complete this self-discipline task. The main thing is that this time is completely different from the past. You really have to rely on yourself. Unlike confession, cooking and listening to music are all daily pay wages, and you will continue to improve on this basis every day until you reach the peak and then complete the task. But this time, it all depends on my memory. 100 medicinal herbs a day, 3,000 a month. The system will not tell you how many you have successfully memorized. It will only conduct an assessment on time 1 month later. Passed, everything is fine. Failure not only meant that he lost a life-saving skill in his future career, but also the end of Ouyang Ling's life. Therefore, Li Dan was cautious, even under great pressure, and did not dare to try Danhua Peak. The time to start a self-discipline task is decided by yourself. Once it starts, it cannot be interrupted, otherwise it will not be self-discipline. Therefore, Li Dan spent the next few days hanging out in the kitchen, trying his best to prepare delicious meals for Ouyang Ling. Unexpectedly, the news that Ouyang Ling, a girl with a bright future, would not live long, would be known to others by someone who kept talking. First, the direct disciples, then the inner sect, and then the outer sect. But most people don't dare to gossip, let alone laugh at them. On the one hand, they are VIPs, and the sect behind them is there. On the other hand, they have never seen this girl before. She said the wrong thing and was reported. You can imagine the consequences. On the other side of Qianing Palace, all the girls were also sighing. Not long ago, she was giving them musical instructions, but why did it happen so suddenly? No wonder Li Dan didn't come, he was always with her. I heard that he makes her laugh every day and makes her delicious food. Some people even saw the two playing music together on the top of the mountain. Lu Shiyao listened, although she felt a little jealous and uncomfortable, but when she thought of that little sister, she still felt a deep sense of pity. But the next piece of good news came, and Li Dan suddenly had a new plan. Li Dan's good news was brought by Tianjin. He has been pestering Chao Xingyang in a playful manner these past few days, and unexpectedly asked Li Dan for 1,000 spiritual crystals. Spirit crystals, also called spirit stones, are the main currency circulating among monks throughout the continent. Just like ordinary gold and silver deposits, it is an ore that is buried deep underground and formed after millions of years of absorbing the spiritual power of heaven and earth. It was excavated, processed, and impurities were removed, forming magnificent six-sided crystals. The monks use it as currency. In daily practice, in addition to freely absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, they can also absorb the concentrated spiritual power in the spiritual crystal. For the Huayuanjing brothers who go out on a mission for the first time, the sect will give each of them 200 startup capital. After that, if they make money or lose money, they will have to rely on themselves. Therefore, Li Dan, a rookie who is still developing in Novice Village, can receive 1,000 spiritual crystals. No, it should be 1,010, which is already good and cannot be better. But having said that, the headmaster Chao Xingyang did not lie. Those spiritual crystals were basically requested by Mu Qingxian to protect Ouyang Ling. If someone eats alone, no sect can afford 50,000 spiritual crystals in 3 months. It's not like you eat 1,000-year-old ginseng every day. Chao Xingyang rewarded Li Dan with 10 spiritual crystals because he found out that Ouyang Ling was poisoned and formed a good relationship with Xing Gong. Unexpectedly, Tianjin caught him and kept pulling him, just as shameless as their senior brothers when they were young. In order to keep his ears quiet, and because Li Dan would have to cook for Ouyang Ling for the next 3 months, he simply gave him another 1,000 pills. Li Dan has a new plan for these spiritual crystals. He will attack the Huayuan realm with all his strength in the next month. He has asked his 2 senior brothers that once they reach the transformation realm, the spiritual energy in all the meridians in the body will be gradually transformed into a more explosive liquid state. Not only that, the soul will be condensed like never before at this moment, the sea of consciousness will be expanded, and it will be more consistent with the heaven and earth. In other words, it is to truly step into the ranks of spiritual practice and be reborn, just like a new life. This feeling is great. When you reach the Huayuan realm and your soul expands, your chances of memorizing 3,000 spiritual plants in just 1 month will be greatly increased. Anyway, Ouyang Ling will stay here for 3 months, 1 month for his own breakthrough and 1 month for self-discipline tasks, which is enough time. Just do it. That night, Li Dan sat cross-legged, holding 2 spiritual crystals in each hand, and began to use his usual spiritual practice. Soon, his eyes lit up, because he clearly felt that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the spiritual crystal was very strong, and as it was absorbed, it crazily poured into various acupuncture points on the limbs and baihui in the body. In just a short moment, it has been running for a whole day, which is comparable to a midday meditation on weekdays. But maybe it was because the impact was too strong, which made his meridians feel a little raw, like scraping bones. Fortunately, he was already at the 8th level of chi condensation, so it was still acceptable. Thinking about it, this is the reason why senior brother or master does not provide spirit stones for chi condensers to practice. Everything has to be done step by step. After feeling refreshed, Li Dan absorbed it again, but this time he controlled the spiritual crystal and closed the valve in it a little smaller to avoid damaging the fragile meridians and leaving hidden injuries. During the day, Li Dan accompanied Ouyang Ling to relax, cook, and even study music together. After all, he was considered to be in the industry now. But more importantly, I absorbed and practiced whenever I had time, and made remarkable progress. Finally, 20 days later, he successfully broke through to the 9th level of chi condensation. Normally, it would have taken at least 3 or 4 months. After resting for 2 days, on an undisturbed night, Li Dan took out the Huayuan Dan that he had redeemed for 50,000 points, sniffed the refreshing fragrance, licked his lips, and adjusted to the best condition and swallowed it. As the Huayuan Dan enters the body, a faint cold feeling suddenly goes down from the throat and penetrates to the bottom. Just when Li Dan thought he had a sprained intestine, when he was about to come out, a pure energy spread out from his dantian, crazily squeezing into the muscles and veins of his limbs and bones, and began to liquefaction. Li Dan was overjoyed, and immediately adjusted his breathing to stabilize, and slowly guided the energy to be distributed evenly, because some meridians were painfully swollen. As time gradually passed, an hour later, Li Dan, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly moved his fingers. His index and thumb met each other, and his middle fingers touched each other, quickly forming a strange handprint. And the aura around him is constantly increasing, and the clothes around him are moving automatically without any wind. Ding! The next moment, a crisp sound like water droplets falling into spring water quietly sounded in Li Dan's body, and Li Dan's eyes suddenly opened. In the dark pupils, a milky white light slowly dissipated. He twisted his sore neck, and the crackling sound of bones colliding made Li Dan burst out laughing. Finally, the breakthrough reached the early stage of Huayuan realm. In the body, there is now a quarter of the spiritual energy in the meridians, which has been transformed into a milky white liquid. From now on, it will continue to transform with the transformation, and it will reach the middle stage, the later stage, and the great perfection. As expected, Li Dan's mental power tripled, which increased his confidence in the memory herb. The spirit is released, and I can clearly feel the changes in the trees outside the courtyard. The insects chirped, the trees moved, the wind blew, and even the starry sky that I was used to seeing seemed to be full of spirituality. Is this the world seen in Huayuanjing? Huh? At this moment, as Li Dan's energy was released, he soon discovered that a figure was rapidly approaching this place. That aura seemed to be that of Ouyang Ling. Why is she here in the middle of the night? Shouldn't we be at Yingluo Peak at this moment? Li Dan was stunned and was about to stand up. Suddenly, another slight wave of breath entered the scope of his consciousness. The aura of this figure was full of coldness, like a silent poisonous snake, quietly following behind Ouyang Ling. Li Dan's expression changed, and he wanted to get closer to investigate, but the other party seemed to have discovered him. With a strong mental backlash, Li Dan screamed, and the sea of consciousness was in unprecedented pain, and he almost fainted. But he couldn't care less and immediately staggered out. Halfway up the mountain, Ouyang Ling was approaching Li Dan's residence happily, her face flushed with excitement. This was in sharp contrast to the sad look she had been looking at for the past month. Because just tonight, with the help of those strange musical score references that Li Dan gave her, she finally completed the ancient music score. After performing it once, I was so moved that even in the middle of the night, I attracted some birds and beasts in the surrounding forest and lay quietly outside the door to listen. She was confident that this piece of music would definitely impress the guardian monster of Tianyin Valley. By giving it to the master, even if she is no longer around, she can help him get the inheritance inside before she dies, and she will be able to fulfill her wish and live up to the care of the master. At this moment, she just wanted to share such good news with Li Dan, because in the entire Tianya High Pavilion, he was his only friend, and it was because of him that he allowed himself to complete the centuries-old problem of Xing Palace. In front is Li Dan's residence. The lights are on, but he is not sleeping. Ouyang-Ling's face was filled with a smile, and he quickened his pace. Ouyang-Ling, be careful. At this moment, Li Dan suddenly appeared on the stone hundreds of meters away, shouting anxiously. Ouyang-Ling was stunned and didn't hear clearly what Li Dan was shouting. Instead, she quickly raised the music score in her hand. Brotherly, look, look. At the same moment, in the forest behind Ouyang-Ling, a figure in black robes suddenly froze his eyes when he saw the music score in Ouyang-Ling's hand. With a sudden move with one hand, light burst out from his fingertips, and with a clattering sound, 5 black chains strangely formed. Then, with a sneer, it pierced through the void and headed towards Ouyang-Ling's head. He was so cruel that he wanted to kill Ouyang-Ling. At this moment, Ouyang-Ling suddenly realized something. Turning around instinctively, the black chain was no longer 1 meter long. Her face suddenly turned pale. Too close, there is no way to avoid it. It's over. The man in black looked happy, but at the next moment, a sharp and harsh Swana sound echoed in his ears from unknown time. The ripple spread and reverberated, causing his quick and easy actions to stop, and his mood to relax. Seeing the inevitable black chain slowing down, Ouyang-Ling immediately turned sideways, then opened his arms and slid back. Tian Lizi. Her face suddenly became angry. She slapped the storage bag, and 10 iron balls flashing with lightning appeared. They immediately locked onto the target and threw them directly towards the man in black. Boom! 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 The next moment, a series of terrifying explosions sounded, causing the entire forest and boulders in front of them to explode. Damn it! The man in black instinctively retracted his sneak attack weapon and finally found an opportunity, only to be destroyed by a miscellaneous fish. He kept jumping until he landed firmly in the safe zone aside. His chest heaved violently, he shook his head vigorously, and then looked fiercely at Li Dan high in the sky. At this moment, Li Dan was holding the Swana in his hand. At the critical moment, he directly performed the music self-discipline task and was rewarded with the speed of the musical skill 7 Treasures magic sound. Once you become immersed in listening, you can slow down everything. Fortunately, I broke through to the transformation realm tonight and was able to maximize the effect of the 7 Treasures demonic sound, but even so, it only delayed the opponent for a moment. Who is he? How did you get in? Why didn't anyone find out? Li Dan could no longer think too much. He endured the pain of the sea of consciousness again, picked up the Swana, shook his head, and continued to play. The sharp melody echoes continuously, dancing gracefully with the clouds under the bright moon. But at this moment, the other party was already prepared. Li Dan wanted to confuse and slow down, and his efficiency was greatly reduced. Damn it, we really capsized in the gutter. The master ordered each shadow to quietly follow a trial disciple. Once someone composes the remaining score of Tianyin Valley, kill him first and then seize him. I was still suspicious before and didn't dare to take action. The Yingluo Peak is actually quite heavily guarded. It is probably to prevent those men from sneaking into the mountain in the middle of the night. It is precisely because the trial disciples are highly alert, so the strength of each shadow cannot be too strong, otherwise it will cause detection. It was originally a good time to take action here, but I didn't expect that because of my secret joy, my mental fluctuations would be discovered by a small Huayuan realm, and now I have even interfered. Ouyang-Ling immediately put away the music score. The bell on his waist expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into two golden gears on his chest, exuding terrifying power and spinning rapidly. "Who are you?" Ouyang Ling's voice was cold and she was on guard. The masked man glanced at Ouyang Ling and knew that the best time to take action was gone. This time it had aroused alarm, and it was impossible to find an opportunity next time. His most important thing now is to quickly send the news back to his master. Years of training allowed him to instantly know what to do next, and without saying a word, he turned around and ran away. "Who gave you the courage to come to Taihua Peak to assassinate me? If you want to leave now, is it too late?" The next moment, a loud shout sounded. Li Dan's eyes lit up. "Third senior brother!" Boom! As the voice fell, the ground suddenly trembled violently, and then a huge hand formed directly from the soil from the ground, suddenly shot up into the sky, and directly pinched the figure in the palm of its hand. "Call out!" But it only took a moment for the figure to break off one of his fingers and stumble out. "There are still some means, but what about this?" Fourth senior brother Ling Feng's joking voice also sounded at this moment. Before the figure could react, a purple spear transformed into a wind blade suddenly appeared in front of him, directly between the eyebrows. The black shadow was shocked, and dozens of black iron chains suddenly stretched out from his back, like venomous snakes, resisting the fierce wind. Ding, ding, ding. Upon the first collision, countless sparks suddenly appeared from the two weapons. At this moment, the third brother's giant earthen hand came again, with 5 fingers grasping, and punched the tail of the spear, causing it to stab forward suddenly. The huge force caused the man in black to spit out a mouthful of blood, and the black chains around him suddenly shrank. But it was obvious that the man in black didn't want to fight. He suddenly stepped back, causing his spear and giant fist to almost wipe off his neck. As for him, he stepped lightly and didn't know what he was doing. The space in front of him suddenly squirmed, and his body immediately became blurred. "No, he's trying to escape." Li Dan flew over and shouted. The two halos around Ouyang Ling were already flying up, but the strange thing is that both Ouyang Ling's attacks and Chen Hailingfeng's attacks passed through his illusory body without hurting him at all. Paint the ground as a prison and treat it as a prison. At this moment, a red ray of light passed by on the top of the mountain, and with a buzz sound, a red rectangular outline appeared out of nowhere, trapping him directly inside. The figure that originally disappeared slowly returned strangely at this moment. At this time, the people in black became truly frightened. Master Tianjin and Mistress Xiao Wanrong appeared in pajamas, and Chen Hai and Ling Feng even manifested themselves. Lin stands in the sky. Seeing the master coming, Li Dan's worried heart was completely relieved. The man in black, who was trapped in the cage, knew that there was no possibility of escape. He slowly looked at Ouyang Ling with a smile in his eyes. "You won't live long either." After finishing speaking, his eyes showed a look of death, then he opened his mouth and spat out, and a gray light flew out of his mouth and turned into a talisman. With terrifying destructive power, he suddenly pressed his forehead. Tianjin felt the aura, and his expression suddenly changed. "Get out of the way!" Ignoring the reaction of several people, he rushed forward, waved with one hand, and an energy shield immediately appeared around Li Dan and others, protecting them within it, and then quickly formed seals with both hands, quickly superimposing the energy shield that trapped the person. Imprint. Boom! With just one breath, a terrifying explosion came from it. Rao Shi Tianjin saw the opportunity and added so many shields in a short time, but the terrifying explosion still shattered the frame formed by spiritual power. Several people were even blown away by the terrifying airwaves. When Li Dan stabilized his body, he ignored the surging energy and blood in his body and quickly looked through the dust. He was shocked to find that the place in front of him had been blasted into a huge crater, and that the mysterious man was already dead. Not even a scrap of him was left. Could this be the dead man often played in TV dramas? So determined? Basically, they just want to die together. After Tianjin checked that no one was injured, he breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at the huge crater, frowning. What a horrific explosion! Whoosh! At this moment, Taihua Peak's patrol team leapt over from the foot of the mountain. In the distance, more than a dozen other peak masters, including the headmaster Chao Jingyang, directly tore through the space and walked out. After confirming that Ouyang Ling was not injured, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that these 50,000 spiritual crystals are really difficult to get, so you are careless. What's going on? Chao Jingyang quickly looked at Tianjin. Tianjin looked at his two apprentices, Chen Hai and Ling Feng. He noticed the fluctuations in their spells. Chen Hai and Ling Feng blinked and looked at Li Dan at the same time. We only realized when we heard the explosion from your side. What were you two doing in the middle of the night? The gazes passed to Li Dan like a relay race. Li Dan felt baffled. This really had nothing to do with me. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Ouyang Ling was attracted to her. That's right. Why did you come to my place if you didn't stay well in the middle of the night? Even if you eat late-night snacks, it's still too late. He quickly looked at Ouyang Ling again. Ouyang Ling was standing on the edge of the huge pit, frowning, the man's words before his death echoing in his mind. I have never met him, but he knows about my physical condition. Could it be that this matter has something to do with the person behind him? Why did he take action today? When I traveled alone in the past, I obviously had too many opportunities. Is it because of it? Ouyang Ling took out the music score that he had completed tonight and said to himself. She found no information about the man's identity, and all traces were lost in the horrific explosion. A deep sense of uneasiness filled Ouyang Ling's heart. After all, who wants to kill me? Is it someone I know? With the news that an outsider had sneaked into Taihua Peak last night and almost succeeded in assassinating Ouyang Ling, the news spread throughout Tianyahage the next day. After all, there was too much noise last night, and many people who came from behind saw it. I even heard that many inspectors were punished, including 5 elders guarding the gate. Now all the peaks have stepped up their vigilance, causing people to panic for a while. Did you hear about last night's assassination? It was horrific. Who says it wasn't? Half the mountainside was blown away. You're a bit exaggerating, but it sounds similar to what I heard. It's a pity that it's closed now and no one can get in. But I heard that our love Saint Li Dan and our sex daughter Ouyang Ling were attacked in the middle of the night during a tryst. Li Dan was seriously injured in order to save her. Real or fake? During lunch in the fire kitchen, many people began to talk mysteriously. Of course it's true. My third brother is a member of Taihua Peak's escort team. I heard that Ouyang Ling was disheveled when they arrived, so we guessed that he might have just come out of Li Dan's room. I'm a good boy. The love sage is indeed a love sage. He can even take down people from other sections. He's an idol. Let me tell you, Li Dan managed to sneak into the Qianing Palace with such great connections and only stayed for a month before leaving. I can guarantee that it was Shiyao who rejected him again, and it was very likely that he was accompanied by insulting words, otherwise I won't be so determined to leave. Heroes see the same thing. After all, even if you are a licking dog, you will get tired of it after a long time. I support this transfer of love. Shiyao is still too arrogant, thinking that she is the only one with a crooked neck on the ground, and other people's resources are much greater than hers. That's right. In the Yingluo Peak dining area, the crayfish in Shiyao's mouth suddenly lost its flavor. She listened with her ears tilted, and her face became much colder. She thought of the gouging Li Dan gave her when he left. She originally thought it was a joke, but she didn't expect that he was really ready to say goodbye to the past. Why? I'm obviously already moved. Why don't you just hold on? Aren't you a lover? You should be able to see any fluctuations in my emotions. The chatter from others around her was still coming, making her feel a little dazed, and even those voices seemed far away and near. No wonder they get tired of being together all day long. It turns out that the man is in love with his concubine, and the dry wood meets the fierce fire. And have you noticed that just last night, Li Dan broke through to the transformation realm? All the peak masters tacitly agreed without asking. Ouyang Ling must have given him something good. I'm so envious. I suddenly don't want to fight anymore. I also want to have such a Taoist companion, but it's a pity that I don't have Li Dan's ability. By the way, someone discovered today that Li Dan went to Danhua Peak early in the morning. I guess it was definitely for Ouyang Ling's condition. The big sex don't care about it. He wants to take care of it himself. Does he have the ability? I don't know if he has the ability, but he shows his love with practical actions. It is said that women will leave their dissatisfaction to the next person, while men will make up for the shortcomings to the next person. It seems to be true. Needless to say, Shiyao, the love saint, has changed his heart. In the stove room, all the dining tables were discussing what happened last night. Bao Yue watched Lu Shiyao on the table in the distance get up and leave quietly, sighing deeply. What was Junior Brotherly thinking about when this happened? Brother, I gave up and you caught up with me. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that she is a little attracted to you. And Ouyang Ling, now we know that she won't live long. If you are having an affair with her now, what will happen if people are reluctant to let you go and have you buried with her? It's true that you're paving the way for your future, but you also have to pay attention to matters. By the way, I seem to have seen you heading towards Danhua Peak today. Why, you just want to treat her, but even a sect as big as hers can't do anything about it. The clearest choice is to stay away from her at the moment. Maybe there will be another assassination attempt. Be careful that you walk in front of her. Danhua Peak. Li Dan sneezed more than a dozen times in succession, and an alchemy disciple opposite had a worried look on his face. After all, what happened last night has long been spread. I heard that the two of them were practicing dual cultivation and were assassinated. From the looks of it, he probably caught a cold due to being caught off guard and frightened. Senior Brotherly, are you here to exchange for medicine for typhoid fever or internal injuries? I have both here. Junior Brother can give you a private discount. If Senior Brother becomes successful in the future, don't forget me. The alchemy disciple finally saw Li Dan calm down, with an apologetic smile on his face. What typhoid medicine? Medicine for internal injuries? Where can I go to become famous? Why are you saying something I don't understand? As soon as Li Dan wiped his nose, although his mental energy was stabbed by the backlash last night, after the treatment and examination by the master last night, it was no longer serious, and he came today to start a new self-discipline task. It's like this. I saw that you in the mission hall sent you a mission to take care of spiritual herbs. I took it. This is the token. Li Dan handed the token to the other party. This alchemist's face twitched. He was really from the mission hall. You are really good at catching up. You posted it yesterday and people came today, but you only got 50 points in this month. With your worth, how can you still afford this? Could it be that, as everyone said, he was for another girl? After all, for senior sister Lu, I confessed my love, cooked, and played the piano. Now that the woman from the big sect is injured, it is appropriate for you to take care of the medicinal herbs. Why, I want to teach myself to be an alchemist. This is difficult. I have been an alchemist for almost 10 years and I am still an alchemy disciple. Refining alchemy is too huge. It is a world that requires a lifetime of pursuit. There is no quick fix at all. But having said that, if you want to become an alchemist, the first thing you come into contact with is various medicinal herbs. You have to feel it, come into contact with it, and understand its effectiveness and role before you can take the next step. Seeing the alchemy disciple's disbelief, Li Dan immediately reacted. As the Huayuan realm aura was exposed, the alchemist's eyes shrank. He really broke through to the Huayuan realm last night. He still remembers that when he confessed his love to Lu Shiyao, he was only at the 3rd level of qi condensation. How long had it passed? So scary. I don't want to work hard anymore. Li Dan said, our sect has regulations. Anyone who has reached the Huayuan realm can take on tasks from outside and practice in the mission hall. Moreover, disciples can voluntarily come to Manhwa Peak to learn and experience the properties of various medicinal herbs for convenience. In the future, you will encounter and pick the herbs when you go out to avoid missing the herbs in front of you. This alchemy disciple nodded repeatedly. You don't need to explain the reason. I know. I understand everything. So that's it. I understand. It's a coincidence that a senior brother Chen from the Ding 6 medicinal garden has stayed here for 3 months just like you, just to understand the medicinal herbs. Yesterday, I felt almost the same. He went down the mountain after completing the mission, and you came just in time to pick him up. Li Dan nodded. What a coincidence. What do you call junior brother? Li Dan asked with a smile. The alchemy disciple repeatedly handed over his hands. My name is Sun Yukai. My senior brother is my direct disciple and his cultivation level is higher than mine. You can just call me Shao Sun. How can this be so embarrassing, Shao Sun? It's okay, senior brotherly. This is the spiritual plant manual of Manhwa Peak. It contains 4,700 kinds of medicinal herbs. Their appearance, production environment, preservation methods, accompanying things, etc. are very detailed. However, the spiritual plants grown in each medicinal garden are different. To avoid pollen infection, they all have their own planting environment. Senior brother, if you want to get to know each other, you are free to go to other areas to see and learn. Along the way, this little grandson told Li Dan in great detail until they reached a valley, which was divided into hundreds of medicine fields, large and small, each of which was protected by an energy mask to prevent random pollination. Looking at this neat plan, Li Dan breathed a sigh of relief. This is simply the gospel for obsessive-compulsive disorder. In the next month, he will probably stay here most of the time. As for Ouyang Ling, the master's uncle has focused on protecting her. New self-discipline task, 100 herbs every day. Here I come. Ingluo Peak. Lu Shiyao brought Li Dan in her arms. She named the Guzheng Xian Dong by herself and gently played Myth, composed by the two. For the first time, I felt so lonely inside. It was like this before, but never so lonely. She went to see Ouyang Ling today, or in other words, many seniors and sisters from Ingluo Peak went to see her together. After all, we all studied together at Qianing Hall for a while, and she, who was lively and cute, taught everyone a lot of advanced knowledge that they rarely come into contact with in daily life. I was so frightened last night. As a girl, I should feel relieved. She hid in the crowd and looked at the girl who smiled reluctantly. A lot of haggard. Yes, at the same age as Huar, his life has come to an end, and even his own sect has no choice. I can only watch the countdown to my life. What's even more frightening is that even when she is dying, she doesn't know who is harming her. But even so, there were still people who thought her death was not slow enough and wanted to send her on her way. Seeing her eyes lost in concentration, Lu Shiyao felt a little distressed. And she also made another discovery. Whether it was the fuzz on her earlobes or the way she walked, it showed that Ouyang Ling was perfect. In other words, those rumors are all false. She didn't know why, but she was a little happy. The loneliness at this moment is her doubts about life. Looking at the sea of clouds in the sky, Lu Shiyao stopped playing. Because Li Dan learned to save her at Manhwa Peak, she should do something instead of watching her die like this. Even if you know that you are doing useless work, her eyes were looking at the distant Manhwa Peak. Perhaps he needed her at this moment. Li Dan had a headache. He was wearing a straw hat and looked like an old farmer. He was holding a medicinal herb booklet in one hand and looking at it in practice with the other. At first he was able to do it with ease, but when he counted 50 plants, he came across one that was somewhat similar to the one before, and he became confused. Then there are more and more. Can you believe that some of them are obviously twins at first glance, but because they have an extra leaf, they will bloom different flowers and call them different names? When I think about the fact that there will be 100 new ones tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, if I can't remember them every day, if they keep adding up, I will be the one who suffers by then. It's really hard to be an alchemist. Li Dan rubbed his temples vigorously, but at this moment, a beautiful and soft goozing sound suddenly sounded, like a pair of hands gently stroking his sea of consciousness. Elegant, simple, and quiet. Li Dan's originally anxious mind slowly calmed down at this moment. Looking up, there was a figure sitting cross-legged on a stone in the distance, performing a performance. Li Dan didn't expect that Shiyao would appear here. However, he could feel the special spiritual blessing in the sound of the guzheng, and he couldn't help but feel grateful. Nodding and smiling from a distance, Shiyao also responded gently. The two of them didn't say a word. One went to memorize the herbs again, and the other played music for only one person. Time passed like this day by day. Because of Shiyao's assistance, Li Dan remembered very quickly. Most of them even memorized more than 150 words a day. After reviewing it at night, the difference was not much different. Faced with Shiyao and Li Dan's tryst at Manhwa Peak, everyone was full of rumors. The two of them couldn't hear it, and they didn't bother to listen or explain. They all know what they are doing. People are so stupid sometimes. Even though they know there will be no results, they will still do it stupidly. For yourself, it doesn't matter even if you fail, because he has asked himself and worked hard. This is enough. Ding, congratulations to the host. You persisted for 1 month and completed the task of memorizing 100 medicinal herbs every day. The inspection will start after half a stick of incense. Please be prepared. Just today, Li Dan heard the sound of the system again, then put down the Lingji sample and breathed a long sigh of relief. Finally, it's time. Glancing at Shiyao, who was still playing the guzheng for him in the distance, Li Dan smiled, then sat cross-legged and waited quietly. As time passed, Li Dan felt that his consciousness was suddenly sucked into another space. In front of him, colorful streams of light ran like happy elves. As some of them collide, the appearance of a plant is slowly outlined. A smile appeared on Li Dan's lips, and he said directly, "The black leaf lotus has 3 leaves and 4 lotus roots. It is about 47 years old. It grows in the black water. There is a high chance that it will have the accompanying thing blood lotus essence." A check mark crossed, and the stream of light formed another spiritual plant. Ice spirit flame grass has a rhizome with 3 red circles underneath. It is more than 100 years old. Hutuzi, purple royal ginseng. Outside, Shiyao watched Li Dan enter trance, motionless. She also stopped after playing the song, looked at her red fingers, and quietly took out a bottle of Qingling ointment and applied it on it. After resting for a moment, she looked at Li Dan with her chin in her hands. "I didn't think so before, but now I think Li Dan is pretty good looking. It is a kind of inner beauty, outstanding beauty. It's just been a month. How can he help Ouyang Ling by memorizing these herbs?" Although according to what was said at the time, Ouyang Ling would stay in Tianya H for 3 months. Now that 2 months have passed, and with the last assassination, her master Mu Qingxian should come to take her home. After all, Ouyang Ling said that he would stay here to eat the food cooked by Li Dan, and Li Dan did indeed do it. But now, the two of them haven't seen each other for almost a month. Ouyang Ling was also sensible and did not pester Li Dan in the future, probably because he was afraid of another bad luck involving him. When she came today, she saw Master Zhu Yujun wearing decent clothes and going to the main peak of the headmaster. If my guess is correct, that senior Mu Qingxian should be here today. Yo-ho! At this moment, Li Dan, who had been motionless, suddenly jumped up from the ground, jumping up and down happily. Success! Success! I knew I could do it. Who am I, Li Dan? I am a beautiful young man who is loved by everyone and has flowers in full bloom. How can it be difficult to live with just these thousands of herbs? 100%. Did you see it? 100%. Ugh, all the hard work comes with joy. It's not easy. It's even harder than someone sending me a link and asking me to chop it up. Shiyao stood up, wondering what Li Dan, who was originally resting, was suddenly yelling about. Li Dan also noticed Shiyao at this moment, laughed, and ran over to give her a big hug. Shiyao was completely stunned and even forgot to dodge. By the time she reacted, Li Dan had already let go and grabbed her arm. Thank you, senior sister Lu. I'm so happy now. You know it's that. I can't describe it anyway. Look how blue the sky is, how high the mountains are, and how green the grass is. Well, that's it. Li Dan's face was flushed, his words were incoherent with excitement, and he didn't know how to express his feelings. In short, the world is a beautiful place and I am very happy. Shiyao's face was also slightly red. Well, just be happy. Let's go. Let's leave here and never come back again. Li Dan happily pulled Shiyao away. Shiyao was a little confused. What's wrong? Li Dan said, we don't have the herbs I need here, and the vintage is not enough. I just have 10,000 points left in my card. I'll go to the herb hall to try my luck. What do you want the herbs for? Alchemy? Alchemy? Shiyao was completely stunned this time. She wanted to laugh but didn't dare. This thing is a technical job. You know how to make elixirs after reading medicinal herbs for a month? If this were the case, wouldn't there be alchemists everywhere? But there is one thing she still has to tell Li Dan, in case it becomes a regret. Why don't we go to the herb hall later and go down the mountain first? Shiyao said. Li Dan shook his head. It's okay, I'm not tired. Now I have confidence and I really want to try. Well, there is a high chance that the alchemy will fail. We can do it slowly another day. I will accompany you then. Why don't we go down the mountain to have a look now, if Ouyangling leaves? Shiyao hesitated. The smile on Li Dan's face gradually faded at this moment, and he looked at Shiyao. Her master is here. Shiyao nodded. I don't know, but it should be. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Dan ran straight up the mountain. Seeing his eager back, Shiyao, who stayed where she was, bit her lip and stroked the heartbeat Guzheng with a trembling hand. After giving herself a final boost, a smile appeared on her face and she followed. Divine Residence Peak. This peak is the peak where Headmaster Chao Zhengyang is located. It is also the place where all the peaks gathered to discuss important events. Just as Shiyao guessed, Mu Qingxian did come today. In the Xintian Hall, the 18 peak masters, including Chao Zhengyang, were all in formal attire. In the morning, I took Mu Qingxian to the ceiling place of Taihua Peak and watched the explosion. Mu Qingxian didn't find out what was going on. He didn't even have any clues about the weapon used by the man. Thank you for taking care of Ouyang during this time. Mu Qingxian, who was dressed in palace attire, did not have the nobility of a large sect at this moment. Instead, he was like a mother, saluting everyone. Everyone quickly returned the favor. Chao Zhengyang said, these are all trivial matters. Our two sects are actually related. The child Ouyang's aunt is junior sister Zhu's second disciple, just like our own family. By the way, have you found a solution? Mu Qingxian shook his head slightly after hearing this and turned his head to look at the door of the hall. Ouyangling, dressed in goose yellow, was leaning there as if waiting for someone. Mu Qingxian sighed. To be honest with fellow Taoist Chao, Star Palace is not very big. There are countless sects bigger than Star Palace, not to mention that the 2 8th grade elixir prescriptions are incomplete. Even if complete, if you buy one, you will get at least 70 to 80 million spiritual crystals. Although it will not damage the foundation, the sect will not pay for her at all, and I am powerless. Chao Zhengyang felt deeply that if he had so many spiritual crystals, he could open more than a dozen branches of Tianya Hage with ease. 8th grade elixirs are too rare. The 8th level alchemist is even more rare, and even a dragon can never see its end. Then what are your plans next? Chao Zhengyang sighed leisurely. Mu Qingxian looked at the music score in his hand, and then turned his gaze to Ouyangling, who was leaning by the door of the palace. She is a smart and good child. I have read the completed music score. It is very possible to open the Tianyin Valley and get the inheritance, if there is an 8th grade elixir in it. Mu Qingxian said here, his voice gradually lowered. I'm afraid even she herself doesn't believe this. There happens to be a rare 8th grade elixir, or one of the two required. This chance is too slim. She will be very happy, and I will stay with her until the end. Mu Qingxuan's eyes turned red. If you feel some discomfort, rub it lightly with your hands. You made fellow Taoist Chao laugh. In that case, I will leave first. When I have time, I will come to the Star Palace to play. If you need any help, let me know. If you can help, I will definitely help. Mu Qingxian saluted. As the head coach, Chao Zhengyang wanted this sentence. A smile appeared on his face. Okay, I'm thick-skinned. If I really need help, I won't be stingy. Then I wish you a safe journey. Thank you. Linger, let's go. Mu Qingxian shouted to Ouyang Ling outside. Ouyang Ling turned around, looked at his master and the dozen or so people behind him, bit his lip, and looked down the mountain again. It's been a month, and Brotherly has never appeared again. She really regards him as her eldest brother. Tell yourself jokes to make her laugh. Make delicious food for her so that she doesn't have the same food every day. Play music with her to soothe her mood. He even saved her life at a critical moment. But since the attack a month ago, his side has been strictly protected and he has never appeared again. Maybe this is good. He will only bring danger to her. Mu Qing patted the storage bag, and a mini boat appeared. Then he threw it into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a large ship with wings. Mu Qingxian pulled Ouyang Ling up and stood on the deck, saluting again to the dozen or so people below. See you again by fate. Bon voyage. But just when the spacecraft was about to start, a figure suddenly flew up and shouted anxiously, "Wait a minute, wait a minute." Ouyang Ling, who was about to turn around, suddenly smiled when he heard the voice. He quickly put his head out and looked down, waving his hands happily, "Brotherly, brotherly." After shouting, he jumped down. Li Dan staggered and panted, wait a minute, my task has not been completed yet. The other half of the self-discipline mission is to save a life rather than build a 7-level pagoda. Only after Ouyang Ling's condition has been completely resolved will he start the next mission. Now that you're gone, where can I find you? Li Dan almost fell to the ground when he failed to step on a stone step, but Ouyang Ling, who just arrived, immediately held him up. Okay, almost, just almost. You don't say hello no matter what. Do you still have it in your eyes? Do you have me as a big brother? Li Dan bowed his waist, put his hands on his knees, and was out of breath. Feel down. The mountaintop of the master's uncle is too high. How can it be so laborious to climb up to the Yuanhua realm by myself? You also set up a lot of restrictions in the air. If you weren't worried about your own safety, you would have been flying with your sword. Seeing Li Dan rushing over to see her off in such a hurry, Ouyang Ling felt warm in her heart. Mu Qingxian also flew down from above and looked at the two of them suspiciously. The same goes for Chao Zhengyang and others. Zhu Yujun came up after taking a look. Lu Shiyao, who was also out of breath, began to be confused about the path of these three people. Only Tianjin in the crowd looked happy. Can you please stop leaving? Li Dan said after finally regaining his breath. Ouyang Ling looked at Li Dan's eyes and shook his head slightly. I have been here for more than 2 months. In the remaining time, I want to see the master open Tianin Valley with his own eyes, get reused from Xing Palace, and some personal matters. Brotherly, I will miss you. In the last stage of my life, thank you for the delicious food you made for me. I will miss it forever. If you keep this, I won't need it. I can still use it when I use it in the future. Remember, you once had an eccentric sister who broke into your life. Ouyang Ling took off the bell from her waist and put it in Li Dan's hand. Li Dan had seen this weapon before. When he faced the sneak attacker, it turned into 2 golden gears that rotated at high speed, and it was quite powerful. However, after taking a look at Mu Qingxian, who was not far behind, and Tianjin, who was nodding vigorously, he still pushed the thing back. No, that's not what I meant. I hope you stay, even for 2 days. Brotherly, stop talking. I understand everything. I have heard all the rumors about your sect these days. You must have not shown up to avoid suspicion. I have always regarded you as my eldest brother. It is true, people cannot give up, especially since you have done so much before and after. I heard my little sister's advice. You and Sister Lu are really a good match. Ouyang Ling pushed the bell back and glanced at Lu Shiyao, who gave them space to talk, with a smile on her face. Lu Shiyao, who was 10 meters away, hugged him and smiled back. Li Dan shook his head vigorously, wondering whether he had run out of oxygen, hadn't expressed clearly, or had heard something wrong. I have always treated you as my little sister. What are you thinking? Li Dan pushed the bell back and looked around. His 1-month self-discipline task of studying medicinal herbs was completed, and he got a perfect score of 100 points in the assessment. The proficiency of a junior alchemist has already penetrated deep into the soul, but he didn't dare to make a guarantee at the moment. On the one hand, he was not sure whether there were the required herbs on Manhwa Peak, and on the other hand, he was worried about what to do if he failed. This is my first time, so I have no experience. Moreover, he couldn't expose the elixir, let alone give the elixir recipe to her to take back for refining. What if there is still surveillance from the assassin around? What if the person from the sect who harmed him is colluding with the alchemist? You have to do everything yourself. He looked at Ouyang Ling seriously, suddenly came closer and lowered his voice. Do you believe me? Ouyang Ling blinked and then smiled quickly. Of course I believe it. Without you, I would have died a month ago. Li Dan nodded. Believe me, just give me 2 days, even 1 day will do. Looking at Li Dan's firm eyes, Ouyang Ling suddenly felt a tremor in her heart for some reason. There was a voice inside telling her, leave. The next moment, Ouyang Ling suddenly turned around and looked at Mu Qingxian. Master, can we stay for 2 more days? Mu Qingxian first looked at Ouyang Ling, and then at Li Dan, who breathed a sigh of relief. These 2 people can't, right? Tianjin raised his eyebrows proudly. Lu Shiyao looked at the 2 of them, lowered her head slightly, and said nothing. Pretty good, actually. Mu Qingxian still didn't take Ouyang Ling away because of Li Dan's words. At this moment, all the peak masters really admired this love saint among the younger generations. It seems that the 2 of them have been in contact for a month during the cooking period. What method did he use to get close to her? She has less than a year to live. What do you want from others? Now, Mu Qingxian, who was originally polite to the headmaster Chao Xingyang and the entire Tianya High Pavilion, now had a bad look on his face. Ouyang Ling and Mu Qingxian continued to stay in Yingluo Peak. Tianjin wanted to say something to his apprentice, but he had already disappeared. Why are you still shy? I won't learn from you. As for Ouyang Ling, she was also confused. Brotherly left her behind, but she disappeared with him without saying anything. Lu Shiyao, on the other hand, followed Li Dan to the herb hall and couldn't help but feel suspicious when she saw him skillfully getting the herbs he needed. Does he really want to make elixirs? But when did he learn it? Bone Sloughing Pill, a 3rd-grade elixir, requires a total of 47 kinds of herbs. The good thing is that they are not very precious, and they are all available in the herb hall. To avoid being discovered and speculated by interested parties, Li Dan spent all his points, bought a total of 70 kinds of medicinal herbs, and got involved. What surprised him this time was that the system did give him the full proficiency level of a junior alchemist. In other words, he had a high chance of refining 1st to 3rd-grade elixirs as long as he had the recipe. Drop by Danzig. This is the main alchemy place of Manhwa Peak, with natural earth fire. After embarrassingly brushing Lu Shiyao's points and renting a room near the back, Li Dan hurried in. Only Lu Shiyao was left waiting for him outside. Divine Residence Peak. Then what did the boy do when he stayed with me instead of accompanying me? Headmaster Chao Xingyang asked. His disciple replied, reporting to Master, according to your request, I have checked that because Junior Brotherly broke through to Huayuan realm. He took over the task of taking care of medicinal herbs in the mission hall a month ago. According to the disciples of Dan Hall, Junior Brotherly is following the normal procedure. He has been staying at the medicinal garden for the past month to get familiar with the medicinal herbs in order to go out on a mission soon, but, hesitating, "Say what you have to say," Chao Jingyang said. "Yes, but for the past month, junior sister Lu Shiyao has been accompanying her. Junior brother Li takes care of the herbs, and junior sister Lu plays the piano. It's quite a leisurely life, like men farming and women weaving." Forehead. When Chao Jingyang heard this, he subconsciously scratched the back of his head. He is preparing to eat both inside and outside. Then why are you stopping them? The strange thing is that when I stopped him, Lu Shiyao seemed to be following behind me, so she didn't mind? What kind of ecstasy soup has been poured into this? Or, I am getting old and can no longer keep up with you young people. His disciple continued to answer. He went directly to the herb hall today and spent nearly 10,000 points to redeem some herbs that are not common in daily life. This is the list of herbs. The disciple made the decision privately and copied a few points of the list. I showed it to several alchemists, but they didn't see anything special about it. Chao Jingyang took over the list, which was densely packed with more than 70 kinds. Then, he went to Danza again. After going in, he never came out again. Junior sister Lu was waiting outside. Chao Jingyang frowned, a little surprised. Danza, he couldn't run in to make elixirs, right? Disciple thinks it is impossible. According to all the loan records of the collection, Junior Brotherly has not borrowed a single book so far, let alone about elixirs. During his time in the medicine garden, he only had the most basic outline of spiritual plants, and he wanted to refine elixirs. It's even more impossible without someone to guide you. Chao Jingyang highly recognized these words. He was responsible for following up on a 4th grade alchemist and 5 3rd grade alchemists at Danhua Peak. Over the years, countless resources have been used. If there was a chance to go out for exchange, he would immediately sign up and lead the team himself. Some auctions will include Danfang auctions, and he is the first to bear the brunt. After all, this group of nanny-level treasures is the foundation of such a huge sect. It's a pity that after so many years, it's too difficult to go further. The Star Palace, where Ouyang Ling was located, with such a huge force, only had 1 7th grade alchemist. It is really hard to imagine how huge those sects with 8th or even 9th grade must be. Looking at the list in his hand again, Chao Jingyang was even more confused. What on earth does this kid want to do? Ingluo Peak. Mu Qingxian looked at his apprentice and asked with some concern, "Are you in love with that boy?" When Ouyang Ling heard this, he shook his head. "Master, what are you thinking? Brotherly is very good, but I always treat him as my elder brother." "Then why did you stay when he asked you to stay, and then he disappeared again?" Ouyang Ling looked out the window. "I don't know either, but I believe him. By the way, Master, do you know how I completed this score?" Mu Qingxian was about to ask. Ouyang Ling took out a lot of music scores that Li Dan gave her. "Thanks to them. Li Dan gave this to you?" "Yeah, so, I believe him." Danza. What was in front of Li Dan at this moment was a large alchemy furnace, with blazing flames burning inside. Li Dan's face was solemn, and he was constantly controlling the temperature of the fire, then refining and purifying the herbs one by one according to the elixir recipe, and blending them in sequence. Refining 3rd grade elixirs is also extremely complicated, and some alchemists are not very skilled. Sometimes it takes a day and a night just to purify a single herb. Pay full attention and don't dare to make the slightest mistake. But Li Dan is not the case. He can be said to be quite proficient in the techniques. Although it is only once, it seems that he has refined it thousands of times. This is the terrifying feeling of full proficiency. 99 days after confessing his love, he got a bunch of marrow cleansing pill, Guyuan pill, and Bingxin jade. Using these 3 things, he successfully broke through from the 3rd level of qi condensation to the 6th level of qi condensation. A self-discipline in cooking has allowed him to gain so many points, which can be exchanged for Huayuan Dan and Deswana. He will also have good taste in the future. The magical power retrospective Tianxiang is even more useful, such as detecting Ouyang Ling's toxins. He has self-discipline in music, and the magical musical power 7 treasures magic sound he has obtained can save lives at critical moments, which he has personally practiced. Also, this time I got to know medicinal herb spiritual plants, which was of great benefit to me. Now I have the proficiency of a full-level junior alchemist. You know, there are only 5 third-grade alchemists in the entire Tianya High Pavilion. They are all in their ADS and have studied for a lifetime, and they still cost as much as 250,000 to 80,000 yuan. Even if the peak masters want to refine medicine, they have to make an appointment in advance, prepare the medicinal herbs, and pay hard work fees. It has nothing to do with me if you fail in refining. No one can guarantee you a 100% success. The refining is successful, you want one, right? I accidentally got 2 more pills, and there are still some precious herbs left. Sorry, they are all mine. But Li Dan gently released a little spiritual power and extended it outward. Lu Shiyao was pacing back and forth at the door like a good girl, with her hands behind her back. Thinking of this month's companionship, Li Dan felt warm in his heart. It is actually good to have such a friend in a sect. Go back, I'm here. Li Dan sent a message. Lu Shiyao raised her head and looked at Danza in front of her. There was a billowing heat wave in the empty canyon corridor. She shook her head. I have nothing to do, waiting for you to create a miracle. Li Dan didn't know what to say, so he started to concentrate on refining the next elixir, fusing it, condensing the elixir. 2 days passed quietly. In the Danza secret room, Li Dan's face turned a little pale, and his lips were chapped due to long-term lack of water. With the sound of open the furnace, 3 dark white elixirs appeared with the charming fragrance flew out from inside and was carefully put into the medicine bottle by Li Dan. This alchemy is really not something that humans do, and there cannot be any slack in it. No wonder there are thousands of people in Manhwa Peak, but only a few alchemists. It is said in the book that it often takes more than 10 years for senior alchemists to start making alchemy, and then they will suffer calamity. I can't believe how they persisted. Li Dan shook his head, a little confused, but happily, he succeeded. The first time I made alchemy in my life, it was still a 3rd-level pill, and not a single one was damaged. When he walked out happily, he saw Lu Shiyao sitting cross-legged. It was already dark at this time. The moment Lu Shiyao saw Li Dan, her face lit up and she got up gratefully and came to help. Are you okay? Li Danchang took a few mouthfuls of fresh air. It was too hot inside. When he saw the kettle handed over by Lu Shiyao, he drank several large gulps and coughed. Lu Shiyao quickly helped rub his back. Thank you. Li Dan calmed down and smiled bitterly. Lu Shiyao didn't say anything. Is it done? Probably. You happen to be here. Take me to Angluo Peak, Li Dan said. Lu Shiyao nodded, thought for a while and said, Is it Ouyang Ling's residence? Yes. Try not to let outsiders find out. Good. The moon and stars were sparse. Under the guidance of Lu Shiyao, the 2 of them headed towards the area where Master and Apprentice Ouyang Ling lived in Angluo Peak like thieves. But they still underestimated the inspectors at Angluo Peak. Originally, Angluo Peak was the area where women lived, and it was very strict on weekdays. Otherwise, the mysterious man would have already attacked Ouyang Ling. In addition to the assassination incident not long ago, there are still VIPs staying here. If a security incident occurs and the sect is embarrassed, then they will not have to do it. In the night, several eyes noticed these 2 people. It seems to be Lu Shiyao's child? A woman said. Yeah, that's her. That person is Li Dan. He stayed in our Angluo Peak for a month to learn music. I am still somewhat familiar with his aura. These 2 people were not walking on the main road in the middle of the night. How could they sneak up on this remote path and go up the mountain? Another old woman said. Could it be that the 2 of them? Do you want to report it to the Peak Master? I think it's better to forget it and just pretend you didn't see anything. They have their own way to go and we can't control it. Hey, I actually quite like that guy Li Dan, especially the food in the stove room is too good for my taste. But this guy is just too carefree. I hope there won't be any scandal. Li Dan and Shiyao didn't know that they had been discovered a long time ago. According to Shiyao, this road was rarely walked on weekdays and no one patrolled it. Li Dan refined the third-grade bone-sloughing pill this time, and for Ouyang Ling, it was considered a life-saving pill, but he couldn't make it public, let alone let anyone in the sect know. Although he has a righteous heart, he is also afraid of getting into trouble. The last time the dead soldier committed suicide in front of him, his determined expression and terrifying power were something he could still dream about sometimes. It was obvious that there was a hand behind that person that even Mu Qingxian couldn't see controlling it. If he knew that Ouyang Ling was cured by him, which disrupted all his plans, wouldn't he fight with him? It doesn't matter whether he dies or not, he has experience anyway. But where is the master and his wife? Where is senior brother? What will happen to so many lovely brothers and sisters in Tianya High Pavilion? For those behind the scenes, the current Tianya High Pavilion is as easy as crushing an ant, but he couldn't just watch that girl die like this. Therefore, Li Dan had no choice but to take such secretive measures. Even Shiyao would not tell him that he could refine the bone slew pill. Rotting in the stomach is the best option. Just let me be an ordinary little junior brother. Arrive at Ouyang Ling's residence. Li Dan gently knocked on the window and said in a low voice, "It's so good. I feel like my life has reached its peak." Soon, a signal came from inside the house, and the next moment, the window was opened, revealing Ouyang Ling, who was about to fall asleep. He looked at the person under the window in surprise. This was the secret code Li Dan had taught her to make her happy before. "Brotherly, why are you here?" Li Dan looked around, nodded to Shiyao, turned sideways and turned in, then closed the window. Shiyao flew up to the branch and began to look for the wind. Looking at the night in front of her, she frowned. "Why do you suddenly feel that something is wrong? You kid, what are you doing here in the middle of the night?" Mu Qingxian walked out from behind the screen and looked at Li Dan. If I hadn't heard that he was the one who warned Ouyang Ling and saved Ouyang Ling, I would have snuck into my beloved disciple's room in the middle of the night. But based on this, I would have killed you. Li Dan chuckled. He also knew that the master and apprentice lived together. "Junior Li Dan, I have something important to pay my respects to my senior. I have no choice but to resort to this trick and disturb you in the middle of the night. Please forgive me, senior." Li Dan bowed respectfully. "Master, what are you doing?" "Brotherly, sit down quickly. I thought you weren't coming." Ouyang Ling didn't have so many rules, so he pulled Li Dan and sat down. Counting the time, tomorrow is only 2 days away. Just now, the master and apprentice were talking about setting off tomorrow morning. Now if the time is delayed for one more day, unexpected changes will occur. If there are other trial disciples who also complete the music score and go back first to impress the guardian spirit beast and enter Tianyin Valley, all the previous efforts will be wasted. Li Dan knew the matter was serious and looked at Mu Qingxian. "Senior, could you please use your spiritual sense to check if there is anyone else around?" Looking at Li Dan, Mu Qingxian snorted slightly, wondering what the hell this kid was going to do. She slowly closed her eyes, and soon, her eyes narrowed. Sure enough, there are still people. Li Dan was shocked. On the tree outside the door. Li Dan's face twitched. Not prepared to say anything more, he took out a medicine bottle and handed it over. Ouyang Ling took it suspiciously, opened it and smelled it. "Brotherly, what is this?" "It smells pretty good." "Third-grade elixir, bone-sloughing pill," Li Dan said slowly. Suddenly, the whole room fell silent. The next moment, Mu Qingxian snatched it away, looked at the 3 white pills inside, and then poured them out. Ouyang Ling's eyes were full of disbelief. Everything happened too fast. She was obviously ready to die, but God seemed to keep playing tricks on her. "Me, can I live again?" Mu Qingxian grabbed Li Dan's shoulders and gasped, "What's going on?" Li Dan had already thought of his words. "Senior, you are so strong. Please be gentle, I'm afraid of pain. Mu Qingxian let go and held the medicine bottle tightly. She was not sure whether it was true or false because she had never seen it before. Li Dan glanced at Ouyang Ling, whose eyes were a little red and still stunned, and then said slowly, I said that the name of the sloughing bone pill was not made up, because coincidentally, I accidentally saw a record in a broken manuscript, which happened to be somewhat consistent with Ouyang Ling's toxin. The reason why I lied to you at that time was because I didn't know if I could complete the manuscript. I have been busy with it during this period. Finally, after my unremitting efforts and a month of meditation in the medicine field, I completed the manuscript. I learned that the owner of the manuscript had once refined 3 bone-sloughing pills and hid them in the Danza. So I beg you to stay, and then keep searching wherever you go. Your hard work pays off, and luckily you have lived up to your mission. After Li Dan's story was finished, Ouyang Ling was already squatting on the ground and crying. How could Ouyang Ling not cry? The huge gap between the front and back made her cry with joy. She was about to leave and quietly walk the last part of her life, but the dawn suddenly shone on her again. I can still live, and I can see the bright red sun every day as usual. Mu Qingxian glanced at Li Dan suspiciously because she had just seen that the 3 pills were warm, which did not rule out that they had been hidden in the pill. However, more of them seemed to have been refined just now. But does it matter? The important thing is that his disciple can live again. Okay, I believe you, but you can't swallow Linger now, Mu Qing said. Li Dan nodded in agreement and helped Ouyang Ling up. Indeed, if Senior Mu is worried, you can find someone to test it. It should not be poisonous. After the test, it is not too late to let Ouyang Ling eat it. Mu Qingxian shook his head. I believe you, but what I said is not swallowing it now. It must have something to do with you sneaking in the middle of the night, right? Li Dan suddenly showed an embarrassed smile and saluted. Senior, since I no longer have any worries, I have to paralyze the enemy and find the murderer. If it is discovered that the poison has been cured. Mu Qingxian looked at Li Dan, who was hesitant to speak. At such a young age, he would resist the opportunity to take credit and instead take advantage of it. I have been working on it quietly without telling anyone. If you get the bone-sloughing pill, tell the elders in the clan and then pass it on to me. Not only will I thank you, but the clan will also reward you greatly. However, you ignore these and would rather be an unknown devotee than consider my situation and help lead the snake out of its hole. Good. 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 I didn't like you just now, but now you look so handsome. At present, no one knows whether there are still assassins or spies from the last time in Tanya High Pavilion. Li Dan, thank you. I came out in a hurry this time and didn't bring much with me. As for giving you anything else, it might hurt you. I guarantee you that once Tianyin Valley is successfully opened, there will be inheritance and treasures suitable for you. I'll keep it all for you. When the real culprit behind the scenes is revealed and all worries are relieved, I will bring these things to you personally. Mu Qingxian made a decisive move. When Li Dan heard this, his face suddenly became ecstatic. He had heard from Ouyang Ling that the inheritance of Tianyin Valley was so ancient that no force as big as Star Palace could break into it, even if they wanted to get it. I know good things come to good people. Ouyang Ling nodded repeatedly. Thank you. Brotherly, Ouyang will remember this life-saving grace forever. Li Dan pursed his lips and smiled. It doesn't matter whether it is material or not. The most important thing in life is to be happy. Okay, Senior Mu, Sister Ouyang, in order to avoid being discovered, I will leave first. I don't need to say more about acting. You girls are all born actors. I will leave first. I will be destined in the future. Goodbye. After Li Dan finished speaking, he gently opened the window, turned over and left. Looking at the 2 figures jumping in the dark night, Ouyang Ling was so moved that she was still crying. Mu Qingxian reacted. Why do you feel that his last sentence is satirizing us? In the night, Lu Shiyao sent Li Dan sneaking down the mountain along the original road. Several old women in charge of supervision looked at the backs of the 2 people and began to murmur again. That's weird. How could it happen so quickly? I thought I was staying overnight. Yeah, it looks like he's in good health. As a cook, he always stands up while cooking, so he should be fine while keeping his plate steady. I said, what are you all talking about? We have neglected our duty. Haha, just kidding, just kidding. You haven't seen the way the two of them are walking. Shiyao has her hands behind her back and jumps around from time to time. It's obvious that the relationship between the two has not developed to that point yet, but it seems to be getting closer. It's true what you said. Why do I feel that Shiyao's girl is going after the Li family kid? No matter what, just keep patrolling. Today's young people are no longer of our era. Lu Shiyao brought Li Dan safely to the bottom of the mountain and then stopped. Li Dan let out a long sigh of relief. He didn't expect that this time it would go so smoothly. Turning around to look at Lu Shiyao, a grateful smile appeared on her face. Thank you, senior sister Lu. Lu Shiyao shook her head gently. I should thank you. I like the guzheng you gave me very much. As long as you like it. I heard it when I was in Yaotian. This guzheng is very good. Of course, you can play it better, especially those songs, which are really nice. Why didn't I see you in Qianin Hall at that time? Have you played it before? Li Dan said. Lu Shiyao pursed her lips. Those are my own blind compositions. I have never played them to anyone. You are the first one to listen to them. Forehead. For some reason, Li Dan's heart suddenly trembled. For a moment, the air felt a little quiet and a little awkward. It's late at night, senior sister Lu. Please go back quickly. I'm familiar with this road. I'll leave first. After Li Dan finished speaking, he quickly turned around and ran away. Looking at Li Dan, who was running away, Lu Shiyao hesitated and shouted suddenly, Junior Brother Li, you have also reached Huayuan Realm. There is a mission to go down the mountain to practice at the mission hall. Do you want to form a team? Li Dan stopped and looked at her. Indeed, he is now very curious about the world under the mountain. After all, the memory of this body has stayed on the mountain since he was a child, and some of the words of the two senior brothers in daily life always make him fantasize about it. However, if his cultivation level is not up to par, he is not qualified to go down the mountain. Calculating the time, it has been more than half a year since the soul transmigration. Whether it is cultivation, the magical power retrospective Tianxiang that can detect whether the food is poisonous, or the sound skill 7 treasures demonic sound that no one notices, it is enough to guarantee something. And he likes adventure, especially the unknown, with a natural attraction. This time, Ouyang Ling's matter was completely resolved, and with a month's study of medicinal herbs, he was actually ready to take on the mission and go down the mountain. It would actually be good to have Lu Shiyao. At least he would be a good partner in terms of combat and music, and the two of them could take care of each other. Facing Lu Shiyao's invitation at this moment, Li Dan readily accepted. Okay. Lu Shiyao suddenly smiled happily. Then it's a deal. It's a deal. The next day, Mu Qingxian took Ouyang Ling and said goodbye to everyone. Seeing the two people pulling faces from a distance and acting exaggeratedly like someone owed them money, Li Dan waved goodbye to the crowd. I really don't know when the next meeting will be. I hope you will find out the murderer soon, so that when you give me gifts in the future, I can hold them without burning my hands and feel at ease. Aren't you going to see him off? Tianjin came to Li Dan at some unknown time and asked. Li Dan shook his head. No, that's good. So why did you keep them for 2 days? Tianjin was a little curious. Third senior brother Chen Hai and fourth senior brother Ling Feng immediately leaned their ears. Li Dan chuckled. It's nothing, my disciples know how to tell fortunes. The first 2 days are not auspicious days, so they are not allowed to travel, so they are just allowed to set off 2 days later. Cut. Facing Li Dan's answer, the three of them rolled their eyes. If you can't bear to leave, you can't bear to leave. The reasons you give yourself are quite high-sounding. However, with the departure of Ouyang Ling and Mu Qingxian, Tianya Hage also lifted its guard and returned to its daily life. When Li Dan was ready, he submitted an application to the task hall. When you go down the mountain for the first time, the mission hall will assign some simple tasks to give you some experience. When you become an old man, you can take on those high-level tasks at will. Of course, Tianjin and the others agreed with Li Dan's desire to go down the mountain. They could see that the autistic child in the past was slowly growing up, and they could not take care of him forever. 3 days later, the tasks assigned by the task hall came down. When Li Dan arrived, there were already 10 teenagers waiting here. They have all broken through to the Huayuan realm in recent times, and there are them in every peak. Li Dan saw Lu Shiyao. Lu Shiyao nodded to him, and Li Dan returned the greeting gently. Everyone is here. At this moment, an old man with a white beard walked out, holding his hands behind his back. He is the elder of Tanya High Pavilion and also the leader of Mission Hall Wu Kaji. I've met Hall Master Wu. Everyone saluted. Facing everyone's salute, Wu Kaji nodded. In these days, there are only 10 of you newcomers who have broken through to the Huayuan realm. Taking this step means that you are qualified to face this continent directly. Now, here in the mission hall, there are 2 missions suitable for you. There are exactly 10 of you, in teams of 5. I don't know much about you, and I can't tell you how to match them. If it doesn't work out, I won't stand it when you gossip about me later. When everyone heard this, they bowed and saluted. Don't dare. I know you want fairness, but you can't get it, especially outside. If you talk about fairness to others, you are seeking your own death. Nothing will go according to your ideas. Today, I should give you the right to teach you the truth. This is the last lesson. Let's draw lots, with odd numbers for one team and even numbers for the other team. After that, Wu Kaji took out an earthen jar with some notes scattered inside, and everyone reached out to grab it. Lu Shiyao took a breath and opened her note. 6. She quickly looked up at Li Dan. Li Dan looked at himself and saw the number 3. Odd numbers go to the left, even numbers go to the right, Wu Kaji said. Soon, the 10 people separated. Li Dan was surprised to find that Lu Shiyao was on the right. It seems that the team we agreed on before cannot be formed. Lu Shiyao's eyes suddenly dimmed when she saw Li Dan on the other side. After Wu Kaji saw that he was divided into teams, he waved his hand, and 10 pieces of paper fell lightly into everyone's hands. There are 2 missions this time, with the same difficulty. One is on the Wulong Ridge side. A giant one-horned python appeared. It is probably at the middle stage of the Huayuan realm. Now, several villages around it have been attacked and killed. It's tragic. If 5 people go ahead and cooperate with each other, there shouldn't be any serious problems. The other one is heading in the opposite direction to the west. A large number of pirates have appeared on the Kowloon Sea recently. They often rob fishing boats and make the people miserable. Your task is to kill the pirate leader as a warning to others. First of all, I want to make it clear that there are likely to be other sect disciples participating in the same trial in these places. As long as they do not deliberately cause trouble, there should be no problem. As for those high-level cultivators, don't worry, there are many sects among them. There is a tacit understanding, and I won't embarrass you. Otherwise, the young ones will be beaten and the old ones will be beaten, and the cycle will continue. Newcomers in the world of cultivation will never think of it. However, if you encounter some heinous casual cultivators, there is nothing you can do. You are fighting against humans or beasts. Fighting depends on your own choice and luck. After Wu Kaji finished speaking, he turned and left. Now that the teams are divided, a captain will be born invisibly at this time, and then a unified decision will be made. Li Dan looked at the tasks on the paper and was thinking about which one to choose when the system prompt sounded at this moment. Ding, I examine myself 3 times a day. A kind word warms me in 3 winters, and a bad word hurts me in 6 months. Words are an axe to hurt people. Words are a knife to cut tongues. The first mission of the detection resulted in moral kidnapping of the targets, and there has been a lot of public opinion so far. Ding, protect the implementation targets for 1 month and eliminate unnecessary impacts. This is the compensation a gentleman should have. The mission is completed, and you will be rewarded with a bundle of righteousness, but there is a certain chance of touching the words and the law. Li Dan was stunned and quickly looked up at Lu Shiyao. Lu Shiyao was looking at him at the moment. When she saw Li Dan's gaze, she quickly lowered her head to look at herself. Li Dan was stunned at this moment. What he didn't expect was that his first mission would bring her public pressure that has not been eliminated to this day. He admitted that for the first time, he only thought about completing the system's tasks, receiving rewards and being promoted to a higher level, and didn't think too much about it. I didn't hear any news after that. Moreover, as Lu Shiyao is the Zonghua of the younger generation of Tianya High Pavilion, many people are following her. There are them from the 18 Peaks, from the direct sect, the inner sect, the outer sect, and even from other sections. Just like when she brought love letters to others in the Jindan Palace, she also had several copies. I am just the least optimistic among them, and of course, I am also the one who persists the longest. But she never expected that even now, the system could still detect that her behavior would bring such great harm to her reputation. Thinking about how others still helped him regardless of past grudges, Li Dan felt very guilty at this moment. Compensation must be made to eliminate these effects. Of course, the reward this time seems to be even more powerful than the previous times, and the reward is Howren's righteousness. Generally speaking, isn't this thing only available to those great scholars? What's more important is that there is a chance that the words will be touched. I just don't know if it's useful to shout "Here comes, help me, Thunder God will kill so and so at a critical moment," etc. What will happen if we use Howren's righteousness and shout a few sentences of Tao Te Ching? Li Dan YY for a while, but he quickly shook his head, and now it was time to form a team with Lu Shiyao and become the flower protector. Li Dan looked around, scratching his head and trying to think of a solution. Soon, he met a look. Chisihai from Qianchao Peak. Chisihai's eyes were rolling at this time because he had drawn an even number. However, he had agreed to play with him, senior brother Zhuo from Tianji Peak, but he had drawn another team. How can this be done? The two of them had agreed before and after. He was worried when he saw Li Dan's eyes. Chisihai turned his head and glanced at Lu Shiyao next to him, and understood immediately. After all, it is not a secret that Li Dan pursues Lu Shiyao in the sect. He immediately nodded slightly to Li Dan, and then pouted at the back of senior brother Zhuo next to him. Li Dan was stunned for a moment, understood immediately, and nodded lightly. Soon, the two teams chose their respective destinations and left one after another east and west in front of the sect. Lu Shiyao wanted to say something to Li Dan, but she couldn't find the chance, so she had to leave sadly with the team. But less than half an hour later, two figures turned back again outside the Tianya High Pavilion door. If not Li Dan and Chisihai, who else could it be? When the two met, they both smiled, exchanged understandingly the positions of their respective teams, said "take care," and left. Junior brother Chi, why have you been away for so long and haven't come back yet? In the woods, 4 people, including Lu Shiyao, were taking a rest, sitting together in 2s and 3s. The person who spoke was Bai Hong, the leader of this group who decided to go to Wulong Ridge to eliminate the one-horned python. Bai Hong is the older one among them, coming from Baijian Peak. Although it was his first time on a mission, he had learned the most skills among the team members, so he should have become the captain. You can think of him as an assassin. Lu Shiyao came from Yingluo Peak and majored in music. Once in danger, she could use the music to confuse the enemy and even slow down their attack speed with the existence of an auxiliary nanny. Zhou Linger, who majors in metal detection and can keenly detect the location of danger, is another girl in the team besides Li Shiyao. The remaining one is Honan, who was born without a tongue. He is very good at using talismans. Chisihai, who originally came from Qianchao Peak, suddenly said that he had a stomachache and asked everyone to wait for a while, but it has been so long, why haven't he come back yet? Don't talk about running back to the sex hut. Hello, fellow seniors. At this moment, a burst of laughter suddenly sounded. Shiyao stood up suddenly, and the others turned their heads in confusion and saw Li Dan jumping from the forest with a giggle. Then, everyone subconsciously looked at Shiyao. Shiyao blushed, then pretended to look somewhere, but her heart felt sweet. Captain Bai Hong walked out and said, "It seems that junior brother Chi won't be coming." Li Dan, who had fallen to the ground, wiped the sweat from his head and said, "Senior brother Bai, thank you very much. Senior brother Chi is unable to come due to some personal matters, so he asked me to take care of him for him. Shouldn't that be a problem?" "But this breaks the rules," Bai Hong said. Li Dan took a step forward and smiled. "Senior brother Bai is wrong." Before leaving, Hall Master Wu said, "Don't worry about the so-called rules when you leave the sect, otherwise we will be the ones who suffer. Besides, rules are meant to be broken. Are you right, senior sister Lu?" Bai Hong frowned. When Shiyao heard Li Dan calling her, she turned around and looked at everyone, then nodded. "What junior brother Li said is absolutely true. I've met senior brother Li and senior brother Bai. How nice it is that senior brother Li is here. He can cook so many delicious dishes, and we can eat them by mouth along the way." Zhou Linger came over and said with a smile, licking his lips as he spoke. These days, because of Hua Xiaofang's improvement and contribution to the recipes, she has eaten a lot of delicious food, and now she has gained a lot of weight. Moreover, Feng Yan would have to sleep in the open for who knows how long along the way, and safe eating was the top priority. At the very least, Li Dan would not harm them. Bai Hong didn't say anything, but because he was the captain now, he suddenly felt a little uncomfortable because he suddenly had such a disobedient person who contradicted him and made him lose his dignity. "You can follow, but don't cause trouble, and obey the unified command. This is outside after all, and those blathering in the sect like you are so bad-tempered." After Bai Hong finished speaking, he ignored Li Dan and picked up the map. "Just get on your way." Li Dan curled his lips. "What do you mean? What do you mean? This is what I call frankness. It's just some unnecessary attention caused by completing the task." Shiyao smiled at Li Dan and followed him. Li Dan shrugged, followed, and began to observe the other members of the team. In fact, before setting off, fourth senior brother Lingfeng had already obtained the list of disciples who would undergo this training, especially the personalities of some of them, and also had detailed records. Needless to say, Shiyao knew the basics. As for Bai Hong, although he seems to have a bad tone towards him and looks aloof, as the captain, he is the most responsible because he acts too steadily. How stable is it? It's the kind that truly means planning before making a move, thinking before you act, taking one step at a time and looking at the other 9 steps. To sum it up in the simplest words, it is go. The kind that just goes to grandma's house. Otherwise, you would think that everyone is obviously a group of teenagers who are ready to accept external stimulation for the first time. Why is it that only Bai Hong looks older? It would be an understatement to say he is mature and prudent, because every time he breaks through the cultivation level, he must have a success rate of more than 90% before he dares to try it. It was precisely because of this overcautious temperament that everyone unanimously elected him as the team leader without any complaints. At least the chance of survival is much higher. Zhou Linger, majoring in metal detection and perception, is extremely sensitive to the breath of life, which can be regarded as a life-saving method. And he has a lively and active personality, but he is afraid of hardship. As for the last remaining Honan, he was born without a tongue and has never spoken. Perhaps because of his autism, he was able to devote himself wholeheartedly to making talismans and gained a lot of money. As for himself being a chef and a talker, Bai Hong probably doesn't like it. You can eat less or even no food, but the most important thing is to save your life. What he wants is a team that can cooperate with each other and exert their respective strengths, not a love saint who sneaks in to flirt. Anyway, at present, Li Dan, as everyone in the sect knows, is stubborn, good at talking, and making delicious, useless things. Even if this breakthrough in cultivation was achieved, I heard that it was because of Xing Gong Ouyang Ling's lap and was given something good in the middle of the night. He also suffered retribution for being on 2 boats and was attacked and killed. Li Dan doesn't care about this. What he has to do now is to protect Lu Shiyao and make up for the trouble he caused her some time ago. Of course, the reward is more important, and that is Howren's righteousness. Exteriorly train the muscles, bones, and skin, and internally train the breath. Strength and softness are combined without bowing. We have heaven and earth in our hearts. Li Dan hummed and followed the team, heading towards Wulong Ridge leisurely. Lu Quan, are you sure the information you got is correct? On a piece of red rock, a man with a fair face, bright eyes and white teeth, and thin lips that looked like they were about to bleed, turned around and asked as he looked at the endless forest in front of him. Next to him was a servant with a dark face and a round head. The round-faced man named Lu Quan, with a smile on his face, also wiped the sweat from his head, then took out the map and looked at it. Young master, you can't be wrong. In 3 days, we will almost reach Wulong Ridge. The mutated one-horned giant python should be there. According to the latest intelligence, it unexpectedly walked out of Wulong Ridge. If it eats humans, it is most likely that it is an estrus to replenish energy, and it is most likely a male 9-poison phosphorus python. Lu Quan said with great certainty. Then, he looked at the woman in the young master's arms with envy. At this moment, the young master is wearing a plain white robe, which makes his skin even whiter. His long hair is black and soft, hanging down to his waist. How many such handsome men there are in the world? In his arms, there was a woman rubbing against her infatuatedly. Her blurred eyes were filled with moisture, but her face was pale and her delicate body was trembling, which seemed contradictory. The man greedily moved his hands up and down her body. A hint of silver flashed across his pupils from time to time, but it completely ruined this appearance. Lu Song, a direct disciple of the Black Emperor sect, was in the late stage of the Huayuan realm. His talent was not very strong, but by chance while shopping at a street stall, he got an ancient mastering technique similar to that of the Huan sect. Use women as the basis for practice, and then feed them back to yourself. Even her appearance became more feminine because of this evil skill. Of course, to those girls, he was extremely handsome and full of attraction. After peeking once, I want to peek a second time. For example, on this road, they met the trial disciples of Tai Min, approached them by saying hello, and then attacked and killed everyone. They used love poison to seduce the only woman in the team and became the furnace for her cultivation these days. Lu Song looked far away, then stretched out his scarlet tongue and gently licked the woman's neck. The woman suddenly trembled violently, and traces of pink energy came out of her body and entered Lu Song's body, making him close his eyes in enjoyment. The woman was drying up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her eyes gradually became clear at this moment, and her lips trembled. Yes, I'm sorry, senior brother. As he absorbed the last bit of energy, Lu Song looked at the ugly woman in his arms, frowned, and kicked her off the rock. It's so ugly. You came here in the middle of the night and wanted to go hiking with me, but since there is a high probability that there is a rare male 9-poison phosphorus python in Wulong Ridge, I want its sack. This is the last ingredient of my meeching powder. Its success will be my key, the greatest help in spiritual practice. Lu Quan, pay attention to me. It seems that many trial disciples of the sect have started trials recently. This girl is too bad. I need a high-quality girl to serve as a furnace. If this action is successful, I will teach you the secret of dual cultivation. When Lu Quan heard this, he immediately got excited and kowtowed to the ground. Thank you, master. Thank you very much, master. I will certainly live up to your trust. Let's go. There are still 3 days to go. It's really boring. Lu Song showed an invisible arc at the corner of his mouth, turned around and walked down from the red rock, and stepped into the dense forest. Lu Quan followed him with joy. It was already evening, and in the quiet forest, there were a bunch of bonfires and 5 simple tents standing among them. Bai Hung was lying on a branch not far away, watching warily, then moved his nose and turned his head to look. Beside the bonfire, Li Dan is grilling. They were lucky enough to encounter a deer, which was supposed to be their dinner tonight. At this moment, everyone was sitting next to the fire, watching Li Dan continue to sprinkle cumin, salt, and various spices on top, giving the golden meat texture and charming fragrance. I really want to take a bite. The firelight illuminated Li Dan's profile, and everyone showed admiration on their faces. It turns out that a man who can cook is really handsome. But at the next moment, Zhou Linger, who was swallowing saliva, suddenly saw a golden magic circle appear under his feet. Circles of energy ripples continued to spread, and then he suddenly looked towards the southeast. Everyone, be careful, there is life energy approaching this place quickly. When several people heard this, they immediately became alert. For a moment, Li Dan didn't know whether to put out the fire or collect the venison. Bai Han, who was standing sentry on the branch, immediately stood up, and with one move of one hand, a shield appeared in front of him. Then he stared straight ahead, his face becoming more and more solemn. Such powerful energy, it was obvious that the other party was coming towards them. The fragrance is overflowing, and the fragrance floats 10 miles away. I don't know which Taoist friend is cooking in the open air, and I'm here to bother you at Tiamen. A burst of laughter sounded, and as two rays of light fell down, it was Lu Song and Lu Quan. Although the two of them are disciples of the Black Emperor sect, the sect's reputation in the outside world is not very good, and they are called evil sections. Didn't they attack and kill Tiamen's people before? They simply kept their clothes, and now they are pretending to be fake. After a day's journey, I saw firelight dancing in the forest from a distance, and there was even a mouth-watering smell of barbecue, so I hurried over. After traveling for so long, these people met people from other sects for the first time. Looking at their clothes, they are really the clothes of Amen. That's okay. People from Tiamen rated it very well. Because of the short distance, they even led a team to Tianhage to exchange and learn. Hall Master Wu had said at the beginning that he would probably meet people from other sects, but he didn't expect that he was actually right. Although it was dark night, Li Dan could clearly see that this man, who was fairer than his fourth senior brother Ling Feng, looked like a leading male in his attire. It's just that her lips are too red, like a vampire. At this moment, even Zhou Linger's eyes lit up. What a handsome young man. Lu Song inadvertently looked at the people around the fire, and his eyes suddenly became brighter than ever before, because he saw Lu Shiyao, that peaceful woman at the moment. Her aura, skin, and appearance were simply better than any woman he had seen before. Excellent quality, so high quality. Lu Quan on the side, as the younger brother who often looks for beauties for Lu Song, was also amazed by Lu Shiyao's appearance, and looked at his young master again. That's it. I was worried about not being able to find a good quality woman to become a young master, but now I can find her without any effort, and I have mastered the dual cultivation technique. Being stared at like this, Lu Shiyao frowned and then turned her head subconsciously. She didn't know why, but facing this person's rude look, she felt a sense of disgust for no reason. Call out. A figure fell from a distance. It was Bai Hong. It turns out that he is from Tiamen, and Bai Hong of Tianhage has met fellow Taoist. Bai Hong salutes. Lu Sungon suppressed the ecstasy in her heart and kept a calm expression on her face. It turns out it's Tianhai Pavilion. I know, we can be regarded as brothers-in-law. I've met Brother Bai when I was under Lu Song. Lu Song said. It turns out to be Senior Brother Lu, whom I have admired for a long time. Bai Hong said with a smile. Are you? This your first experience? Lu Song looked at everyone and saw that they were all in the early stages of Huayuan realm and belonged to the same sect. With what he saw along the way, he figured it out in the blink of an eye. Bai Hong smiled and didn't say much. Lu Song looked at the fire and laughed. I wonder who is making barbecue, so my two brothers followed the wind to find it. Zhou Linger walked out at this moment. I have met the two senior brothers from Tiamen. Younger sister Zhou Linger, the one who cooks the barbecue, is Senior Brother Li Dan. If you two don't dislike it, you can come over and try it together. Facing such a handsome man, Zhou Linger, who was leaving the sect for the first time, naturally invited him warmly. Bai Hong also nodded. After all, although they are not from the same sect, they do belong to the brother-in-law. Moreover, the cultivation level of this senior brother Lu Song is the same as that of the other senior brothers in the sect, and the pressure he puts on him is clearly at the late stage of Huayuan realm. I am just a rookie, so I should try to be polite. How can this be so embarrassing? Although Lu Song said this, he walked towards that side honestly. Hello, junior sister Zhou. Junior brother Li's barbecue is simply top-notch. Lu Song first nodded to Zhou Linger and then said to Li Dan. Because Li Dan was the only one present who still had the condiments in his hand, and what Zhou Linger said just now, it was easy to guess. Facing such a polite man, Li Dan had no choice but to smile in return. Senior brother Lu is so complimentary. I just messed around with it. As long as it's edible, the flavor is all made up by the spices. Lu Song smiled and then looked at Lu Shiyao. It is said that the beauty is delicious. Such food, such beautiful two junior sisters. You are leaving the sect for the first time. Please pay attention to your safety. Zhou Linger ran over like a sparrow and said, I forgot to introduce you. This is senior sister Lu Shiyao. This is senior brother Ho Nan Ho. Senior brother Lu, please sit down quickly. It can be seen that Zhou Linger has a good impression of Lu Song, whom she met for the first time. Lu Song smiled and said, Okay, everyone, sit down. Junior sister Lu, you also sit down. Wow, this meat is grilled, golden and crispy. It looks like it has been specially trained. Lu Song looked very kind. He flicked the deer meat with his hand and said with admiration. Li Dan frowned slightly. As a chef, he hates others touching his artwork the most. Have you washed your hands all the way here? Zhou Linger made room for Lu Song and Lu Quan, with a proud look on her face. Of course, senior brother Li is in our sect, but he has won the first place in cooking. Thanks to senior brother Li. Zhou Linger still wanted to say something, but Bai Hong came over and coughed lightly. He signaled her not to keep her bottom pocket so clean. Junior brother Li, are you almost ready? Bai Hong looked at Li Dan. Li Dan nodded. Okay, everyone, sit down and I'll cut it. Lu Shiyao stepped forward. Let me help you. Then, the two took out the plates and knives from the storage bag, started cutting, and gave each person a piece. Here you go. Lu Shiyao cut off a piece of venison from the thigh and handed it to Li Dan. This part was the strongest. Li Dan took it with a smile. Thank you. Over there, several people also started eating, and laughter could be heard from time to time. It seemed very harmonious. Li Dan also found a place to sit down quietly and took 2 bites. It was tender and refreshing, fat but not greasy, juicy and delicious. It seems that my craftsmanship has improved a lot. But the next moment, the system's alarm suddenly rang. Ding, the system has detected that the host has food poisoning. Although it is not life-threatening, being distracted and obsessed is even more harmful to the body. The antidote corresponding to the drug ingredients is being rapidly analyzed. Analysis progressed 10%, 15%, 20%, 25%. The analysis is complete. This poison is Huan powder. It has been specially improved and requires a certain amount of time to be triggered. The antidotes required are the 1st grade rejuvenation pill, the 2nd grade Bingxin pill, the 4th grade, the 8th grade. Li Dan was stunned and looked at the venison in his hand in disbelief. The meat that had not yet been swallowed fell out of the mouth. How could it be poisonous? I baked this? No, wasn't this deer hunted by senior brother Bai Hong? Was it poisoned before, or what he wants in? That shouldn't be the case. If it were, my innate magical power retrospective Tianxiang would definitely detect it immediately, instead of waiting for the system to discover it on its own after it becomes familiar. Could it be? He looked at the sudden appearance of Tai Min Lu Song, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. It's impossible for our own people, so it's just these 2 strangers. Lu Song, who was chatting with everyone, saw Lu Shiyao eating venison. A strange curve appeared at the corner of his mouth, and then he stood up. He really couldn't stand it anymore. The girl next to him, named Zhou Linger, was really eloquent. Jiligwala, Bala, Bala, it made his ears hurt, and now she started talking about her childhood. Who is interested in your nonsense? On the contrary, the man next to him, named Honan, without saying a word, formed a sharp contrast between the two. As for Bai Hong, he advances and retreats in a controlled manner, reminding the girl from time to time. But the girl turned a deaf ear. Oh, my damn charm, I have nowhere to put it. It is the most lethal to such adolescent girls, especially the temperament inherent in this technique, which always puts him in a position to attract bees and butterflies. But this also shows that this weak Linger is no different from the ordinary women in Tiamen. They are both helpless low-class things. A truly high-quality furnace cauldron is like Lu Shiyao at this moment, like a green lotus with only one child in full bloom. It needs to be cared for and picked gently, and then slowly appreciated and smelled. Junior brother Bai, junior sister Zhou, thank you for your warm hospitality. I am deeply grateful. After we have eaten and drank, we have other things to do, so I won't disturb you. Lu Song stood up and saluted gracefully. Bai Hong was stunned. He thought that the two senior brothers from Tiamen would stay over tonight, but he quickly came to his senses and felt admiration in his heart. Their cultivation level is higher than that of everyone present, so they will definitely feel that they and others cannot sleep well at night, and they will be worried. Especially there are two girls who need to avoid suspicion. This is the decent style of a famous family. Bai Hong said, it's so late, and monsters appear in the forest from time to time. In this case, why not stay with us? It won't be too late to leave at dawn. Zhou Linger looked even more reluctant. She finally met such a handsome man, who was simply the lover of her dreams. Lu Song took out his ears and looked apologetic. It's really no good, it's even more inconvenient. You should also pay attention to your safety to avoid encountering bad people. Junior sister Lu and junior brother Li, we will leave now. See you later. Lu Song tried his best to appear gentle, waved, and then, under the eyes of several people, he bowed and left, stepping into the dark night. A model of righteousness, Bai Hong praised. What do you want from me? Zhou Linger wiped the corners of her eyes. ABA. Honan went to cut the meat again before he was full. After eating, it was his turn to stand guard in the middle of the night. Seeing the backs of Lu Song and Lu Quan leaving, Lu Shiyao breathed a sigh of relief. The other party's cultivation level was really too high, which invisibly put pressure on them, especially the way he looked at her before. Unlike Li Dan and others, it is just a simple appreciation, but a desire for domination. This didn't please her. At this moment, Li Dan's heart sank as he watched the two people leave. He quickly looked at the list of various antidotes sent to him by the system with his consciousness. There are 8th grade elixirs. Isn't this overkill? This is much more antidote than what Ouyang Ling gave me when I first discovered it. But the key thing is that I have never heard of what you are talking about, let alone have it. Everyone usually brings pills to detoxify, restore physical strength, replenish chi and blood, etc. Who has nothing to do to take the elixir for detoxifying love? Except for women, men probably wish they could experience it for themselves. And he feels everything is normal now and has no symptoms. Ding, it has been detected that there are eidolon leaves, purple leaf orchids, and 3-tailed wind leaves 100 meters away from the host. You can make a simple first-grade blood lotus pill, which can also detoxify. The target has been marked. Then, under Li Dan's gaze, several places in the dark mountain forest showed a faint red color, as if the game had been turned on. This made Li Dan feel happy. Senior brother Bai, you eat first. My stomach hurts a little. I need to go to the toilet first. Li Dan bent down and covered his stomach. Lu Shiyao felt concerned and wanted to ask, but Bai Hong said, okay, don't run too far, it's not safe here after all. Li Dan nodded repeatedly, I understand. After saying that, he went into the dense forest. At the same time, in the dark night, two figures were walking forward. It was not Lu Song and Lu Quan who had just left, but who else could it be? Young master, I don't understand. With your cultivation, you could easily crush those 5 people. Why? Lu Quan hesitated. Lu Song smiled contemptuously. This is why you can only follow me forever. You are eager for quick success and short-sighted. Lu Quan chuckled, but his eyes flashed inadvertently, and he could still tell that he was disapproving. Lu Songzi said slowly, first of all, are you sure that you can capture all 5 of them in the first time? No one is sure about this. After all, people from the sect have quite a few cards. Second, this is the Misty Forest. Whether they are experienced, practicing, or even high-level monsters, they may be attracted by this unnecessary fight. What choice will you make then? And the most important third point is that the current training disciples have a high chance of being followed by the guardians inside the door. If they are attracted out, are you sure you can escape unscathed? Now that the bait has been released, the fish will naturally take the bait, so don't rush, don't rush. When Lu Quan heard this, he praised him repeatedly. Okay, find a cave nearby and decorate it properly, especially the red candles. Light a few more for me this time. Life always requires a sense of ritual. Lu Song raised his head and glanced at the bright moon tonight, said full of expectation. Don't worry, young master, I guarantee you will be comfortable, even if that Zhoulinger comes too. Lu Quan chuckled. Lu Song smiled, look at your potential, don't worry, I'll reward you, but before that, I have to expose her mouth a few times, it's so broken, like a fly. It keeps buzzing, my head hurts now, I'm so eloquent. Everything depends on the master's instructions. Because of the cheating function of retrospective Tianxiang, there are actually some medicinal herbs growing around the campsite, but compared to the year, it is much less. For people who are not familiar with medicinal herbs, they really don't recognize them, especially because some of them grow in the cracks of rocks, on the tree crowns, and under the soil. It took Li Dan a long time to dig them out. But for these medicinal herbs, which can take up to 1 or 2 years or take as little as a few months, the detoxification pills refined are indeed crude enough. They can't even be called pills. They can only be kneaded into a mud pill. After finding a place and confirming that there was no danger, Li Dan gathered his spiritual power with one hand because his wife had taught him fire control skills when she cooked for him. Under his meditation, a blue flame gradually appeared in his palm, and then he threw the medicinal herbs in, slowly burning and tempering. At the same time, in a cave 50 miles away, there was a tapping sound similar to that of a wooden fish, coming from it, and then getting faster and faster. Li Dan jumped down from the forest, looked at the tents in the camp, and let out a long breath. He has already taken 1 antidote, but he doesn't know when it will break out. The most important thing now is to get everyone else to take it, and then discuss it together to see what Lu Song wants to do. As soon as he landed, he saw Brother Honan, who was on sentry duty, scratching on the branches and doing extremely exaggerated tricks from time to time. Li Dan was stunned for a moment. Senior Brother Honan can't speak and rarely communicates with others. Compared with him who was autistic before, he is no better. Therefore, everyone's impression of him has always been that of a cold-talking, rather cool senior brother. But, what are you doing now? Let you watch while you sleep. Just sleep, you are having an erotic dream. I just don't know which senior sister I was fooling around with in my dream. Li Dan suddenly felt very interesting. He lightly jumped up and landed next to him. He was about to call him, but he was suddenly stunned. Under the cover of night, Senior Brother Honan's face was red and he kept shouting, "ABA, Ah Baba." The tone is not important, what is important is that he was poisoned. He was poisoned by the same Huan powder. The innate magical power retrospective Tianxiang can only detect people and things that are close to it. It is not the kind of magical power that can see everything at a glance from a distance. He is not a doctor, nor can he see a doctor from afar. Back in Qianing Palace, because Ouyang Ling was his deskmate and the two of them were in close contact, he discovered that she had a tendency to suffer from food poisoning. On my side, it was discovered through automatic triggering, but he really didn't notice that senior brother Honan was also poisoned. This damn Lu Song has such a perverted mentality. All men and women eat it. At this moment, Honan's blurred eyes suddenly became clear, and he grabbed Li Dan's arm. Li Dan, who was deep in thought, was startled and quickly took out the extra refined pills. Brother Ho, if you don't mind the smell. Honan grabbed it and ate it. I have to say, this determination is still very good. At this moment, a certain tent below suddenly tore apart, and a figure rushed out, holding a tree and raising and lowering his hands. If not the extremely stable senior brother Baihang, who else could it be? Oh, senior sister Liang Rui. Li Dan's face immediately twitched because he knew this senior sister Liang Rui and had studied together at Qianing Palace. Even when he was redeeming Huayuan Dan at Danhua Peak, he was used as a messenger to deliver letters. Several of them asked him to deliver them to Liang Rui, whose symbol was the one with the biggest breasts and butt. Unexpectedly, Baihang's dream lover turned out to be her. He looks serious every day, but unexpectedly he is still a sultry man. There's something wrong with this situation. Li Dan quickly jumped down from the tree and approached senior brother Bai. As expected, he was also poisoned. As if he sensed someone coming, Baihang suddenly pinched his thigh hard, shook his head vigorously, grabbed Li Dan, and pointed at Hei Lin in front of him. Hurry, hurry, junior sister Zhou, junior sister Zhou. Li Dan looked sharply and turned his head. Zhou Linger's tent was opened at some point, and the person was gone. Li Dan finally realized the seriousness of the situation, and without caring about anything else, he quickly took out the pills and gave them to Baihang. Antidote. After finishing speaking, he went straight to Lu Shiyao's tent. Senior sister Lu, you didn't. Before Li Dan could finish his words, a pair of jade hands stretched out from the tent and pulled him in. Immediately afterwards, Li Dan smelled a fragrance coming straight to him. Li Dan looked horrified and hurriedly pushed away. Senior sister Lu, please be awake and awake. I am Li Dan. In a hurry, Li Dan didn't know what kind of soft package he grabbed. He quickly took out the pills, pinched open her mouth, and put it in. Then he lifted his chin and swallowed it. Then he quickly got out and exhaled repeatedly. What a domineering medicine. That's it, it's Lu Song and Lu Quan from Tiamen. Damn it, I was careless. Baihang stumbled over and said angrily. Seeing his cheeks turning red, Li Dan nodded. Several of them are new to the world, so they are a little too naive. Where is senior brother Ho? Li Dan looked and found that Honan was missing. He went after junior sister Zhou. How is junior sister Lu? Baihang asked. Li Dan turned his head and looked at the tent. Soon, Lu Shiyao's voice came from inside. I'm fine. Then, Lu Shiyao walked out with a red face and pointed at the night. I can hear that there are strange sounds there that are attracting me to go. That's where junior sister Zhou and junior brother Ho must have gone. Then, she glanced at Li Dan with an embarrassed look. Li Dan frowned. Lu Song from Tiamen, based on his cultivation alone, I'm afraid the few of us can't match him. You have to resist even if you can't. Although I was poisoned, I didn't hear any sound. This matter is obviously directed at junior sister Lu and junior sister Zhou. Now junior sister Zhou's condition is unknown. If we just abandon her and let people bully her, how can I have the nerve to return to the sect in the future? Baihang said angrily with a shield in his hand. Li Dan didn't expect that he, who had always used Go as his development target, would actually have such righteousness. After thinking about the big Swana and the sound skill 7 treasures magic sound in my hand, plus the fact that the poison of the 4 people has been cured, if I have a plan, it is really possible. Let's not talk about it for now. If senior brother Ho stops junior sister Zhou back on the way, let's go and see her first, Li Dan said. Several people agreed, and after swallowing 2 more chi boosting pills, they went into the forest. The cold bright moon hangs in the sky, illuminating the misty forest as far as the eye can see. Especially in the second half of the night, the quiet moonlight shines in the forest like silver mist. There was also a faint roar of unknown beasts coming from the distance. 3 pairs of vigilant eyes continued to shuttle among the surrounding trees until Bai Hong suddenly raised his hand, and the 3 of them immediately squatted down. In the front position, Ho Nan lay there and waved to the 3 of them. They tracked him all the way based on the traces left by Ho Nan. The 3 of them approached quietly and looked up. At some point, they came to a messy pile of boulders. 300 meters away, there was a pair of stone caves. There were flashes of fire inside and the sound of wooden fish knocking. Ho Nan pointed forward. Not far from the cave, Zhou Linger was stumbling and tearing at his clothes, quickly approaching the cave like a moth flying into a flame. At this moment, the sound of the wooden fish stopped, and in the cave, 2 huge shadows tilted little by little until they walked out. It was Lu Song and Lu Quan. The moment he saw Zhou Linger, Lu Quan's face was filled with ecstasy, but Lu Song, on the other hand, licked his scarlet lips, a hint of boredom flashed in his eyes, and then looked back. There is no such thing as a woman that he never forgets. What happened? Be lost? At this moment, Zhou Linger rushed towards Lu Song, then rubbed her face against his clothes and kept kissing him. Such a fragrant scene made Lu Quan swallow his saliva. Lu Shiyao's hands were shaking. If it weren't for the antidote given by Li Dan, if everyone was poisoned, and she was like this at the moment, it would be better to kill her. Lu Song forced Zhou Linger to open her eyes, looked at her blurred eyes, red face, and pouted mouth, and slapped her. Snapped. Beast! Bai Hong's whole body trembled. Ho Nan's eyes were on fire, and 3 talismans suddenly appeared in one hand. Lu Song watched Zhou Linger get up from the ground and rush towards him again to bite, then kicked him down again. Then he knelt down and said, "Why are you so eloquent? You know, I wanted to give you a mouthful at that time. It feels so good now. You want me, Zhou Linger just shouted this." Lu Song laughed mockingly, then looked at Lu Quan. "I've rewarded you, please find another place." Lu Quan was immediately overjoyed. "Thank you, sir, thank you, sir." Lu Song stood up and looked at the path Zhou Linger came from, feeling a little confused, but the next moment, his expression changed and he stepped back suddenly. Boom! 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 At his feet, 3 talisman papers with thunder and lightning attributes flew out, heading straight for him. Turning around, an iron folding fan opened with a clang, and the moonlight shone down, reflecting the coldness. When the 2 collided, there were 3 violent explosions. The powerful impact made him retreat continuously. The aura throughout his body was surging, and he looked through the cracks of the fan in awe-inspiring light, seeing dust flying in front of him. Immediately afterwards, a figure staggered out, clutching his neck. His neck was grunting, and there was a huge bloody hole in his neck. He stretched out his hand to grab Lu Song, his eyes full of pleading. But what followed was Lu Song's disgust. When the dust and smoke cleared, Zhou Linger had disappeared. Seeing that Lu Quan was no longer alive, Lu Song snorted softly. "I really underestimated you." He locked the target for the first time, tapped the ground with his toes, and jumped directly into the air. The folding fan magic weapon in his hand, with the wind blade, slashed out horizontally. Boom! A dozen trees in the distance were snapped in half, revealing several people running wildly. "Did you find it?" He galloped away, but still released his consciousness to ensure that the other party was protected secretly by a guardian. Especially Lu Shiyao, she has to decide for herself. Junior Sister Zhou, wake up." Bai Hong was galloping with Zhou Linger on his back and kept shouting. Just now, Li Dan had given her the antidote. When Ho Nan saw Lu Song's discovery, he immediately stopped, waved, and a dozen more runes appeared. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and then flew towards the opponent. Lu Shiyao took out the guzheng, and a song with sound waves visible to the naked eye continued to emanate from it, causing Ho Nan's runes to turn directly into gold, greatly increasing its power. Pediatrics. Lu Song laughed mockingly and was about to take action. But soon, a sharp and piercing swana sound suddenly sounded, making his mind go into a trance. His mental energy was scattered, and his forward movement was even more stagnant. It is Li Dan's 7 treasures magic sound. Seeing the phenomenon caused by the three people's combined efforts, Ho Nan said ABA, and all the rooms rushed forward. Violent roars sounded, the space shook, and the terrifying air waves caused the surrounding trees to sway. When the dust and smoke cleared, Lu Song spurted out a mouthful of blood. In front of him, there was an ice mirror full of cracks, which shattered instantly, and he was pale, looking staggeringly at the open space in front of him. The 5 people have long since disappeared. Okay, that's great. It seems like I haven't suffered such a big loss for a long time. Lu Song's eyes were fierce, and he used his tongue to roll all the blood from the corner of his mouth into his mouth, and glanced at Lu Quan, who was already dead. He took out a pill, swallowed it, and chased after him again. He's here. Speed, very fast. Zhou Linger, who was gradually waking up, lay on Bai Hong's shoulder and said weakly. Bai Hong frowned and looked at the junior brothers and sisters following him. If he ran away like this, he would definitely be caught up by them. He is the oldest here. Junior sister Zhou and junior sister Lu are top-notch support players, but they don't have much fighting power themselves. Junior brother Ho is okay, but he is only a little proficient in Fu Dao, and he is born with a disability. Then only junior brother Li Dan is left, but he only knows how to talk. Of course, he is also very good at cooking. This time, thanks to him, everyone will not be embarrassed and thrown into Grandma's house. I am the only one who has been struggling for so long and has made it up step by step. The main thing I learned is defensive skills. He stopped suddenly and handed Zhou Linger to Li Dan. You guys go away quickly, I'll hold him back, Bai Hong said. Everyone was stunned, and Lu Shiyao even said, no, if you want to leave, let's go together. Bai Hong shook his hand, and a huge shield appeared in his hand. This is the Misty Forest. We are unfamiliar with it. If we run away randomly, we are likely to encounter wild beasts. This is not a long-term solution. Don't worry, I can hold it off, Bai Hong said with a smile on his face in relief. Li Dan and others were moved when they heard this. Damn it, give it a try. I won't leave, senior sister Lu. Their target is you. You take junior sister Zhou and leave first. Li Dan handed Zhou Linger to Lu Shiyao again. ABA Ho Nan also stepped forward, with a few more talismans in his hand, indicating that he was not willing to leave either. Zhou Linger shook her head and said, I won't leave either. Lu Shiyao looked at a few people and took out the guzheng in her hand. Let's give it a try. Several people looked at each other, and they all saw determination in their eyes. This is the youthful spirit of young people, and it is also a life and death challenge for them on their journey of life. Give it a try. After several people made a decision, they first hit Zhou Linger, who was deeply poisoned, then set up their formation and waited quietly. As the sound of breaking through the air approached rapidly, Lu Song looked at the 4 people who were waiting in formation below, and suddenly burst out laughing. Why? Do you really want to use the early stage of the Huayuan realm to fight against my late stage? In terms of spiritual power alone, you are still far from it, junior sister Lu. If you obey me obediently, maybe I can even leave a whole body for them. Lu Shiyao said nothing, but the hand-holding Gu Zheng could still tell how angry she was at this moment. Take action. Who are you? How can there be a despicable villain like you in Tiamen? Bai Hong took a step forward with a shield in hand and said angrily. Lu Song folded the fan and waved it in his hand. Look at you, how pitiful you are. At this time, you thought I was from Tiamen. Those guys are just as stupid as you. Maybe you can go down and ask them later. Do it. Lu Shiyao couldn't wait any longer. She started playing the guzheng and began to play out one after another rhythm. Ho Nan quickly formed seals with his hands, and all the hidden runes around him came out. Bai Hong was the first to rush forward with his shield in hand. Li Dan also exerted all his spiritual power in the early stage of Huayuan realm, poured it into the Swana, and played the 7 treasures demonic sound vigorously. Although Lu Song said this, he still did not dare to be careless and had to be on guard against anyone else appearing or making a sneak attack. His figure flashed rapidly, and sharp winds continuously bombarded Bai Hong's shield. Li Dan interfered with his speed at any time and created opportunities for senior brother Ho. With the perfect cooperation of the four people, Lu Song, who was already injured before, was bombarded by runes again. Lu Song patted the flames on his body, his face covered with lividity and resentment, and looked at Lu Shiyao. Every time I take action, I am afraid of destroying this piece of art. In this case, I simply don't want it anymore. Die, you all die. Lu Song's whole body was filled with aura, and he no longer held anything back. On his palms, there were cold ice crystals, which flashed towards Lu Shiyao's head. It's very satisfying to destroy a work of art with your own hands. Lu Song roared with a ferocious expression. Li Dan was shocked. His mission was to protect Lu Shiyao. Senior sister Lu, be careful. Li Dan shouted anxiously when he saw Lu Song blinking at the top of Lu Shiyao's head and palming down. Then he moved his steps, hugged Lu Shiyao, and rolled out. Above the surface, there was an explosion sound, and the powerful aftermath made Li Dan spit out a mouthful of blood. Li Dan, are you okay? Lu Shiyao, who got up from the ground, didn't care about anything else and hurriedly went to see Li Dan. Seeing the blood at the corner of Li Dan's mouth, Lu Shiyao's distressed tears immediately fell down. How could you be so stupid? Li Dan endured the burning sensation on his back and smiled bitterly. Senior sister Lu, now was not the time to relax. The enemy is still up there. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden mission sacrifice oneself to save others while protecting Lu Shiyao, which can offset the protection time for 5 days, leaving 20 days left. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in Li Dan's mind. First he was stunned, then he was surprised. Originally, it had only been 5 days since departure. Logically speaking, he still needed to protect senior sister Lu for 25 days before he could complete the mission and receive the reward. Unexpectedly, a lucky move can offset the number of days. It was obvious that the combat power of the four of them was far behind Lu Song. Even if people are wasting them, they can be wasted to death. It can only be done quickly, and maybe the task will be completed in advance, and the reward will be awe-inspiring and righteous, and it may not be possible to save one's own life and the lives of others. After thinking about everything, Li Dan endured the severe pain and stood up, with his hands on his hips, angrily facing Lu Song. Little Lu Song, my senior sister said, you look like this, but you still want to get her? You are just a lazy toad who wants to eat swan meat. You are talking nonsense, and you don't even urinate to show how you look. My senior sister said that her sweetheart is an unparalleled hero. One day he will wear golden armor and holy clothes, with colorful auspicious clouds at his feet, and marry her on a highly anticipated occasion, instead of using lust or poison. So are you worthy? This is what you are. Li Dan took Lu Shiyao's hand, squeezed the other fingers, and then raised her middle finger. The others who had been fighting hard were stunned. Junior brotherly, what are you doing? We have already fought very hard. What is the use of irritating him? Lu Shiyao was also dumbfounded, looking at her fingers being made like that by Li Dan, which angered Lu Song. Above the sky, Lu Song was shaking with anger, his eyes were scarlet. You are really looking for death. Lu Song's eyes turned cold, and a red mist suddenly appeared all over his body. Immediately, his body looked like a ghost, and he punched Lu Song and Li Dan again with a wink and a sound of wind. Be careful. Bai Hong hurriedly came to help with a shield, while Ho Nan used runes to interfere with movement and sight. Lu Shiyao was about to resist, but Li Dan hugged her. Senior sister, be careful. Then a donkey rolled, making the attack pass by as if it was a miss. The flying rocks exploded and hit Li Dan, making him grin in pain. Damn, this is too expensive. I hope it will be bitter and then sweet in the future. Li Dan, don't be like this. How can I hide behind you? I still have the ability to fight. Seeing blood spilling from the corner of Li Dan's mouth again, Lu Shiyao cried so hard that she wiped her back and her hands were covered in blood. Ho Nan and Bai Hong were moved by such sacrifice of themselves to save others. Zhou Linger, who was hiding in the dark and hurrying to recover, was deeply moved when she saw Li Dan's life and death actions to save the person she loved. Think about yourself, all this is because of her. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden mission sacrificing oneself to save others while protecting Lu Shiyao, which can offset the protection time for 7 days, leaving 13 days left. Although Li Dan was in pain, his heart was full of surprises. Ignoring Lu Shiyao's intention to check his wounds, she staggered up again and smiled mockingly at Lu Song. Lu Datu, my senior sister said you are still not good. After a long time, you only have this little attack power. Your face is pale. Is that normal? You've indulged too much. Why don't you take some kidney tonic? It's over, it's over. Junior Brotherly was beaten so hard that he started talking nonsense. Junior Sister Lu, protect Li Dan, Bai Hong said. But at this moment, Lu Song, who was standing in the air, was completely furious. I want you all to die here, broken into pieces, broken into pieces. Being provoked like this, Lu Song had no reservations anymore. His clothes were still in the air, his fists were clenched, and he suddenly formed a huge spiritual fist. With a loud shout, he punched down. Bai Hong was shocked and immediately came to Li Dan. He thrust the giant shield in his hand into the ground, and it suddenly tripled in size. Ho Nan followed closely behind, and the last talisman in his body was released without reservation, defending outside the shield. And Zhou Linger ran out of the darkness, quickly formed seals with her hands, and grabbed the metallic energy on the surface to add another layer. Lu Shiyao picked up the guzheng in her hand and tried to resist, but was caught by Li Dan. Junior brother Li Dan, I can really do it. Li Dan turned around and grinned. Seeing Li Dan with blood between his teeth, Lu Shiyao shed tears again. Boom! The final attacks from both sides collided with each other at this moment, and all the trees within a 10-mile radius of the forest were violently shaken by this terrifying air wave. After just holding on for 5 breaths, manic spiritual ripples surged out from the contact point, and cracks like spider webs spread on the shield. Puff puff! Zhou Linger, Bai Hong, and Ho Nan vomited blood and were blown away. Li Dan cursed secretly that he was going to be punished, and hugged Lu Shiyao again and started to roll like a donkey, but this time he was a step slower, and his fist hit directly on the back. With the palm falling, the remaining energy poured on Li Dan like a flood. His face turned pale, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. His figure rolled down more than 10 meters, and then hit a tree. The powerful impact caused the thick tree to break directly in the middle. Li Dan spurted out another mouthful of blood. Fortunately, Lu Shiyao in his arms was fine. Junior Brotherly, Senior Brother, ABA, Bai Hong and others, who had completely lost their fighting power, lay on the ground, looking at Li Dan, who was not sure whether he was alive or dead, and shouted anxiously, "It's a pity that they no longer have the ability to fight." Lu Song smiled, and at the end, he burst into laughter. "How do you feel now? Get up, weren't you crazy just now?" Lu Song gasped, staggered, pointed at Li Dan, and yelled. Feeling the warmth on her face, Lu Shiyao looked at Li Dan, who was motionless with his eyes closed. His eyes slowly became determined, and he slowly laid Li Dan down. He took out the handkerchief and gently wiped the blood on his face, with a gentle smile on his face. Without saying a word, he stood up and looked at Lu Song. The next moment, her whole body's spiritual power surged and became manic. Lu Song's face changed. She actually wanted to blow herself up. Without saying a word, he immediately retreated. At this point in the battle, he had been seriously injured before and after, and his physical and spiritual energy was nearly exhausted. Lu Shiyao couldn't let him get his wish, so he rushed over, but someone pulled him under his feet. When he lowered his head, it was Li Dan. She sniffed, and the manic spiritual energy around her body stabilized again. She knelt down, held Li Dan in her arms, and cried with joy. I thought, Li Dan forced a smile. It hurts so much. This young man, if he doesn't talk about martial arts, is serious about it. Seeing that Li Dan could still speak, Shiyao suddenly burst into laughter. It's already this time, and there's still time to tell jokes. If he doesn't come, he's really going to play with us. Li Dan sat up with one hand, and Shiyao quickly went to help him. Lu Song, who originally retreated, turned back with a smile. You are really tenacious in life. Leave some last words. I can consider giving you a whole body later. Li Dan first looked at Bai Hong and the others who were crawling towards him, and felt relieved when he saw that they were all fine. Then he looked at Lu Song, with a hint of ridicule on his lips. I said, you will die. Do you believe it? Li Dan said lightly. Lu Songza seemed to have heard some big joke and laughed wildly again. You are all like this, and you still want to make a comeback. Come on, show me how I die. I'm waiting here. Don't you read novels? The villains in them all die because they talk too much. How come this iron law applies everywhere? Li Dan added. Lu Song's eyes suddenly narrowed, and the remaining spiritual energy in his body surged. But the next moment, for no apparent reason, all the hairs on his body stood on end, and a life and death crisis that he had never experienced before surged into his heart. Under his gaze, a golden light seemed to pour into Li Dan's chest. The next moment, Li Dan spoke. There is righteousness in heaven and earth. Buzz! As Li Dan's voice fell, the entire dark night sky seemed to become much brighter, containing supreme majesty and filled with the impassioned voice of the avenue. No one knew what Li Dan was shouting. Miscellaneous manifolds. Li Dan continued to shout the next sentence, and then coughed violently. As soon as these words came out, the night sky became even quieter, and the stars in the sky began to twinkle rapidly. At some point, a hazy Milky Way appeared in the night sky, covering the starry sky. Pretend to be a ghost, die. Lu Song felt vaguely uneasy, and without saying a word, he moved his feet and rushed over. Junior brotherly, be careful. Seeing Lu Song's attack, Bai Hong rushed over directly, as did Ho Nan and Zhou Linger. The three of them formed a human wall to block Li Dan's front. Shiyao also opened her arms and decided to die. At the same moment, Li Dan tried his best to shout the last sentence. Below are the rivers and mountains, and above are the sun and stars. Suddenly, the original galaxy strangely formed a mountain at this moment. A star mountain. The fierce murderous aura whizzed past, with unparalleled speed, like a trance projection, falling heavily. Target, Lu Song. Lu Song, who was advancing, raised his head, his eyes filled with fear. No, this isn't true, help, help. Boom! The powerful mountain shadow descended, and the entire misty forest trembled. Under this power, Lu Song was crushed into a meat pie without even screaming. After the dust and smoke cleared, Li Dan and others saw in disbelief that there was only an indentation on the ground close at hand, and there was no other damage at all. Even the trees were broken. They all swallowed their saliva. Is this the legendary saying that there is always a way to win without a move? That's right, Li Dan's protection mission was completed ahead of schedule, and the righteousness rewarded by the system penetrated his chest. At this moment, the first thing Li Dan thought of was Wen Tianxiang's Song of Righteousness. He didn't know if he could trigger words or followed, but he had to give it a try. But he didn't expect that just 20 words would drain all his spiritual power at once, leaving him unable to say anything else. But when these words came out of my own mouth, I felt so hearty. Looking at the results in front of him, a smile appeared at the corner of Li Dan's mouth, and a strong feeling of exhaustion came to his heart. Li Dan tilted his head and fainted. Li Dan felt very uncomfortable, his whole body felt like it was on fire, and he was even a little manic. He seemed to be back in his original rental house, and everything seemed like a long dream. Today seems to be the weekend. He was woken up by the pleasant ringtone of an incoming phone call. Picking it up in a daze, the voice of a colleague from the company came from the other end of the phone. Li Dan, are you awake? I'll send you a link and you can chop it for me. Li Dan, give me a chop. Li Dan was immediately furious, and the mania in his heart could not be increased. You are going to die on this weekend. I'll chop you up. I think I sent it to you on WeChat one day. You don't have to do anything anymore. I'll either chop you up or help you out. I can't even pretend not to see it for a whole day. I'm just following my ass with ink. I finally finished my work during the day, and you came up again in the middle of the night. Are you going to die or something? Li Dan roared. Li Dan, have you finished speaking? Give me a chop when you're done. Puff, spit it out. In an end, Li Dan spat out a mouthful of blood, which surprised Lu Shiyao. Bai Hong and others quickly gathered around, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Just spit it out, and it'll be fine. Thanks to that guy Lu Song, there are a lot of healing pills in his storage bag. Let me take a look, it's good. His spiritual power is more active than before, and junior brother Li Dan seems to it's a blessing in disguise. I'm about to break through to the middle stage of Huayuan realm. Bai Hong smiled, and the others became even happier. Li Dan opened his eyes drowsily and saw several people talking. Do you feel better? Lu Shiyao looked concerned. Li Dan raised his hand gently and felt a cold feeling on his back, and it was also a little itchy. He seemed to recall something and hurriedly said, Is everyone okay? It's okay. Thanks to the help of the seniors, we killed Lu Song. It's a pity that no one showed up after we shouted for a long time. Didn't you already know that there was a senior hiding around and gave him the code? Coming? Bai Hong asked curiously with a smile. Several other people also turned their heads curiously. That guy's final kill was so shocking, inducing the energy of the stars to kill the enemy without destroying other living beings. It's like an invisible mountain falling down. Li Dan was stunned. It turned out that everyone thought someone else had helped them. Also, I was in that state at that time and couldn't even stand up, let alone kill the enemy. Even at the peak, he doesn't have this power. As if feeling something in his heart, Li Dan quickly looked through his spiritual consciousness. In his dantian, there is a strand of golden air flowing slowly, which is Howren's righteousness. It seemed that in the end, he was really possessed by the European emperor. The first time he used it hastily, he triggered the speech and Dharma follower. It's just that it has been exhausted, but as long as there is a breath left, slowly warm it up, and it can be used again next time. And according to the improvement of cultivation level, the power it exerts will only become greater and greater. This will be his best trump card. It's good to be misunderstood by everyone, otherwise, I really don't know how to explain it. I was blind at the time. I originally wanted to bluff him, but I didn't expect that a senior was actually here. We were lucky, Li Dan said. He could feel that his energy was surprisingly good, and the injuries in his body were recovering quickly. Lu Shiyao looked at Li Dan and pinched the corners of his clothes nervously. She thought of what Li Dan had said at that time, that the person she loved would be an unparalleled hero. One day he would wear golden armor and holy clothes, step on colorful auspicious clouds, and marry her on a highly anticipated occasion. She had never thought about this, but it spoke to her subconscious thoughts. But at that time, before the crisis of life and death, he was the only one who stood in front of her time and time again to prevent her from getting hurt at all. Li Dan, do you believe it? You are my unparalleled hero. Bai Hong and others also noticed at this moment that Lu Shiyao seemed to have something to say to Li Dan. They winked and quietly left. Suddenly, the spiritual energy around Li Dan became rapidly unstable, and there were even whirlpools pouring into his body crazily around him. When everyone saw this, their eyes were full of envy. Bai Hong even said hurriedly, Junior brother Li, hurry up, you are about to break through to the middle stage of Huayuan realm. Hurry up and take out the spiritual crystal for blessing. Li Dan also felt that the spiritual energy in his meridians was liquefying much faster. With an excited look on his face, he sat up with Bai Hong's help. Let's all go out quickly. Don't disturb us. We'll protect Junior Brotherly outside the door." Seeing that preparations were almost complete, Bai Hong ordered everyone. After everyone asked Li Dan to be careful, they all went out smiling. When Li Dan saw this, he took out all the spiritual crystals on his body. The last time the master blackmailed 1,010 spiritual crystals from his uncle, he consumed 300 of them when he broke through the 9th level of Qi condensation and the Huayuan realm. Moreover, for all Huayuan realm disciples who leave the mountain for the first time, the sect will receive 200 training and startup funds. In other words, Li Dan still has about 900 coins in his hand, which is completely enough. He first took out 500 pieces and placed them around his body. He changed his handprints, grasped his mind, and guided the gas in his meridians, and slowly began to liquefy along the route it should take. The skin pores all over the body increased the absorption of energy. Of course, the tiny spiritual power in the air was not enough, so the 500 spiritual crystals began to have wisps of white airflow visible to the naked eye, frantically drilling into Li Dan's body. Li Dan let out a low groan in his throat, and a flush filled his face. It was the pleasure brought about by excitement and relief. Moreover, Li Dan could find that it seemed that this time he faced danger, and his righteousness surged, causing a bit of golden luster to flow through his meridians. Although it is very small, it is actually there. You know, he only managed to break through to the transformation realm a month ago. There should be a lot of factors related to his being able to do so quickly this time, and it has to do with this awe-inspiring righteousness. After thinking about it, Li Dan did not dare to be careless at all, and concentrated on guiding, listening to the sound of energy in the meridians like a river roaring. Nearly 2 hours later, the originally strong energy fluctuations around Li Dan gradually calmed down with the last explosion and restraint. Slowly opening his eyes, a ray of golden light burst out from his eyes. He breathed a long sigh of relief. His whole person's spirit was stronger than before, and he was completely different. He succeeded. He successfully broke through to the middle stage of Huayuan realm and became the person with the higher cultivation level among the 5. He put away the gray spirit crystal, moved his feet a little, and landed lightly on the ground. It's almost like the body's functions are being reorganized. Feeling the unprecedented surging feeling in his body, Li Dan opened the door with a hearty laugh. When they saw that Li Dan was able to get out of bed and was in high spirits now, the people who were waiting anxiously outside the door suddenly grinned. This time when we go to Longling, the task of hunting down the one-horned python will be much easier. What's more important is that no one in their team can be missing. So, we are in Holly City now? Li Dan asked curiously while eating his food below the inn. Bai Hong took a sip of wine after a long time, nodded and said, "Yes, since Lu Song died, we picked up his storage bag. Because his consciousness was shattered, we easily opened it and found a lot of healing pills. Medicine. Of course, because the situation was urgent, we took it first and then gave it to you after making sure there was no danger. Seeing that your breath gradually stabilized and you fell unconscious again, we took you on the road until you arrived at Holly City." Bai Yahangdo, Zhou Linger on the side said, "Yes, Senior Brotherly, you have been in a coma for 3 days in a row. Thanks to me and Senior Sister Lu for taking care of you, but I want to say sorry to you first. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have injured." Seeing Zhou Linger like this, Ho Nan smiled silently, and Bai Hong also smiled bitterly and shook his head. She recalled everything that happened next, thinking that she was so enchanting in front of outsiders and her senior brothers with such exaggerated expressions and movements. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to crawl into the cracks of the ground. Fortunately, those 2 people are dead. As for the senior brothers and sisters, they must be kept secret. Otherwise, I won't be able to see anyone in the future. Li Dan finally understood and thanked Lu Shiyao and Zhou Linger. I remember that Holly City is the closest mortal town to Wulong Ridge, right? Li Dan took out the map and looked at it. Lu Shiyao began to interject, "Well, we will arrive at Wulong Ridge in half a day. During the past few days when you were unconscious, we also noticed that there are many more people in Holly City, especially on the streets, with countless people dragging their families with them. Wulongling is originally a small mountain range. There are many villages around the foot of the mountain that have been inhabited for generations. Everyone makes a living by hunting animals and collecting herbs. Ever since a python with one horn suddenly appeared and several villages were attacked, everyone has left home and taken refuge in Holly City. I asked an eldest sister. According to the clues she gave, this one-horned python is most likely a 9-poison-ing phosphorus python. 9-poison-ing phosphorus python? Li Dan was confused. He really didn't know much about monsters. Bai Hong said, as I guessed, the 9-poison-ing phosphorus python usually lives in the dark underground rivers. It rarely goes to land, let alone attacks humans. This extraordinary behavior, there are probably two reasons. First, it is a male. It has reached the estrus period and is saving energy to prepare for healthy offspring. I inferred this from Lu Song's relics. Bai Hong took out a small manual. There were some unsightly portraits in the front, and a formula similar to Huan powder seemed to be recorded in the back. When talking about this person, Lu Shiyao and Zhou Linger were both unhappy. Bai Hong continued, the other is that its crypt is very likely to be occupied by other creatures, and it has to leave as a last resort, but no matter which way, we should be able to complete this mission easily. According to what Hall Master Wu said, this python is only at the middle stage of the Huayuan realm. Now, Junior Brotherly, you are already at the middle stage. With the help of the four of us in the early stage, you can do it. After saying this, everyone felt much better. Yes, this is the first time they have left the sect since joining the sect, and the first time they have completed a mission. When they return to the sect, hand over the mission, and get the corresponding points, they will become old people. Then you will be qualified to take on new tasks that suit you one after another, earn spiritual crystals, and break through to higher cultivation levels, just like Junior Brotherly today. Li Dan agreed. Even so, we still have to be cautious and don't capsize the boat in the gutter. Don't worry. As of today, we haven't seen any cultivators from other sects here in Wulong Ridge. It seems we are lucky. Only our family, Tianya Hage, is doing harm to the people. The five of us, its sharpness can cut through gold. Bai Hong laughed, causing the others to smile knowingly. After finishing their meal that day, Li Dan and the five of them rushed towards Wulong Ridge. They first surveyed several villages at the foot of the mountain that had been attacked, and inferred from the scales left behind that the one-horned python was indeed the 9-poison-ing phosphorus python. However, there are no traces of human activity in Wulong Ridge today. After the five people were fully prepared, they headed towards the belly of the mountain. Right here, in the afternoon, Zhou Linger closed her eyes and pressed one hand on the ground. A golden magic circle slowly rotated, like a radar detection. In the cave in front of them, Zhou Linger could be sure that there was a huge life energy quietly hiding. It smells bad. Bai Hong looked at the dark hole in front of him and stretched his neck to smell it. The coquettish smell almost made him retching. It seems that this should be the first condition we infer. When it comes to estrus, everyone should pay attention to it. We just hope that its hormones will not be released too strong and attract a second female venomous python. Then we will really suffer. Bai Hong asked based on the strange smell left at the entrance of the cave. Everyone nodded. Ho Nan quietly left some concealment talismans in the surrounding woods. This way, if anyone else comes, they will be able to find out immediately, instead of stupidly becoming a snipe and a clam and being easily harvested by others. After finishing, Bai Hong walked in front carrying the shield, followed by Li Dan, Lu Shiyao, Zhou Linger, and Ho Nan, who could cut off the rear at any time. In the dark passage, the five people moved forward cautiously. It was truly a snake's territory, with twists and turns that made people dizzy. They slid down from time to time, with their buttocks pressed against the cave wall, and the squeaking sound they made slowly echoed in the passage. After Bai Hong in front shouted for attention, a gap appeared, and everyone jumped down. When I raised my head, I realized that this place turned out to be an empty cave, surrounded by many colorful stalactites emitting a faint white light. The gathering of these white lights made them seem to be in a naturally formed underground palace. Next to it, there is a huge underground river that is flowing slowly. Seeing this scene, Zhou Linger swallowed and moved closer to everyone, and the place where they just jumped down was right above their heads. Bai Hong made a gesture, and after making sure no one fell, everyone squatted down quietly. I just made an estimate and found that this place is at least nearly 100 meters deep from the ground. Everyone, please be careful. Junior Sister Zhou, please confirm the approximate location, Bai Hong said, taking charge of the overall situation. Yes. Zhou Linger nodded in response, then placed his hands on the ground and began to detect. The next moment, she raised her head suddenly. No, it found us. As soon as he finished speaking, the underground river next to him suddenly rolled violently. Then, the water surface exploded, and the cold water splashed all over the sky. A huge python with black scales all over its body and a single horn on its forehead rushed out. A sharp scream caught everyone off guard and made them dizzy. Li Dan was the first to react. He closed his ears and opened his eyes. He saw that this was a python that was more than 10 meters long. What shocked him was that there were two pythons growing on the bifurcation of its neck, a ferocious head. The cold diamond-shaped eyes were filled with violent and bloodthirsty killing intent. Li Dan was in a panic. Everyone, be careful, this is a mutated androgynous 9-poison phosphorus python. It is not the middle stage of Huayuan realm, but the late stage. Repeat, it is the late stage. As soon as Li Dan called out, this male python, which everyone had misjudged, rushed over first with its scarlet horn. Buzz! Li Dan immediately took out the swana, poured all his spiritual power into it, and started blowing it, causing its speed to slow down. The others also woke up in the time Li Dan bought and immediately dispersed. Follow the previous formation. They all misjudged that this python would be a mutant. No wonder it would venture out to suck humans. Everyone scattered, each taking out their own weapons and fighting directly. The double-headed 9-poison phosphorus python was now exuding the terrifying strength of the late Huayuan realm, shooting dark green poison gas sharp arrows out of its mouth. The 5 people kept dodging, and some hard rocks were horribly corroded to create a large crater after being shot. Hurry up! Bai Hong turned around and said. Zhou Linger immediately left the battlefield and hid behind a stalactite. He placed one hand on the ground and golden ripples spread out like ripples. The 4 people faced each other's terrifying attacks, and the pressure suddenly increased. Li Dan continued to use the 7 treasures magic sound to slow down the poisonous anaconda. Bai Hong's big shield resisted in front, giving Ho Nan more opportunities to wrap around the attack. Lu Shiyao also started with the guzheng and played the mysterious music. Found it! The next moment, Zhou Linger looked up in surprise, and a golden halo appeared somewhere on the 9-poison phosphorus python's body. Zhou Linger used her innate skills to finally determine its 7 inches. Sure enough, just like one of the unexpected results previously discussed on the ground, the poisonous anaconda's 7 inches shifted. If everyone continues to destroy Chitsuan according to the previous thinking, it is very likely that they will fall into its trap. Okay, now everyone attacks its 7 inches with all our strength, Bai Hong commanded. After saying that, he was the first one to rush forward. Others followed. The 9-poison phosphorus python vomited and shrank, rolled the stone crazily, and charged towards it, biting Bai Hong's spiritual shield in one bite. The other people's attacks landed directly on the golden circle of light, and their skin and flesh were immediately torn apart. The screams of pain echoed throughout the underground. Continue. Seeing this, Bai Hong's face was overjoyed. The giant shield in his hand suddenly expanded again, causing the big mouth of the male head to open even wider. It could not shrink anymore, and the other end kept hitting the shield. Seeing Bai Hong retreating continuously, the others stepped up their attack speed. Ho Nan threw all the thunder and lightning runes up at once. Boom! The violent explosion and the smell of blood were combined, and Li Dan's mid-Huayuan realm strength was involved, and there was a roar. The mutated 9-poison phosphorus python fell down softly. At 7 inches, it had already been broken into 2 pieces. Everyone gathered together again, each one breathing heavily, but the excitement on their faces could still tell how happy they were at this moment. Mission completed. A beast is a beast after all. It only knows how to attack with brute force, and the terrain here and its body shape greatly limit its strength. More importantly, it seemed to be splitting, but unfortunately it was only halfway through, interrupted by a few people. A narrow victory, and just a short confrontation, their spiritual energy was almost exhausted. Fortunately, it was all worth it. It's done. As long as we take Du Jiao back to recover, the mission will be judged complete, and the other materials will be ours, Zhou Linger said excitedly. Bai Hong wiped the sweat off his head, looked at the broken shield, and nodded repeatedly. Everyone, I see there is a glorious scale on its chest. I want this first, and you can do whatever you want with the rest. After saying that, he walked up. Ho Nan took out a medicine bottle and went to collect the blood at Chitsuan. These are the best things for drawing talismans. Li Dan laughed. Well, its meat belongs to me, and I will make delicious food for you later. The relaxed words made everyone who had just experienced a big battle burst into laughter. This time, he accidentally broke through to the middle stage of Huayuan realm. He completed the task ahead of schedule and gained great righteousness. What he gained has surpassed everyone else. Besides, he doesn't have any use for other things, so he might as well be a favor and let everyone choose first. And he slowly came to the male's head and looked at the many long black sharp horns on its head, which were faintly shiny. This is the symbol of completion of this mission. Then, it took out a spiritual saw from the storage bag and started sawing. With a soft sound, the horn was sawed off, and a stream of blood came out of it, which he carefully avoided. So light? Li Dan was confused for a while and thought it was sincere. Turning his head, with the dim light of the stalactite, there seemed to be something in this horn. Li Dan was stunned. Are you dazzled? Why did I see a roll of sheepskin inside? What's wrong? At this moment, Shiyao clapped her hands and walked over. It seemed that she had gotten what she wanted. Oh, I seem to be dazzled. I saw. Li Dan was about to speak when his eyes suddenly froze. Careful. The next moment, Li Dan lunged forward and pushed Shiyao out before she could react. At the same moment, another female head close at hand suddenly opened its blood-red eyes and swallowed Li Dan in one gulp. The sudden move startled everyone, and Shiyao, who was falling down one after another, quickly stood up. No, Li Dan. The female head suddenly climbed up from the pool of blood and dived into the cold underground river. What's going on? Where is Li Dan? Bai Hong, who had just taken off his scales, hurriedly came over and asked. Shiyao's eyes were filled with tears. It's her again, and it's because of her. Without saying a word, she jumped in directly. Others never expected that the female was still alive and had a more independent consciousness. Junior Sister Zhou, stay here to respond at any time, Bai Hong ordered and jumped down quickly, followed closely by Ho Nan. Zhou Linger ran to the shore and wanted to say something, but everyone was gone. Looking at the pitch-black bottom, she swallowed and put her hands on the ground to examine it. The vitality is disappearing. It's a counterattack before death. Brotherly, come on, Zhou Linger murmured in a low voice. Time passed minute by minute, and less than half an hour later, Bai Hong showed his head first. He was breathing heavily, holding the unconscious Shiyao under his elbow. Ho Nan then showed his head and slapped the river surface angrily, shouting Abba, Abba, Abba. Zhou Linger hurried over. How's it going? Where is Senior Brother Li Dan? Bai Hong pulled Shiyao up. His face turned pale, he shuddered violently, and then punched the ground in anger. This underground river is too deep. At the back, there are dozens of rapid undercurrents. I can feel that the poisonous python has completely lost its life. I can even see Junior Brother Li's struggling arms in its mouth, but it's about to happen. When we caught up with him, he actually fell into an underwater vortex and disappeared. If we can hold on there, we have already reached the limit of our body. The water in this river is a bit weird. The deeper it gets, the colder it gets. The spiritual power in the meridians is almost stagnant. I don't know how deep it is under the vortex, but if we continue to chase, we will all stay there, and the junior sister will continue to chase. It was me who forced her back. Oh, it's all my fault. I was careless. Zhou Linger burst into tears immediately, fell to her knees, and started crying. Blame it on me. I didn't detect it and killed Senior Brotherly because I didn't detect it. It's all my fault, woo-woo. Honan also climbed out of the cold river water and sat silently on the side with his fists clenched tightly. Soon, his expression changed. He raised his head, and then quickly ran over and made gestures to everyone. Bai Hong's face suddenly turned ugly. You said that the talisman left outside was found to be approached by someone? A cultivator? And there were no less than 20 people. 5 of the talismans were destroyed. The person who took action has the strength of the late stage of Huayuan realm? After finishing the translation, Bai Hong immediately picked up the unconscious Shiyao and looked at the hole above his head in the distance. We don't know whether it's an enemy or a friend, but we absolutely can't stay here any longer. If we go up the river, there must be another exit. Bai Hong looked at the upper reaches of the underground river, the endless black area, and made a decision. But what should Senior Brotherly do? Zhou Linger stood up crying. Bai Hong glanced at Honan, then turned to look at the underground river in front of him. I'm sorry. After saying that, he quickly ran forward. Honan's eyes were also red, and he bowed towards the river and followed it. Zhou Linger knew that there was nothing she could do at this moment, and according to her induction, there were no signs of life in the river, so she hurriedly chased after him. Don't blame us. Li Dan only felt a little dizzy, as if everything had passed for a long time and was very short. My face was sore and tight, and my mouth was salty. There seemed to be the sound of water flowing in my ears. I opened my tired eyes with difficulty, and the sun was dazzling. I swayed and looked at the endless water. No, it should be the sea. There was no one there, and he was lying on the head of the 9-poison phosphorus python, flowing with the continuous surge of the seawater. He woke up instantly, and after confirming that the python was really dead, he quickly climbed up. Then he looked around in disbelief. This is really seawater. No, what happened? How could I be in the sea? Li Dan patted his head vigorously, and the sea salt on his face fell down, which clearly showed that he had been exposed to the sun for a long time. Gradually, he seemed to recall something. The female python's eyes suddenly opened, and she was facing Shiyao. Everyone has selfish motives, but his first reaction was not to run away, but to subconsciously push her away. It was only when it was swallowed into his mouth that he realized what a stupid thing he had done. He didn't have time to think, so he used the sharp black horn he sawed off in his hand to poke its lower jaw upwards. Suddenly, blood flowed freely. Li Dan knew what he was facing at this moment. If he was swallowed, it would be completely corroded. After just a moment, it felt that the tongue wrapped around its legs under its feet had stopped moving, and it was overjoyed for a moment. And like a jack, I finally managed to open its mouth, and countless water flows and super air pressure rushed in. Only then did he realize that the python had entered the water. Li Dan wanted to break free, but the pressure of the water flow was too great, causing him to retreat continuously. Then, he saw an underwater vortex, rotating at 360 degrees at super speed, which completely made him lose his sense of direction. The powerful feeling of suffocation made him roll his eyes, feeling extremely regretful. He had no idea of sacrificing his life for justice, let alone being a hero to save beauty. When he came to this world, he just wanted to be a nobody, but his instinctive actions still made him do what he should do. The body rushes in front, and the mind follows behind. Are you going to die again? Then, he vaguely saw that there seemed to be an ancient altar under the vortex. As the python's body hit it, Blood flowed across it, and the light flickered for a while, and he completely lost consciousness. When I opened my eyes again, I was already here. Looking at the shriveled corpse of the poisonous python, Li Dan was sure that he was not dead. Angrily, Li Dan kicked the python on the back. Looking at the endless ocean around him, he was 100% sure that he had been accidentally teleported. "Let me go. Do you want to be so bloody? Is there anyone? Help! A mermaid can do it too!" Li Dan shouted loudly. But on the endless sea, not to mention people, not even a boat can be seen. Quickly checking the storage bag, Li Dan breathed a sigh of relief. There is some drinking water and food in the storage, which is enough for him to last for a while. This is the advantage of being a cook. No matter when others are hungry, he will not be hungry. Only then did he notice that he was still holding the unicorn in his hand, all because of it. Pick it up and look through the sunlight. There is indeed a parchment near the sharp corner. At that time, in the dark cave, I thought I was dazzled. He took out the saw and started sawing again. As the white powder fell, a piece of parchment slipped out. Li Dan looked at the compartments before and after the horn, and he was really curious. "How did you put this? And it seems like a long time? Could it be a treasure map?" As if he thought of something, Li Dan suddenly became excited and hurriedly picked it up. It is said to be parchment, but the color is somewhat similar, with a yellowish tint, but the feel is obviously not the same. Not only is there a slight smell of blood, but there is also a light musty smell. When opened, it's only about the size of a palm. Sure enough, on the yellowed leather paper, there were lines drawn like ghost drawings, without any regularity, as well as mountains, swamps, etc., and there were no other words. "Where do you want me to dig for treasure?" Li Dan suddenly became discouraged. Huh? At this moment, perhaps due to the effect of sunlight, for small, fuzzy characters appeared faintly under the corner of the map. Tian Shu Yunzhuan? What is this? Kung Fu? Treasure location? However, the edges of the cortex were unevenly layered, as if they had been torn. Several of the routes were gone at the end, and they were obviously incomplete. Li Dan was speechless for a while. Just to see you, he almost risked his life. Li Dan put the paper away, then looked at the silence around him, ate and drank a little, and after making sure that he was not injured, he took out the spiritual crystal and began to practice to restore his physical strength. On the sea, the huge corpse of the 9-poison-ink phosphorus python floated quietly. Li Dan only practiced for a while, then sat on it and fell asleep. It's not that he's arrogant, but because the more difficult times come, the more he needs to protect his physical strength. As the next day came, a violent shaking made him stand up immediately and look around cautiously. Only then did I realize that there were many broken pieces of wood floating on the sea, and some of the decks were even very large. It was obvious that there were ships scattered here, and there was more than one. That's a mermaid? Li Dan suddenly noticed that a corpse was lying on its back, drifting over with the current. It has a huge fish tail, and its colorful colors shine charmingly in the sun. And that smooth back, white skin, and golden hair made Li Dan quickly slip off the snake and quickly paddle the seawater to make the mermaid float toward him. Mermaids, I have only seen fake ones on TV before. Who would have thought that one day I would meet the real one? When he arrived, Li Dan quickly used all 4 limbs to pull the mermaid up. Then he turned over and looked at his chest for the first time. No shells hanging? Just 2 little dots. It shouldn't be. Is it possible that TV is all a lie? Looking at its face in confusion, Li Dan said, "My mother," and kicked it down without saying a word. "Your sister is such a pervert. She is actually a man. It was useless for me to drag you here." Li Dan hurriedly washed his hands. It was so ugly that he couldn't bear to look at it. My face had been soaked in the water for a long time, and it was swollen. Staring with dead fish eyes, his eyes were bulging, and the big buck teeth in his mouth were penetrated by an arrow feather, and blood was still flowing out. Disgusting. Does your mother know you look like this? What's even more irritating is that just now, you personally destroyed the fantasy of an innocent boy and how much psychological harm was caused to him. Bah, big liar. A faint fishy smell came, interrupting Li Dan's cursing. Only then did he notice that there were not only several perverted corpses around, but also ferocious giant octopuses, giant claw crabs, seahorses, and tadpole-like human faces. Too many, too much. Until he saw human corpses, all of them too dead to die. It was obvious that this was a battlefield. Ding, the system is detecting the surrounding geographical environment, and the relevant information is being included. The inclusion registration is completed. This place is Qianhu Island. The Kraken has been controlling sea beasts and humans in a centuries-long struggle for resources. Ding, in the face of irresistible danger, the rational choice is not to wait for help, but to try to escape from death. As the saying goes, if you keep the green hills, you won't have to worry about running out of firewood. Ding, persevere for a month, harass the sea beasts every day and let them chase them, and you will be rewarded with the magical power wind movement with different attribute blessings each time until you achieve great success. Ding, the reward is siren language, which can be used to communicate with most underwater creatures. Learn one more language, see one more world, and live one more life. At this time, the system issued new self-discipline tasks based on local conditions. Li Dan blinked, harassing sea beasts and being hunted? Are you sure I can escape safely every time? However, one thing the system said was right. He was able to keep the green hills without fear of running out of firewood, but he was indeed lacking in speed. If the mission is completed and you rely on wind movement, your chances of escaping will be much greater in the future. More importantly, reward one more language. When I was in school, I wished that I could learn other languages without a teacher if I just slept. Sometimes, I wished I could copy the teacher's brain. Very good, very good. The rewards this time are as attractive as Howren's righteousness, and they are the first of two. But the current task is to first determine where Qianhu Island is, how far it is from my sect, and find the organization first. This has been going on for a day. I don't know what is happening to Bai Hong and Lu Shiyao now. Look, it's Master Ling Xiao. What he has under his feet seems to be a sea monster snake. Master, this way. Just as Li Dan was thinking deeply, a happy shout sounded in the distance. Li Dan raised his head and saw a small boat approaching quickly. On the boat, there were two swarthy young men, shirtless, greeting Li Dan. Li Dan's face lit up, and he felt like he had just fallen asleep and came to the pillow. He flew up directly, stepped on the corpses on the sea one after another, turned around slowly, and landed lightly on the small boat. Such fair skin. This is the spiritual master with the best skin I have ever seen. So handsome, this is the spiritual master with the brightest smile I have ever seen. Two teenagers, about 12 or 13 years old, looked adoring. Li Dan immediately grinned. What a cute little brother, with such a sweet mouth. Do you have a partner? On the small boat, Li Dan stood on the bow and watched a huge island slowly approaching in the distance. This must be the so-called Qianhu Island. As the name suggests, under the seabed around the island, corals of various colors shine brightly in the sun. At a glance, the island looks like a very large town with people coming and going. The two people rowing the boat are a pair of twins, and their starting point is also simple, Debao and Erbao. It can be seen that their parents dote on them, but unfortunately, these two babies always like to get into trouble. Just like this time, the two secretly made a simple boat and slipped out without anyone noticing. Because there was a big battle between the sea monster and the humans here not long ago, and I heard that there were heavy casualties. Fortunately, on the human side, cultivators from other surrounding islands came to help, narrowly winning and driving the sea monster further away. To prevent them from coming back again, many men on the island took boats to the deep sea to snatch resources. The two brothers were not willing to be alone. My mother didn't pay attention and ran out to see if she could pick up some belongings. After all, they are young men too. Then, they saw Li Dan sitting on a sea snake. This was not a spiritual cultivator from other places who came to help them. Who else could it be? On Qianhu Island, there are many spiritual practitioners, both local and foreign, because they, mortals alone, cannot defeat the sea monsters, let alone the sea monsters who have a flexible mind and can command sneak attacks. Of course, Li Dan's skin was the best they had ever seen. The faces of the people near the sea are all dark, even the spiritual cultivators from the surrounding islands who come to help. These must be people from the sects on land, but it's a pity that they have never been there. I heard from my parents that the inland is far away, and the people on land are cunning, more dangerous than the Kraken and the others. They rely on the mountains to eat the mountains, and rely on the sea to eat the sea. They are born to survive here. Brotherly, are you really from land? The two brothers paddled one after another. On the small boat were several hard weapons, which they pulled from the dead sea animals. The person who came down and was asking questions now was Dabeo. The two of them look exactly the same, and Li Dan can't tell who is the boss or the second, just because he looks at the front and back positions. Li Dan sat down and said, "That's right. Is this far inland?" Dabeo shook his head. "I don't know. The furthest we have ever been is the Broken Star Island on the border, but you can ask Grandpa Guiyang. He went there when he was young, and he is also a strong man in the spirit-gathering realm. Thanks to his leadership, we can defeat the sea beasts again and again." Guiyang? Spirit-gathering realm? Li Dan said to himself. Of course he knew about the spirit-gathering realm. Condensing qi, hua yuan, and gathering spirits were the recognized advancement methods among practitioners. The third senior brother Chen Hai and the fourth senior brother Ling Feng were in the spirit-gathering realm. The so-called Huayuan is to transform all the spiritual energy in the meridians at the beginning of the period into a more explosive liquid state. As for gathering souls, it focuses on soul cultivation. Based on the sea of consciousness, all liquid spiritual power is used to gather souls until a mini-human being is created. Once you reach the spirit-gathering realm, you can become more aware of some of the laws of heaven and earth, and even take advantage of the situation to exert unimaginable power. Li Dan did not expect that such a place would be guarded by a strong man from the spirit-gathering realm. Erbao, who was rowing behind, said quickly, "But Grandpa Guiyang took everyone in the big boat to pick up better things. It will probably take 2 days to come back. Brotherly can stay at my house first." When Li Dan heard this, he could only do this because there is no map now. I don't even know where I am. How could there be a teleportation array in an underground river in a broken cave? It's so embarrassing now. Damn it, I've searched most of the island. Who asked you to go out? You should leave one at home even if you die. As soon as the boat docked, a woman with a scarf on her head rushed over, grabbed Dabeo and Erbao, skillfully pulled them over and spanked them on the buttocks. The two teenagers were busy shouting, "I don't dare," and "I was wrong." Seeing Li Dan stunned for a moment, it was neither superior nor superior. The other fishermen at the port were no longer new to beating children, and they just whispered and looked at Li Dan. Although Li Dan's clothes were a little shabby, because he was in the 9-poison phosphorus python's mouth and pierced its lower jaw from the inside with his fangs, which accelerated its death, his body was covered with brown blood. And because of the musical factors, even though he didn't say a word, his aura was real. And with his fair face and upright posture, he looked like a young man from aristocratic family. This is a spiritual practice to help them. Many people are grateful to the spiritual cultivator. It is precisely because of their presence and help that they have been able to repel the attacks of the sea beasts again and again. But it is too difficult to become a spiritual practitioner. Not only do you need to have talent, but you also need to cultivate skills, magical powers, elixirs, and all kinds of unimaginable resources. It is precisely because of this that there are very few practitioners on Qianhu Island, and they can only ask people from other islands or outside to come and help. Some come voluntarily, some come for experience, some come for resource allocation, etc. Everyone bowed and saluted to express their respect for this kind of people, and Debeo and Erbao also came crying, followed by a woman with an embarrassed look on her face. Mrs. Wang. I've met Master Ling Shiyao. Thank you, Master Ling Shiyao, for sending these two naughty boys back all the way. Please come quickly. Mrs. Wang quickly invited Li Dan to come ashore. Li Dan feels that he is actually still young, but because of his status as a cultivator, he is invisibly more noble. But looking at the way Debeo and Erbao secretly winked at him, he knew that it didn't hurt and he was just pretending. In fact, you are very happy. How many times have I wanted to go back to being a teenager and be chased and beaten by my parents? You're welcome, I'm the one interrupting. Li Dan politely went ashore and walked towards Debeo Erbao's home under the envious eyes of others. Along the way, Li Dan could sense that there were still a dozen practitioners on the island, but most of them were in the Qi condensation realm. Since the owner of the island is Guiyang, a strong man in the spirit-gathering realm, he must also be in the Huayuan realm, but he went out to hunt down sea beasts. The food of the sea people is very rich, especially the locals, who know better how to make a seafood dish to the extreme. Moreover, Wang was very polite. In the end, because of their familiarity, she even clamored to find Li Dan a local woman as his mother-in-law on Qianhu Island, which made Li Dan feel ashamed. But unexpectedly, in the middle of the night, the sound of horns suddenly sounded from the watchtower at the port. No, the siren is coming, everyone, get up. Dang dang dang. The urgent sound of the gong made Li Dan open his eyes instantly, and Debeo and Erbao ran in from the next room. Brotherly, you are a spiritual practitioner. Please help, the siren is here. Li Dan felt a little awake. Didn't you say you were repulsed? And most people are driving boats to grab resources in areas where sea monsters once roamed? You guys stay here first, don't run around, I'll go out and take a look. After Li Dan said that, he quickly flew out. As Li Dan ascended into the air, he saw a large wave coming from a distance on the sea. It was bustling with people, with many invisible sea beasts showing their teeth and claws. The few remaining men on the island were guarding the shore with knives and forks, and a dozen Qi condensation realm cultivators were nervously flying in the air, preparing to respond to the enemy. This group of sea beasts is so cunning that they can actually launch a sneak attack with a carbine. Where are they hidden? It would be impossible without a siren commanding here. Li Dan, who quietly came to the crowd, easily locked onto the commanding siren among the sea beasts. It turned out to be a sea lion-like creature in the early stage of Huayuan realm, running back and forth in the waves furtively. As for the rest, real shrimp soldiers and crab generals cannot be on the stage. Li Dan was delighted. This was simply the best person to complete the task. If you insist on being chased by sea beasts for a month, as long as you are not in the spirit-gathering realm, everything will be easy. Everyone, guard the shore and don't let them come up, otherwise none of our wives and children in the houses behind us will be spared. Damn it, a distress signal has been sent to the surrounding islands, but it will take some time for them to arrive. Everyone, hold on. Spread out, be careful of the poisonous mist. In the sky, a spiritual cultivator at the 6th level of Qi condensation shouted loudly. He is the direct disciple of the master of Guiyang Island. His master is away. Currently, his cultivation level is the highest on the island, so he should be the commander. But at this moment, a figure flew over their heads and headed straight for the sea beast wave. Several people were stunned. Who is this? Don't want to die? Boom! Without saying a word, Li Dan directly targeted the Huayuan realm sea lion and sent an attack. Suddenly more than a dozen sea beasts were blown away, and the sea monster was also affected. Immediately, with a roar, the sea monster directly commanded the sea beasts to attack Li Dan. Li Dan kept avoiding. The system voice in my mind also sounded at this moment. It has been detected that the mission progress has been started by itself and is being chased by sea beasts. Progress bar completed 1%, 2%, 3%, 4%. Wind movement proficiency +1, +2, +3, +3. Siren language proficiency +1, +3, +3, +2. Feeling two different kinds of knowledge slowly appearing in his mind, Li Dan evaded faster. As long as you find the right opportunity, you will attack the sea lion and make it suffer endlessly. Just a little worried. The so-called self-discipline means that it cannot be stopped from the first day. Now that you have started this tonight, where will you find sea monsters to chase you tomorrow? No, I have to find an opportunity to leave some markings on them so that I can harass them tomorrow. On the coast, everyone looked at the black figure whose face could not be seen clearly over the ocean in the distance. He was constantly harassing the sea beasts by himself, trying to change their direction, and they were all moved. This is a fearless sacrifice for the island and the people. Spirituality on which island? And because of his specific strikes, the sea monster group kept attacking him, which fully demonstrated that he had discovered the hidden commander sea monster. Quick, adults are here to help. All practitioners should help quickly. Others should guard the port to prevent any fish that slip through the net from coming up. Gu Yang's disciple Xiao Wei shouted quickly, and then he and others rushed to support him. As he continued to harass the sea monster, Li Dan suddenly discovered that it was quite interesting. More importantly, this was just a group of small sea monsters, at most 100, and the weapons used could not hit him at all. He took the opportunity to attack again, inflicting severe pain on the sea monster. Seeing that the sneak attack plans failed and supporters came from the port, the sea monster's teeth were itching. Despite all the calculations, I didn't expect that there was a strong man from Huayuan realm hiding on the island. Withdraw. The sea monster gave the order to retreat, and immediately all the sea monster's front troops turned into rear troops and began to retreat. When Li Dan looked at his progress today, he saw that it was only 43%, which was far from complete. Looking at the people coming to the shore again, I felt angry. Isn't this causing trouble? This is, come and hit me. Seeing that the sea monster was about to escape, and the other sea monsters stopped attacking him, and even the progress bar stopped, Li Dan suddenly became anxious, leaned down at close range, and struck again. The sea monster grabbed a sea beast next to it to resist Li Dan's blow, and hurriedly retreated. Sir, we are here. Brothers, work with adults to protect our home. More than a dozen people rushed over and saw the sea beast escaping. They immediately became energetic. They all shouted and joined forces to launch an attack. Boom! 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 The seawater exploded, killing more than a dozen sea beasts, and the smell of blood once again stimulated the group of people. Looking at this scene, Li Dan felt distressed, feeling that his experience was being brushed off in front of others. I'm completing my mission, brother. The waves turned back quickly, and Xiao Wei finally found the opportunity and stopped next to Li Dan. With the help of the moonlight, I saw that the man next to me had a majestic appearance, and the aura pulsating on his body turned out to be in the Yuanhua realm. Thank you for your help late at night, young master. Although there are only a few of us on Qianhu Island, we will live and die together with you, advance and retreat together. Xiao Wei felt excited as he watched the sea beasts flee. After all, it was them who protected everyone on the island during the teacher's absence. Cowardice does not exist. Li Dan looked at this middle-aged man who could be his uncle and was speechless for a while. I really wanted to scold my mother, but I felt it was wrong. After looking at the progress, I saw that it was stuck at 43% and was motionless. Without saying anything, I quickly chased after him. Brother Sea Beast, it will be finished soon. You are working hard. Damn the human race, they actually want to kill them all. Young people don't have martial ethics. I am careless. Retreat at full speed to save your strength. The sea monster roared and kept giving retreat orders. Li Dan, who was behind, could vaguely understand a few words. It seems that after a battle, the siren language rewarded by the system has become somewhat familiar. Oh, we won. The sea beast ran away. The sea beast was beaten away. On the other side of the port, I saw the sea beast that was originally menacing and ready to attack. It didn't even have a chance to get close, so it fled in embarrassment, which made the people who were originally wary shout. More than a dozen chi condensation spiritual cultivators also stopped, listening to the roar of the waves, looking at this scene, and suddenly felt how great they were. They were the ones who rushed to the front. The island owner will definitely reward them well when he comes back. Of course, they would not have had the courage to take this step without the help of this adult. Call out. A figure flew past them and chased after them. Brother Shiyao, what's going on? The people standing in a row in the air looked puzzled as they watched the adult chasing after him again. After all, what the island owner teaches on weekdays is not to chase the poor, let alone the night that is suitable for sea monsters to move. Flying in the air consumes a lot of spiritual energy, and they can't hold on for long. Shiyao also flew over and looked at Li Dan's figure. His frowning brows seemed to have figured out something, and his eyes suddenly lit up. What are you all doing in a daze? Come on, hurry up. This gentleman must have the strength to kill that sea monster, but it has been hiding among the sea monsters as a cover. As long as we work together to kill those sea monsters, the sea monster will become the glorious commander. At that time, it was just meat on the chopping board, left to be slaughtered by this adult. When everyone heard this, they immediately looked at the figure in the dark with awe, and quickly started to chase after him. Ding, the progress of being chased by sea beasts is 56%. Seeing the sea beasts below constantly firing water cannons at him, Li Dan suddenly grinned happily. Come and beat me, Li Dan shouted in the siren language that he was gradually becoming more familiar with. The sea monster below stumbled and almost hit the butt of the sea monster in front. What the hell? Seeing the progress bar of being hunted today rising rapidly, Li Dan felt secretly happy. Wait, even though it's a chase, why do you feel like I'm chasing them to kill? It doesn't matter, as long as you chase me and fight. If you dare to stop, I will hit you in turn to see if you can hit me. When the enemy advances, we retreat. When the enemy retreats, we advance. Mission accomplished, love it. And vaguely, Li Dan felt that the movements under his feet were becoming more and more agile, and he dodged some attacks easily. It seems that with the bonus of progress, the wind movement rewarded by the system has gradually gained proficiency. Moreover, I can now hear more and more clearly the scolding sounds of the sea beasts below. The two proficiency bonuses of siren language and wind movement are synchronized. How can it not be exciting? This is a daily salary that you can actually see, which is full of motivation. Li Dan became even more excited when he looked at the escaping sea beasts below. Boom, boom, boom. Attack after attack came again, blowing the sea beasts behind to pieces, and blood flowed everywhere. After a while, the number of sea beasts attacking him decreased, and the original progress bar slowly slowed down. Despicable, shameless. The sea monster yelled and accelerated its forward speed. Not far ahead was the deep sea area, and they could drill directly into the bottom of the sea. Sir, we are here. We will live and die together, never leave. We already know your plan, so please leave these sea monsters to us. The sea monster belongs to you. Let us destroy this group of intruders together and let them know that if they invade our Qianhu Island, they will be killed no matter how far away they are. Brothers, charge. Li Dan looked at this group of people and suddenly felt as if he had been beaten to death. He was constantly consuming his spiritual power to attack the sea beasts and was speechless for a moment. What are you doing? My experience. Everyone, stop for a moment, stop for a moment. Li Dan shouted quickly. Seeing that more than a dozen sea beasts died in the attack, Li Dan felt heartbroken. You killed them all. Do you want me to go deeper and find a large army of them to hunt me down? Following Li Dan's shouting and obstruction, Shiyao and others quickly stopped. Shiyao even came closer, breathing heavily. As they were in the chi condensation realm, they couldn't fly in the air for long. Sir, there is a deep sea area ahead. I know you are afraid that we will encounter danger if we go deeper, but now is a good opportunity to kill them all, Shiyao said. Li Dan was shocked. Was there a deep sea area ahead? Damn it, why didn't you tell me earlier? You all stay here, leave the rest to me. After Li Dan said that, without saying a word, he chased after the sea monster and kept bombarding the sea monster. The sea monster was almost going crazy. Looking at Li Dan in the air, he wanted to rush forward directly. If you don't want to be shameless, I ask you if you don't want to be shameless. I have never seen anyone bully like this. Can't you see my other subordinates are gathering wool while I am doing it alone? I've never had any enmity with you before, so why are you so unrelenting? Not very offensive, but very insulting. On weekdays, when facing you humans, everyone agrees with each other and agrees with each other tacitly. Why did I meet you, such a stupid fool like you, today? Ding, the progress of being chased by sea beasts is 95%. Seeing that he had reached the deep sea area, Li Dan finally increased his intensity in attacking the sea monster. Before, I was afraid of being beaten to death. The sea beasts were leaderless and fled in all directions. My self-discipline mission was completely ruined. No more fear now. As this wave of attacks became more severe, the sea monster was seriously wounded. Attack this human with all your strength and rush the others into the sea. The sea monster gave the final order, and for a while, the attacks continued, and Li Dan became more and more proficient in fengqing, and he avoided many attacks. Ding, the progress of being chased by sea beasts is 100%, and today's self-discipline task is completed 1/30. Siren language proficiency progress 1/30. Wind movement proficiency progress is 1/30. As the last sea monster leapt into the deep sea area under the broken back of the sea monster, Li Dan's self-discipline mission today was finally completed dangerously and dangerously. For a moment, Li Dan stood in the air, his face full of surprise. In the water below, the sea lion-shaped creature sea monster stared at Li Dan angrily. Despicable human race, we have made a feud today. When I come back next time, I will cut you into pieces. The sea monster cursed and made a motion of wiping his neck with his hand. Li Dan immediately laughed mockingly and replied in siren language, "Okay, I'll wait." The sea monster was startled. He thought he heard it wrong before, but he didn't expect that this human being could actually speak their language. How can this be? Who are you? Can you leave your name when you come? Li Dan couldn't understand this sentence. After all, he wasn't very familiar with it, but from the look of it, he was definitely scolding him. Li Dan always slaps those who scold him. Without saying a word, another wave of attacks was sent down. The sea monster made a come-on sound, immediately got into the deep sea area, and disappeared. Cool. After completing the task, Li Dan suddenly felt relieved. He closed his eyes and felt that one of the sea beasts was moving away with the spiritual mark he left behind, and a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. Turning around, he saw everyone flying over with sweat on their faces who had been severely exhausted. They all looked at Li Dan with respect. Although the group of sea beasts ran away in the end, it was the young adult who forced them back from the beginning to the end. It was even closer to the deep sea area to prevent them from counterattack, or even ambush them, hurt them, and go alone. Respectable and admirable. Thank you, sir. Everyone saluted. Li Dan now revealed his white front teeth. After realizing that they were not white, he closed his mouth again. It is said that with greater ability comes greater responsibility. Although these people are old enough to call themselves uncles, they have become cultivators and have done no bad things, but they use them to protect the people from harm. These are the people who are truly worthy of respect. Don't forget your original intention and keep your mission in mind. Li Dan also returned the greeting, and everyone was even more afraid. They quickly introduced each other and pulled Li Dan towards Qianhu Island. At this moment, Qianhu Island was already brightly lit, and everyone was running to tell each other about driving away the sea beasts. The shore sneaked out again, and Dabeo Erbao, who was hiding in front of the crowd, watched Li Dan and other spiritual cultivators fly back from under the night, squealing excitedly. This is the real hero. Wait for Grandpa Guiyang to come back tomorrow and let him see if his brothers can practice. They also want to become a hero like Li Dan. That night, the surrounding islands did not send anyone to help because they were also attacked by sea beasts. The loss is huge. The only one who was not harmed was Qianhu Island, because no one expected that there would be a strong man of the Huayuan realm hiding on this island, and he was still in the middle stage. Therefore, if Li Dan had not been there, I don't know how many people would have died tragically on Qianhu Island that night. Li Dan ignored these, but after appeasing the Debao and the second treasure's desire to worship him as their teacher, he took out the spiritual crystal on his body and quietly vomited it out by himself. The next day, as a red sun rose from the sea level, the masts of 10 huge ships were gradually revealed, making the whole island boil. The island owner Guillaume came back with a large army. They are completely safe,